Yo. Hello. Allô? Yeah. Allô? Allô, allô, allô. What's up, chat? How's it going? What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? What's up, During Tank? What's up, Unedited Dwarf? What's up, Zyra? What's up, Seriously? What's up, Mumblecat? What's up, Stat69? What's up, Pajama Jamma? What's up, Kuroko Boy? What's up, Gun Outside? What's up, Moto Lemur? What's up, Violence Against the Rich? Who else is in here? What's up, everybody? I imagine this will be a record for me in low turnout streams, but I want to try something different. You dig? What's up, Veggie? Trying something different. What's up, 2 for Twitch? I'm high. Does that count? Does that count as what? How's the audio? Does it sound terrible? How does my mic sound? Pretty high too. To be fair. Watch out, new genre unlocked. Reading stream. Yeah. Yeah. Mic is good. Oh, high turnout. Got it. Got it. Yes, that does count. I'll count it. Music and voice are balanced? Okay, cool. But I just want to try something different. I have been chugging my way through a different book called The Blood of Government, Race, Empire, the United States and the Philippines. I am almost done, but I lagged on starting this. I thought I could, since this book is pretty, in comparison anyway to my other book I'm reading, is like, seems like a shorter, lighter read. Well, it's definitely shorter, but it seemed like a lighter read, and I figured I could probably do it while I was reading my other book or something. And I thought I could like speed run it, and I'd be fine. But I don't know if that's. I don't know. I don't think I. I don't know. I may have misjudged my abilities there, but I still do want to read this, and the only copy I have access to is just the fucking, like, the Internet Archive PDF. So I was like, well, if I'm gonna be sitting at my computer reading this shit or staring at my phone, I might as well, I don't know, fuck it, let's try it out. I always thought it would be cool to do some nice, like, end off our, like, normal news streams with, like, some reading or something. Never really got around to trying it. So yeah, maybe we will speed run this book. You'll do it with me. Archive is the best. Thank goodness for the archive. Better not nap. I got stuff to do. I love listening on a book with people to chat with. Hell yeah. I love reading. Hell yeah. Sounds enlightening. What's the violence? yeah, I don't know. Just give it a go. Just give it a whirl. Like, I've always been unsure about it. It's like, yeah, I imagine that, like, you know, back when I was streaming regular and I was, you know, doing my normal, like, average, what's it called? Like, viewer counts or whatever. It's, like, really nerve-wracking to be like, I don't know if I should switch up content. You know what I mean? I'm the news person. I talk about the news. That's why people come here is to talk news. So I'm like, reading is definitely one of those things that's like, if people leave when you start playing video games, they are abso-fucking-lutely reading if you're gonna start reading a book. You know what I mean? You're gonna read? I don't go to the internet to read, you fucking nerd. The fuck is wrong with you? Why is the news lady talking about the news? Why isn't the news lady talking about the news? I know. It's tough. It's tough for people to understand. I am the news lady. It's true. You are the news lady. I am the news lady. If it doesn't work out, we can we switch to a magazine about trains? Actually, we can. Actually, we literally could do that. But that was like what I figured would make it fun, is like what Gone Outside is talking about. Like, you know, I've been talking about using one of my scenes or whatever. I think I've showed it on stream before, pretty sure. That like shows my desk, and also have like a camera that I could like zoom, like get in close. So if I'm, I don't know, doing something on my desk, like, I don't know, cleaning a firearm or reading a book, it could be more fun and interactive on stream. This isn't gonna be that, because I don't have a physical copy of this. Unfortunately, I would love one, but I just don't really have my money right now. And I was like, I'm gonna wait to read this to, I'm gonna buy it, you know what I mean, and get it in my hands and read it. But I'm trying to help with a book club getting started, and it's one of those things where it's like, it's in all things organizing, right? But especially something as like, so as something like a book club, if people don't show up the first time, it's not gonna work. You know what I mean? Like, if people don't pull up the first time, it instantly steam is gone. Like any, like, you know, theoretical steam that there was, like, yeah, enthusiasm around starting something like that is just immediately gone. So like, everybody has to like really pull up, and I don't want, like, so if I like didn't end up reading the book in time for the first like book club meeting, like, I don't want to play a part in that book club potentially failing. Because it's like the revamping, or like the what's the word I'm looking for? Like the recreation or whatever, the attempted restart of an older book club. So I want to help get it cracking again, you know what I mean? So we'll see. I've never actually been a part of a book club, and it's so funny. I thought we were gonna fucking read that shit with each other. I thought we were gonna like hang out and popcorn read that shit, and then it was like, all right, we'll reconvene, and on this day, and we'll talk about this page to the first page to whatever page, and I'm like, bitch. Oh, y'all wanted me to do it on my own? I'm reading other shit. I thought we were gonna hang out and be like, okay, popcorn, read, like, popcorn, your turn. Which I thought was gonna be really fun. But I mean, not that it won't be, what book clubs aren't fun or whatever. I've just never done it before, so I just didn't know. I've never been a part of a book club, so anyway, ask me how I know. Yeah, that would be cool. I recall fondly the brief period of time in which Matt Lech played games with audiobook accompaniment. You know how that's how I started? I mean, maybe some of you know. That's like how I started getting into politics, was that like I was doing music and averaging 5 viewers on a good day. And and then I would just start playing. I would like, normally I would get off stream and like do other things, like play video games and then like listen to my podcasts, or like I've always been a politics Andy and a heavy news consumer Andy. So I would like play video games or just do like random shit and like watch YouTube commentary, listen to the news reads and read an article, whatever. normal shit, just like by myself. But like when I thought nobody was like watching, right after like making beats on stream to like pretty much nobody anyway, I would just like be playing video games and then like listening to like podcasts, or like listening to like the news, or listening to like some commentary person or whatever. And then I would like, when people would be in the chat, they would say shit about politics, right? And then I would have takes, and then it basically started with me getting just like fighting with like people in my chat, like, right? And then it slowly became, it was like, oh, now I have 6 people in my chat. Oh, now I have 7 people in my chat. Now I have like 8 people in chat. And then I started getting like people in the politics sphere, like, I don't know, pulling through. And then I got raided a couple times, and it was like, then the rest was like, I'm never making beats on stream again. All I'm doing is getting mad about politics. And the rest is history. But so I don't know, you know, bringing it, my point in that little lore dump is that maybe we're coming full circle. Maybe we're going back to to my roots, okay? The bored as fuck in lockdown roots. I came from a Mafia Jinx raid a long time ago. Fuck yeah, based. Yeah, Mafia Jinx was one of my first big raids. It was Mafia Jinx and Keffals and another streamer who does not deserve to be named. But yeah, like it was like and also Alex Prop, who was Alex Goddard. I don't know if there's any like OGs like that. He had his, you know, his small community, and was like, you know, a chatter in a lot of other communities, and like really introduced me to a ton of people. Why are we naming Jinx in those circles? The circle, the reason why it's not a circle. I'm the connecting factor there. I was saying that those are like the first big raids that I got, that like a lot of people that haven't heard that name in a while. Tofu. What, Mafia Jinx or Keffals? Keffals, yeah. It was a different time. I just got back hearing and Jinx and Keffals. You're like, what? Yeah, those names are never in the same sentence. Alex Prop, Alex Goddard. I don't know. I haven't seen him around in any chats or anywhere in a long time. So I don't know how he's doing. Hope he's well. But yeah. Anyway, that was just like what really got me started in streaming, was like just like passively consuming politics and just like arguing with people in the chat, the randoms that would pop in and just like say stupid fucking shit. Oh man, what a simpler time. Oh my fucking god. What a fucking simpler time. Not in a hot while. Yeah. Yeah, what's up, Kugure? Having a bunch of different books is what kept my book clubs alive. Oh, really? People reading things they wouldn't normally seek out. Okay. Her story. That's true. I'd also be enthused to read out along with folks. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I get that maybe a lot of people wouldn't be into that. Maybe people, if they're shy or like, I don't know, whatever. But I thought that sounded fun. I was like, yeah, I'm down to try a fucking book club. And then it was like, okay, we're gonna read these pages and then we're gonna have a convo about it. And I'm like, that's cool too, but like, man, I thought we were gonna popcorn read. The debates. Yeah, but also those were back in the days of like the debate. Yeah, I mean, that was the world. Yes, this space was. That was how that was like how politics was like really majorly consumed on this platform, was like debates. That shit sucked. That shit was cringe. Incredibly cringe. I've pushed enough past. I pushed enough past anxiety that I need to grind XP. Speaking of grinding XP, dude, I've been fucking playing what's it called, bro? I've been playing what's it called? I've been playing you know the one. The game. Oh shit, you just lost the game. Yeah, Arc Raiders. I've been playing that shit. That shit is addicting, dude. That shit is addicting. That shit is addicting as fuck. RuneScape, you know, RuneScape actually seems fun. I could see it being fun. But I think also there's like a major nostalgia factor that I don't, you know, have because I never played it. But I don't know. It just looks like a basic. It looks like shitty ass, fucking what's it called? Skyrim. I'm taking some Arc to the veins right now. That's what's up. That's what's up. I inject that shit straight into my eye, or in between my toes. Hello, Herd Book Club. I used to do that when I got into fantasy and Tolkien. Really, super useful to discuss what you've read with others. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I can only imagine that being the case. Well, I mean, it's, you know, I have read political books and discussed it with others, but like, you know, I've never been in a book club setting, so I can only imagine that that's, you know, pretty valuable as well. But yeah, that cover though, I know, right? Shit goes hard. There's another cover. Here, let me do this. Hand reveal. Oh shit, Tofu got hands. I'm gonna go fight Tofu. Oh shit. Tofu got hands. Tofu got hands. Where is the... oh, here it is. There's this one. This is like the physical copy that I see everywhere available. And this also definitely goes hard. I fuck with the color. This font is cheesy in all the right ways. Yeah, that shit slaps. That shit slaps. But it's just good covers all the way around. Like this one. This is the better PDF copy. So I'm going with this one. Here's both of them in the chat. If anybody's interested. Brat vibes? That's crazy. Brat vibes. The 3D effect of the double image goes hard, yeah. Book club, if properly moderated, lets you explore a particular theme or question raised in which you read. Helps to focus. Yeah, I could see that for sure. Hog, what's up, two-sided toast? I've been getting into Workers and Resources Soviet Republic, but I'm low-key too dumb for it. That's crazy, bro. 2 base. Come on. I know you smart just by knowing you as a chatter. Get out of here with that. Yo, sweet, I made it before you started or no? Yeah. I did. Or you did. I did. I made it, guys. I made it. Here I am. What's up, Wheatsickle? But yeah, I don't know. I want to try something different today. Like I said, this will probably be a record. Maybe not. Because well, how many people are in here right now? 56. It's not that terrible. I originally said, I was like, this is probably going to be record low turnout, but that's okay because this is going to be something new. And I would just be doing this alone at my computer. And I figured I'll just turn chat on. Essentially, that's like what's happening. Instead of reading inside my head, I'll just read outside my head. Read out loud. Read outside my head. You guys ever read outside your head? It's like SimCities, but you gotta manage producing every item. Oh, I thought you were talking about a book. That's so funny. Motherfucker's talking about a video game. Wait, what game is that? Into Workers and Resources Soviet Republic? What? No, said that during the RuneScape comment? Okay. Motherfucker, I was like, that's so funny. Damn. I'm here for this every time. Bring it. Hell yeah. I was thinking of dipping, but I'll give this a shot. No worries if, you know, it's boring. You know what I mean? I realize most people don't go to Twitch to read books. But, you know. Also potential. Okay, hear me out. There is only one. Okay, so there's like 2 videos on YouTube, right? Or like there's 2 channels that have videos on their YouTube that are like audio versions of this book. And one of them is like AI, aka cringe. And then the other one is like some cool communist person. But it's like not the best quality. And they also kind of like do what I expect that I'll do, but in maybe a more understandable context. They also like kind of like sidebar a lot. Like they'll pause in the reading and then like just, you know, give their thoughts, which is cool. But it's kind of awkward when you're looking at their video because it's just like a picture of George Jackson, and you're not like reading along or anything like that. It's just like you're not really sure when. You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of awkward. It's just kind of awkward. So it's like not the best quality. Maybe if it's like successful and you guys think it, you know, was okay, maybe I'll post it on YouTube or some shit. I don't know. Yeah, clean reading without opinion is nice. Yeah, I mean, well, you know, it's cool to have that, but it's like in that context, it was just kind of awkward. So like I could potentially like edit my VOD or something. I don't know. Whatever. Do you think you'll post this VOD onto YouTube? I mean, I don't know, maybe. I mean, if I remember to, I usually go back and like post VODs to my VOD archive account, which you could go see in the links or whatever. But sometimes I be forgetting. And also sometimes I like will double post and triple post because I'm not sure. Like, I don't know, there's just like a bunch of there's just like if you look at that archive page, there's like a bunch of like duplicates. It gets kind of confusing. But yeah, you can do the educational version and the seminar version too. Okay, yeah. I think you should do you can continue to educate people who can't sit down and read. I think you should. Well, I might, you know, there it is. Maybe I'll do it. It'd be good to follow up a reading with your thoughts and impressions of it. Yeah, well, I figured, like, I don't know. I'm winging this, right? I don't have any plan here. But I figured, like, I would just read it and not worry too much if, like, I pause and, like, need to, like, look up a word, the definition of a word or something, because I'd be having to do that, you know what I mean? Or like if I have like a thought, or like I want to crack a silly or something. Like I'll just do it, but maybe potentially I could go back and edit it, and it'd be fine. Also, I guess I didn't really think this through, the music in the background. I like want to listen to music while I'm reading, just because I don't want to deal with the silence. But also, I could route it, but then I'd have to do stuff in OBS. There's something to be said for having a tight thesis, but also having a gab session about the thing too, you know? Yeah, for sure. For sure. Well, alright. I don't know. I guess we could just give it a go. Let's just give it the old college try. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be too long. I could potentially, I mean, I don't know about one stream tonight, considering it's, 10:30 something right now. I could potentially get this done in, like, 4 hours. Like, for sure. I think so. Because it's not that long. Excuse me. Yeah, it's like under 200 pages, and like look how big the text is. You know? And it's like some of it is like letters. Yeah. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Call her Joseph Stalin the way she's stalling. Hey, yo! Yo, chill. Veggie. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Just find a softer music? Yeah, I could just put... I have like some ambient music. I figured I might just throw on some ambient tunes, you know? Just play it real low. Or I could put on like some fucking smooth jazz and then put on my Barry White voice. You know what I mean? My jazz radio late night voice. Man. It's perfect for longer form content because I'm digging a well all day by hand, mostly in Nepal, so it's greatly appreciated to keep my mind distracted from the digging. Well, shit. This is for you, Weedsicle 99, all the way in fucking Nepal digging a fucking well. That's hardcore. By hand. The white... What? The what?
Down is both wild and completely unsurprising.
Right. Is the half on your mom's side or your dad's side? Do you know what's so funny? Is that Cinna and Mari, like light skin Mari, did a light skin cook off. And that was supposed to be our content for today. But there's so much that happened last night that I couldn't watch it. Is that they did a light skin cook off. That's the title of the fucking video.
What does that even mean?
Damn it, I wanted to watch it.
And there are people in the comments being like, I think I quote tweeted one of these tweets as well. It was this.
What does that even mean?
Light skin Mari? I don't know what to call her. If I said Mari, y'all are gonna think white Mari.
White Mari is light skin Mari.
Y'all don't know white Mari and light skin Mari? Who is white Mari?
Who is the spicy? She's spicy white.
Please do not.
Oh no, Mari! No, Mari, you should.
Why are y'all making me do this?
That's fucking hilarious. White Mari, you mean? Oh my fucking god! Light skin Mari. They're the same person. What's going on? I don't understand. That's the same person. Oh, that's funny as fuck. Watch the second one.
Why are y'all making me do this? That's white Mari. That's white Mari. And this is light skin Mari. Not this is Cinna. That's light skin Mari. Y'all don't know light skin Mari?
I'm dead. Mari, J. Marianne Mari, has the opportunity to do the funniest thing, and that is get cornrows, get braids. Yo, Celtic, what's good, dude? Long time no see. I hope you're doing good. Good to see you. Jason! That is the funniest shit ever. I every time I hear like, I always forget about that, and then I'm reminded about that in moments like this, and that is just the funniest shit ever. I'm so sorry, Mari. That is the funniest thing ever. Oh, that shit kills me every time. Oh my lord. Whew. Gonna have to drink for Irish Christmas. Oh my god, it is Irish Christmas. Happy Irish Christmas. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Happy St. Patty's Day. That was the worst attempt at an Irish accent. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Mari live versus Jay Marianne. Okay, well, I don't know their full names. Just fucking sue me. I know them as White Mari and Light Skin Mari. I was trying to be inclusive to the Maris.
That's too fucking funny, dude.
Right. He's like,
Bah, indeed. Rip. Oh, rest in peace, White Mari. You would have loved Blood in My Eye by George L. Jackson. We're gonna... Oh, if only she were still around. She would really enjoy this. Man. Anyway. Bedtime story. Yeah. I think we'll do it. I think we'll give it a little whirl. I think we'll give it a little whirl. Get reading, lady. Reading lady. Yeah. I'm fucking like the reading rainbow, except like gay rainbow. Yeah. I'm like reading Rainbow 6. I'm like reading Rainbow 6, 7. I'm so sorry for that. What's up, Tech Tink? You know what? Just to piss you off, I'm gonna go pee first. Reading Rainbow. Alright, chat. We're gonna try this out. I don't know. I've never done this before. I want to speed run this, and I figured since it's a PDF, I might as well fucking rock it with the chat. This is what I'm looking at. There's this other one here that has the cool, fun color cover, but it's kind of a shitty scan. But you know, whatever the vibe is you're looking for. You know. We'll come back. If you're not sure who George Jackson is, I'll just do a quick little couple paragraphs, and then we'll just fucking hop at it. We'll just get to it. All right, chat, do this. Chat, do this. All right, I'll be right back, chat. The link is in the chat room if you would like to read along. Otherwise, hang tight. Get some snackies, a binky, maybe a boo thing. And get comfy. I'll be right back. bitches. Hand reveal. Get fucked. Chat, another Isaac Chotiner classic interview, just talking to another liberal Zionist Democrat, and it's amazing. Amazing. I got my interview set for the SRA this week. Excited to link up with them. Very cool. Fuck yeah. I hope it goes well. Hope it goes well. I was literally reading Tom Clancy Rainbow Six and other of his novels as a kid. That's sick. That's awesome. I've always been curious, like, how those books read. Because, I mean, I only know, like, the fucking video game. Like, I played, I was about to say Tony Hawk Rainbow Six. I was about to say Tony Hawk Rainbow Six. Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, the OG PC game. That shit slap. I don't know. It had, like, cool shit. It had, like, the Beretta. I was like, that's how I, like, learned about, like, the, like, a lot of guns, like Beretta and the MP5 and like a bunch of cool shit. So com games are sick. I never played those. I read the ones literally written by a CIA analyst as a teen. Wait, really? Who's that? Tony Hawk's Rainbow Six Skate Siege. Honestly, that sounds like somebody should do that. Somebody should make that happen. Did you say Tony Hawk Rainbow Six? I would, yes. Yes. Woo! Tony Hawk Rainbow Six 7. Best game. Best game ever. Woo! Who's the CIA analyst? Yo,
ASMR.
we are so I would say we're back, but we are at the beginning. We are exploring territories unknown, previously unknown. The ASMR community has been infiltrated. Barry Eisler, his name, he named his main character John Rain, sick name, and then all his books are like Rainfall, and yeah, he was at the CIA before being a novelist. Man, these people, I mean, I'm glad they have hobbies, I guess, but like, motherfuckers, people like that like really love their job. You know, I'll just put it like that. Motherfuckers really love their job. Tom Clancy is a chud you don't say. What? A chud? But he gave us Splinter Cell, and that gave me one of my favorite video game series ever, so fair trade-off in my opinion. John Rain, aka John Souls. Remembering a bit from the Rainbow Six novel, one of the quote-unquote good guy troops shoots an especially quote a bad guy in the stomach instead of the head and gets some slap on the wrist for the war crime of unnecessary suffering. Dang. Something like Our True Might Unchained by the Woke Scourge. Pete Hegseth 2026 forever. Tom Clancy would have loved Osin Twitter. Bro, is Tom Clancy still alive? Because if he is, he's absolutely on Osin Twitter. That's such a... No? Okay, well, it's probably for the best. He died at some point. Well, that's his fault. He shouldn't have done that then. He shouldn't have died. He first sold his name to Ubisoft. Yeah. All right, let's get a nicer, more reading time playlist going. I have an ambient playlist, but I don't know. I can't be for sure what's on all of it. So there could be some like random noise and shit, which would not be good. Let's see. Fuck it. Fuck it. Tofu Ghost Recon? Dude, best game. Best game ever. Tofu Clancy? No. Nah. Do you guys think Dan Clancy and Tom Clancy are related? In my headcanon, they now are. Let's see. Here, let me show you. We got 90s computer room for 4 hours. Let's see. Oh, these are good, but they're kind of repetitive. Might get old. Oh wait, you can't even see what I'm looking at. SMH, dude. Classic. Ambient water core. I love water core. I don't know, fuck it, shuffle. Live a little. Okay, this is not... Why did I put this on here? Shuffle was a bad idea. I am not to be trusted. I, for one, am not to be trusted. Let's see. Oh, no, wrong thing. No camera today. Gremlin reveal. One drops beats, the other the bombs. To cleanse. I missed you, dude. I hope you've been good. I hope you've been well. Man, it's been a minute. Two Clancy's separated by time and space now must unite to drop the worst Christmas special cameo money can buy. Will they be able to do it? Who can say? Only one way to find out. Only one way to find out. Find out next time. I have been. Hope you're well too. You know, life is it finds a way. Life finds a way. It's been a roller coaster. What's up, Xenomonic? Oh, also, thank you so much for resubscribing with Prime. What the fuck? Sorry, I didn't think of that. Life be lifing? That's true. That's pretty true. What's up, Oxpicker? Life in the Fart Reich is dramatic. I hear the Fart Reich. Yeah. It would be fine if it was just farts, but it's more like, you know, there's stuff in the pants, you know, type shit, literally, after Reich, you know? I think this is a good playlist, actually. Yeah, we'll keep it here. 1 hour focus sound. Alright, chat. Here's this one. And here's this one if you have a preference. I'm gonna read this one. But before we start, just a quick little background on the author, George Jackson. George Lester Jackson, born September 23rd, 1941, and died August 21st, 1971, was an American author, prisoner, and revolutionary. While serving an indeterminate sentence for stealing $71 at gunpoint from a gas station in 1960, Jackson became involved in the Black Power movement and inspired the creation of a far-left prison gang, the Black Guerrilla Family. In 1970, he was one of 3 prisoners dubbed the Soledad Brothers. They were charged with the murder at Soledad Prison of Corrections Officer John V. Mills, allegedly in retaliation for the shooting deaths of 3 black inmates by a white prison guard several days prior. Also in 1970, Jackson published Soledad Brother, a collection of the letters that comprised a combination autobiography and manifesto addressed primarily to an African-American audience, but which has been embraced by radicals around the entire world. The book was a bestseller and earned Jackson international fame. In August 1971, Jackson was killed by prison guards during an escape attempt at San Quentin Prison. During the attempt, Jackson and other inmates took 3 guards and 2 inmates hostage, who were later found dead in Jackson's cell. 3 other guards were wounded but survived. Jackson never went to trial for the Mills murder. I won't read the whole fucking Wikipedia. But yeah, I wore high heels for the first time last night. Ow. Beauty is pain. Beauty is pain. Yeah, 29. What's a profile face? All right, let's get into it. Blood in My Eye by George L. Jackson. This spread just goes insanely hard. To the black communist youth, to their fathers, we will now criticize the unjust with the weapon. My dear only surviving son, I went to Mount Vernon August 7th, 1971 to visit the gravesite of my heart your keepers murdered in cold disregard for life. His grave was supposed to be behind your grandfather's and grandmother's, but I couldn't find it. There was no marker. Just mowed grass, the story of our past. I sent the keeper a blank check for a headstone and 2 extra sites. Blood in my eye. Preface. Before I get into the preface, is the audio okay? Like the music level to me talking ratio? Good, or should I adjust? Good? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What's up, Chef? Preface. In his introduction to George Jackson's Soledad Brother, Jean Genet wrote, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, Jean Genet wrote, quote, "Nothing has been willed, written, or composed for the sake of a book. It is both a weapon of liberation and a poem of love," end quote. This book, too, is a weapon, but one entirely willed and purposeful. It was completed barely a week before the author's murder in San Quentin on August 21st, 1971. It was sent out of the Adjustment Center with specific instructions for its publication, almost as if the author knew that he would never live to see its appearance in print. Describing it a few days before the end, George said, quote, "I'm not a writer, but all of it's me, the way I want it, the way I see it," end quote. What he saw and what he wanted, the central passion of his life, was war, the revolutionary war of the people against their oppressors, a war which grew out of, quote, "perfect love and perfect hate." Quote, "I've been in rebellion all my life," end quote, he wrote in one of his letters. For a young black growing up in the ghetto, the first rebellion is always crime. George's first experience with American law came at 14 when he was arrested in Chicago for stealing a purse. From then on, his life was a constant succession of arrests, juvenile homes, paroles, and more arrests. At age 18, he was convicted of stealing $70 from a gas station. His lawyer promised him that he would make a deal with the DA if George confessed to second-degree robbery. He told George it was his only chance because he had a record. Quote, "Don't put the court to the expense of a trial, and they will give you county time," end quote. Instead, he was given an indeterminate sentence, 1 year to life. The first time I was put in prison, it was just like dying. Just to exist at all calls for some very heavy psychic adjustment. Being captured was the first of my fears. It may have been an acquired characteristic built up over centuries of black bondage. The turning point in his life came when I met Marx. Am I reading this correctly? Yeah, I am. I met Marx, Lenin, Trotsky, Engels, and Mao, and they redeemed me. For the first 4 years, I studied nothing but economics and military ideas. I met the Black Guerrillas, George Big Jake Lewis and James Carr, W.C. Nolan, Bill Christmas, Tony Gibson, and many others. We attempted to transform the black criminal mentality into a revolutionary mentality. He wasn't alone in his discovery. At the same time, other prisoners were just beginning to discover Marx, Fanon, and Mao, who provided them with a new way of regarding themselves and their struggle. A new standard of moral judgment. I have been in rebellion all my life. I just didn't know it, end quote. The social insights of Marx and others made it possible for them to have a sense of themselves as members of the human community, members of a revolutionary brotherhood. In prison, commitment to revolution has a special meaning and a special price. To be identified as a revolutionary by the prison authorities means an almost permanent denial of parole, separation from the other prisoners, solitary confinement, usually in maximum security wings of the prison, transfers from one prison to another, beatings, bad food. It brings down on you the entire punitive and repressive force of a completely totalitarian system. Sorry. Inside prison, George practiced a very special kind of devotion and love. When convicts talk about him, they often use the term, quote, for real, end quote. Many inmates murder mouth and sell wolf tickets. Many inmates, quote, murder mouth and, quote, sell wolf tickets. They do a lot of heavy talking, but when it comes down to the point of action, they disappear. George, however, was as good as his word. When he made a statement of some kind, it would be followed by action. If you were the victim of a racial attack inside prison, there was a good chance that he would turn up fighting for you at your side. Most of his, quote, offenses inside prison, the reasons why he was forced to spend over 7 years in various forms of solitary confinement, including the infamous strip cells in Soledad's O wing, the reasons why he was never paroled, involve his defense of other inmates. What made him particularly dangerous to the prison authorities was his enormous talent as an organizer. We have got to be together. We have got to be in a position to tell the pig that if he doesn't serve the food when it's warm and pass out the scouring powder, on time, everybody on the tier is going to throw something at him. Then things will change and life will be easier. You don't get that kind of unity when you're fighting with each other. I'm always telling the brothers that some of those whites are willing to work with us against the pigs. All they got to do is stop talking honky. When the races start fighting, all you have is one maniac group against another. That's just what the pig wants. It is not coincidental that the need for unity among revolutionary groups is one of the major themes of this book. Try to remember how you felt at the most depressing moment of your life, the moment of your deepest dejection. That is how I feel all the time. No matter what level my consciousness may be asleep, awake, in between, the thing is there and it keeps me moving. Pins my eye to the ball, uptight, 24 hours a day. Locked down inside his cell, George devoted himself to study. His painfully acquired scholarship in the fields of Marxian economics and history rivaled that of most college professors, but sometimes for days on end, reality itself would vanish from his cell. I would be sitting in a special locked isolation cell, sometimes even with the lock welded shut, and there would be no one to talk to. Just the sound of screaming voices. And there is no human contact. You depend on books. No contact with people. Special lock welded on the door. Nobody around. I'm strictly by myself. The only friend I had was a book. Sometimes I'd find myself talking out loud to the author. I'd sort of wake myself up and I'd hear myself talking to this other person. I guess it was like some kind of wish fulfillment. When I'm asleep at night, I still find myself talking to those guys. Typing laboriously on a plastic typewriter, George published position papers which dealt with prison life and revolutionary politics from a Marxian point of view. He paid a heavy price for his activities. When the prison couldn't break him through solitary confinement, they attempted to have him killed by other inmates. Quote, they were forced to frame me and set me up for the final kill, end quote. The word was out among white convicts. Get Jackson, it will do you some good. Once he remarked that there had been 20 setups on his life inside prison, it got so that when he left his cell, he was always ready to parry an attack. But nothing could mitigate the pain of confinement, and the years stretched out, and a whole decade passed. In the context of his life, what happened next had a grim inevitability. On January 13, 1970, a new exercise yard was opened in the maximum security wing of Soledad Prison. 8 whites and 7 blacks were skin searched and sent out into the yard. Predictably, a fight broke out between the whites and the blacks. Without any warning, a tower guard who had a reputation as a crack shot began to fire. He fired 4 times and 3 black inmates were killed. One white... Yo,
hang
James.
around by adding this to my list after I finish Revolutionary Suicide Comfy.
Hell yeah. Good to see you, James. Thank you so much for 41 months. I appreciate you. He fired 4 times and 3 black inmates were killed. One white prisoner was wounded in the groin by a shot that ricocheted. Black survivors claim that one of the wounded men bled to death on the concrete floor. 3 days later, the Monterey County grand jury found that the killings were justifiable homicide. Classic. Less than half an hour after this verdict was announced on the prison radio, a white guard, not the guard who had fired the shots, was found beaten to death. All the convicts in the wing where the killing took place were put into isolation. On February 28th, Fleta Drumgo, John Clichette, and George Jackson were formally charged with the murder. The prison authorities accused George because, in their words, quote, he was the only one who could have done it. With their total power over the inmate population, the power of parole, solitary confinement, the power of life and death, they were certain they could get the kind of testimony they needed when the trial came. When George's parents came to visit him, they used to bring his younger brother, Jonathan. George and Jonathan would get off to one side of the visiting room and whisper together. What went on between them can be seen in this book and the excerpts from Jonathan's correspondence. At the age of 16, Jonathan had an extraordinary insight into the nature of guerrilla warfare. In some of his letters, George was later to refer to Jonathan as his alter ego. After George was accused of the murder of the guard on the 16th of January, Jonathan began to get his first taste of American justice. Jonathan himself wrote, "People have said that I am obsessed with my brother's case and the movement in general. A person that was close to me once said that my life was too wrapped up in my brother's case and that I wasn't cheerful enough for her. It's true, I don't laugh very much anymore. I don't have one question to I have but one question to ask all you people and people that think like you. What would you do if it was your brother?" On August 7th, 1971, Jonathan Jackson entered a courtroom in San Rafael, California, and attempted to free 3 black convicts, one of whom was on trial for assaulting a guard. He armed the convicts and took 5 hostages, including the assistant district attorney and the judge, still dressed in his robes. He died a few minutes later in a hail of bullets inside a rented van that was being used for the getaway. "We're taking over," he said. At 17, Jonathan had already come to the conclusion that the only way he could affirm his sense of justice was at the point of a gun. His experience of life in America had convinced him that the only way he could be heard was by an act of suicidal daring. "You can take our pictures. We are the revolutionaries." With these words, he announced to the world that he was not a criminal because he no longer recognized the legitimacy of white law. When his sister heard the news of his death, she cried out, "But he was only a boy." Her mother corrected her, "Don't say that. He was a man. They killed his father a long time ago. Jonathan wasn't going to let that happen to him. He was going to live like a man." After his death, George wrote in a letter, "I haven't shed one tear. I'm too proud for that. A beautiful, beautiful man-child with a submachine gun. He knew how to be with people. I loved Jonathan, but his death only sharpens my fighting spirit. I'm proud to have known I'm proud just to have known that he was flesh of my flesh, blood of my blood." In a news conference 3 days later, he said, "I love that boy. I was the first to stand him up in his crib. Not a crib, really. All we had was a box. I taught him how to walk. I wanted to teach him how to fly. I'll think of him now as I think of Che Guevara." George Jackson's last book, Blood in My Eye, speaks with the voice of the dead. not only the dead George Jackson and his brother Jonathan, but the living dead in all of the jails and ghettos of this country. It speaks with the voices of the men who have already given themselves up for dead and who have nothing left to give, except a death for the people. It is very much a book by a man who considered himself doomed. In his last letters, George wrote about the judicial process as the endgame. He had foreseen and foretold his assassination at San Quentin 1,000 times. 10 years of blocking knife thrusts and the pick handles of sadistic pigs. The fact that the author of this book lived with his death for so many years gives his book a kind of special importance, but it would be a mistake to consider it simply as the work of an individual. George always refused to consider himself an individual. Untold thousands, both inside and outside prison, join in its proclamation of total revolutionary war. This book was written literally in Bedlam, with the author locked in solitary confinement for a minimum of 23.5 hours a day. In the midst of raucous screaming that never stopped, the screams of prisoners being beaten, the screams of men retreating from intolerable pain into madness. It is a book about taking the revolution that George worked and died for inside prison out into society at large. His message to his revolutionary brothers is crystal clear. Settle your quarrels. Come together. Understand the reality of our situation. Understand that fascism is already here. That people are already dying, who could have been saved. That generations more will die or live poor, butchered half-lives if you fail to act. Do what must be done. Discover your humanity and your love in revolution. Pass on the torch. Join us. Give up your life for the people. George Jackson was shot and killed inside San Quentin on August 21st, 1971. The convicts who were with him inside the cell block where he was being confined have asserted that he sacrificed his own life to save them from an official massacre. This would have been in keeping with the character of his entire life. Gregory Armstrong, October 15th, 1971. It's rough. They really were revolutionaries. All right. Blood in my eye. We must accept the eventuality of bringing the USA to its knees. Accept the closing off of critical sections of the city with barbed wire, armored pig carriers crisscrossing the streets, soldiers everywhere, Tommy guns pointed at stomach level, smoke curling black against the daylight sky, the smell of cordite, house-to-house searches, doors being kicked in, the commonness of death. March 28, 1971. Letter to a comrade. My sister has informed me of your release and the political education class you have formed. From her words and your messages, I sense that we are still together. We've gone through approximately the same changes since they separated us. The confused fight to national revolutionary Africa, through the riot stage of revolutionary Black America. We have finally arrived at scientific revolutionary socialism with the rest of the colonial world. I was hoping that you wouldn't get trapped in the riot stage, like a great many others, very sincere brothers. I have to browbeat them every day down here. They think they don't need ideology, strategy, or tactics. They think being a warrior is quite enough. And yet, without discipline or direction, they'll end up washing cars or unclaimed bodies in the city-state's morgue. But I was almost certain that wouldn't be your destination, brother. Though I no longer adhere to all of Nikaev's revolutionary catechism, too cold, very much like the fascist psychology, revolution should be love-inspired. His first line contains the incontrovertible truth: the black revolutionary is twice doomed. At times, I wonder about the present state of revolutionary black consciousness. It's really annoying to hear blacks express right-wing traditionalist political ideals. I mean, the same spiel that you get from Wallace, Maddox, Hearst, or Hunt coming from black people like Lomax, Young, Bunch, some recently dead now, thanks to the forces of good. This is like kind of cut off right here, or is that just say, it's just never mind. I think Lady Lomax is still around, though representing Africa with her Anglo-Saxon vernacular. Her husband, L. Lomax, was CIA. Did you read The Reluctant African, which was sheer propaganda for the owner disguised in blackface? These are the really dangerous people. When the leap to destroy the owner will have these kinds of N-words to fight. They will use the tactic white left-wing causes to protect their bosses, white right-wing cause. You must teach that socialism, communalism is as old as man, that its principles formed the basis of mostly all the East African cultures. There was no word to denote possession in the original East African tongues. I did not know that. The only independent African societies today are socialistic. Those which allowed capitalism to remain are still neo-colonies. Any black who would defend an African military dictatorship is as much a fascist as Hoover. Are you aware of how the people are living under these so-called Africanized fascist cultures? The Congo and the entire west coast of Africa, excepting Guinea and Mauritania, are still slave states, dominated by westernized black right-wing puppets. I'm too thoroughly sick of the old Jess B. Simples. Young ones too. They'll be your main source of opposition in communizing the black colonies here. The, quote, good white people who own things will always give them a few inches in their papers or other media. That's how fascism works, influencing the masses and institutions through elites. I talked to several black lawyers when I got this last case of pig killing hung on me. We started off agreeing, but they abandoned me the moment I attacked Anglo-Saxon law, capitalism, and the blues, and then went on to recognize Black Panthers, Kwame Nkrumah, Sekou Toure, Nyerere and Odinga instead of Kenyatta, Lumumba instead of that little punk in Ethiopia, and Peking instead of Atlanta or Freetown. That will be your main source of opposition, the black running dog. But it's unfair to automatically condemn a black person for not understanding economic and political subtleties. Some are simply confused in an honest way. Some of the arguments they pose will center around the despondent cliche that, quote, Africa will invent something unique. It won't be socialism, communism, or capitalism. Often they'll leave out the denunciation of capitalism altogether. You must explain the economic motive of human social history and bring out that there are only two ways by which societies can ever be governed and organized for production of their needs. The various types of totalitarian methods represented by assorted capitalist and fascist arrangements, and the egalitarian method. The egalitarianism is people's government, and people's government and economics is socialism, dialectical and materialist. How else can societies be governed? There must be hierarchies or the elimination of hierarchies. Then show that the greatest contributions to egalitarianism came from Africa, the greatest and the first examples. Then, comrade, you will encounter the faint-hearted and illogical types like Ali/Clay, entertainer and tool of the capitalist cliques. Their line is, quote, ain't nobody but black folks gonna die in a revolution, end quote. This argument completely overlooks the fact that we always have done most of the dying, and still do. Dying at the stake through social neglect or in US foreign wars. The point is now to construct a situation where someone else will join in the dying. If it fails and we have to do most of the dying anyway, we're certainly no worse off than before. We find ourselves today forced into re-examination of the whole nature of black revolutionary consciousness and its relative standing within a class society steeped in a form of racism so sensitized that it extends itself even to the slightest variation in skin tone. The great majority of blacks reject racism. They have never found it expedient, wise, or honorable to take on the characteristics of the enemy. I think it is vitally important to stress that for blacks, a concern for the, quote, survival of the race is patently not definable as racism. Any explanation for social phenomenon, past, present, or future, must present valid arguments and proof. As we travel back into history, honest descriptions and definitions will inevitably overlap. They will differ depending on their geopolitical standpoint. Ideally, they should be colored with as little subjective interpretation as possible from today's world. The present, due to its staggering complexities, is almost as conjectural as the past. We must prove our predictions about the future with action. So all my comments must be considered the merest supposition. They must be considered in just the same way we must consider all other comments in this area. They merit attention only in that as soon as I make them, it won't be much longer before I go about proving them. As a slave, the social phenomenon that engages my whole consciousness is, of course, revolution. The slave and revolution, excuse me. Born to a premature death, a menial subsistence wage worker, odd job man, the cleaner, the caught, the man under hatches, without bail, that's me, the colonial victim. Anyone who can pass the civil service examination today can kill me tomorrow. Anyone who passed the civil service examination yesterday can kill me today with complete immunity. I've lived with repression every moment of my life, a repression so formidable that any movement on my part can only bring relief, the respite of a small victory or the release of death. In every sense of the term, in every sense that's real, I'm a slave to and of property. Revolution within a modern industrial capitalist society can only mean the overthrow of all existing property relations and the destruction of all institutions that directly or indirectly support existing property relations. It must include the total suppression of all classes and individuals who endorse the present state of property relations or who stand to gain from it. Anything less than this is reform. Government and the infrastructure of the enemy capitalist state must be destroyed to get at the heart of Government and the infrastructure of the enemy capitalist state must be destroyed to get at the heart of the problem: property relations. Otherwise, there is no revolution. Reshuffle the governmental personnel and forms without changing property relations and economic institutions, and you have produced simply another reform stage in the old bourgeois revolution. The power to alter the present imbalances, to remedy the critical defects of an advanced industrial state ordered on an antiquated set of greed-confused motives, rests with control over production and distribution of wealth. If the 1% who presently control the wealth of the society maintain their control after any reordering of the state, the changes cannot be said to be revolutionary. The prerequisite for a successful popular revolution is that the victors totally junk the old machinery of state. Lenin stressed in the State and Revolution, quote, "One thing especially was proven by the Commune, vis-a-vis that the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery and wield it for its own purposes. And again, the working class must break up, smash the ready-made state machinery, and not confine itself merely to laying a hold of it. The reason is simple enough. A popular revolution means a revolution by and for the popular classes. Its ultimate aim is to bring all classes into one, that is, destroy the class state. Revolutionary change means the seizure of all that is held by the 1% and the transference of these holdings into the hands of the remaining 99%. If the 1% are simply displaced by another 1%, revolutionary change has not taken place. A social revolution after the fact of the modern corporate capitalist state can only mean the breakup of that state and a completely new form of economics and culture. As slaves, we understand that ownership and the mechanics of distribution must be reversed. The problems of the black colony and the brown colony, those of the entire 99% who are being manipulated, can never be redressed as long as the necessary resources for their solution are the personal property of an extraneous minority motivated solely by the need for its own survival. And that extraneous minority will never consider the proper solutions. We have this on record from a voice speaking from inside the Fourth Reich, a lieutenant governor of California orating in public on poverty. Quote, "1/3 of the population will always be ill-housed, ill-clothed, and ill-fed. Many urban problems are really conditions that we cannot change or do not want to incur the disadvantages of changing." His 1/3 statement was a calculated understatement. To the slaves, revolution is an imperative, a love-inspired, conscious act of desperation. It's aggressive. It isn't cool or cautious. It's bold, audacious, violent, an expression of icy, disdainful hatred. It can hardly be any other way without raising a fundamental contradiction. If revolution, and especially revolution in America, is anything less than an effective defense/attack weapon, and is an effective defense/attack weapon and a charger for the people to mount now, it is meaningless to the great majority of the slaves. If revolution is tied to dependence on the inscrutabilities of, quote, long-range politics, it cannot be made relevant to the person who expects to die tomorrow. There can be no rigid time controls attached to, quote, the process that offers itself as relief, not if those for whom it is principally intended are under attack now. If the proponents of revolution cannot learn to distinguish and translate the theoretical into the practical, if they continue to debate just how to call up and harness the conscious motive forces of revolution, the revolutionary ideal will be the loser. It will be rejected. The principal reservoir of revolutionary potential in America lies in wait inside the black colony. Its sheer numerical strength, its desperate historical relation to the violence of the productive system, and the fact of its present status in the creation of wealth force the black stratum at the base of the whole class structure into the forefront of any revolutionary scheme. 30% of all industrial workers are black. Close to 40% of all industrial support roles are filled by blacks. Blacks are still doing the work of the greatest slave state in history. The terms of our servitude are all that have been altered. The black colony can and will influence the fate of things to come in the USA. The impact of black revolutionary rage actually could carry at least the opening stages of a socialist revolution under certain circumstances, not discounting some of the complexities created by the specter of racism. However, if we are ever going to be successful in tying black energy and rage to the international socialist revolution, we must understand that racial complexities do exist. When the Minister of Defense and servant of the people attacks the strategy of the American Communist Party and the liberal left revisionists, not the ACP of today. Just throwing that out there. What's up, Lou Wave? What's up, Day? When the Minister of Defense and servant of the people attacks the strategy of the American Communist Party and the liberal left revisionists for their failure to devise a policy which takes into account the special circumstances of Yankee-style racism, he is not attacking communism and the collective ideal. He is questioning the Communist Party and other less committed sections of the left revolutionary movement about their awareness of the unique problems presented by a particularly vicious and immediately threatening racism. My brother Jonathan, a communist revolutionary to the core, writing me in June of 1969, theorized as follows. We are quite obviously faced with a need to organize some small defenses to the more flagrant abuses of the system now. I mean this in a military sense. The period of disorganized activity, of riots and rallies and purely political agitation/education has to come to a close. The violence of the opposition has brought it to an end. We cannot raise consciousness another millimeter without a new set of tactics. Long-range political ploys alone are not practical for us. To me, the concept seems to assume that someday in the distant future we'll produce a 700-pound flea to fight the paper tiger. That's not too likely to happen. While we await the precise moment when all of capitalism's victims will indignantly rise to destroy the system, we are being devoured in family lots at the whim of this thing. There will be no super slave. Some of us are going to have to take our courage in hand and build a hard revolutionary cadre for selective retaliatory violence. We have numbers on our side. If the whites who support revolutionary change can prevent this thing from degenerating into race war. The picture of the U.S. as a paper tiger is quite accurate, but there is a great deal of work to be done on its destruction, and I am of the opinion that if there is a big job of growing to do, the sooner begun, the sooner done. Both Huey and Jonathan are understandably calling for the programmed revolution to take into account the fact of racial genocide. Jonathan is calling from his grave, adding another voice to the many thunderous graveyard affirmations which, for us blacks, speeds the revolution to its ultimate issue. In order to develop revolutionary consciousness, we must learn how revolutionary consciousness can be raised to the highest point by stimuli from the vanguard elements. We recognize and appreciate the decades of hard, sometimes dangerous work in the name of revolution by the older socialist parties. Perhaps we couldn't exist at all were it not for their efforts. I think that's important. It is our sincere wish to operate in complete harmony with these older groups, but we must create new impetus and greater intellectual and physical energy if the forces of reaction are not to win another extended reprieve. A joint effort will make the task of overwhelming our common enemy all the simpler. But if our present differences cannot be reconciled by an honest and fearless search for the correct way, then we will be forced to take the foundation of correct ideals and theory into our own hands and build a positive and more practical superstructure applicable to the circumstances surrounding our lives. In his guerrilla warfare, Lenin wrote, quote, "New forms of struggle, unknown to the participants of the given period, inevitably arise as the given social situation changes. The coming crisis will introduce new forms of struggle that we are now unable to foresee," end quote. In other words, the old guard must not fail to understand that circumstances change in time and space, that there can be nothing dogmatic about revolutionary theory. It is to be born out of each popular struggle. Each popular struggle must be analyzed historically to discover new ideas. In the words of John Garassi, quote, building from one to the other, eventually the revolutionary cadre would become equipped with a theory rooted in experience, broadened by historical knowledge, tested by combat, and fortified by reflection. After 10 or 15 generations of laboring on subsistence level, after 140 years of political agitation and education, we grow impatient. Not that we fail to understand the risks and complexities of anti-establishment warfare. We simply want to live. We question a strategy that seems to have stopped short of providing a tactic for growth and for survival. Terror tactics like lynching will never be allowed to work on us. If terror is going to be the choice of weapons, there must be funerals on both sides, and let the whole enemy power complex be conscious of that. The superstructure of any edifice that is as extensive and as lofty as revolution must be re-examined with each successive layer for possible improvement of method. We have the foundation of our strategy. We have studied Marx and Lenin for a description and history of the modern industrial state. We've organized our thoughts and trained our bodies for the ideal of, quote, grave digging. Our vanguard elements understand the simple importance of winning consciousness. Of course, education and familiarization with the core issues on a broad basis precede hard revolutionary violence. If people are to understand and relate to revolutionary violence, they must first be educated into an acceptance of the fact that there is no alternative, or that the alternative is less inviting than a fight. Our whole question is, just what level of consciousness will support the violent revolutionary activity necessary to achieve our ends? And how will we know when this level is reached? Recall, our Mao teaches that when revolution fails, it isn't the fault of the people, it's the fault of the vanguard party. The people will never come to us and say, quote, let's fight. There have never been any spontaneous revolutions. They were all staged, manufactured by people who went to the head of the masses and directed them. The liberalist slogan, quote, you can't get ahead of the people, is meaningless. From what other position can one lead? From the rear guard leadership? I love this. Rear guard leadership? Question mark, exclamation point, exclamation point. A typical Yankee innovation. I think most of these irresponsible excuse slogans are based on dread, a secret wish to avoid the discomfiture of People's War. In all the successful class struggles and colonial wars of liberation, the vanguard elements did get ahead of the people and pull. There is no other way in forward mass movement. It's very simple and a good way of putting it. A vanguard which fears that consciousness will outstrip spontaneity, which fears to put forth a bold, quote, plan that would compel general recognition even among those who differ from us. Are they not confusing vanguard with rearguard? I am not implying that the Vanguard Party act out the people's role. I am not implying a, quote, society superior to society. We must never forget that it is the people who change circumstances and that the educator himself needs educating. Going among the people, this part, very much this. We must never forget that it is the people who change circumstances and that the educator himself needs educating. Going among the people, learning from the people, and serving the people is really stating that we must find out exactly what the people need and organize them around these needs. Bitch. Yes. Sorry. If the statement implies a, quote, coming from somewhere else, it substantiates no superiority, but rather a biological existential reality. This concept needs very little substantiating beyond the obvious fact of a nation of slaves who control no more wealth than some clothes, perhaps a worthless automobile, and a roof of sorts over their heads. But who have been successfully conditioned to feel rich or at least contented. The task of a revolutionary is to make a revolution. The word manufacture can be substituted for the word make, and the meaning comes through a little better for us. The fascists have deliberately manufactured a false sense of security by various stratagems. They will never permit conditions to go out of their control as long as, quote, bread and circuses appease. We clearly cannot dodge our responsibilities by giving credence to slogans built around, quote, conditions. Conditions will never be altogether right for a broadly based revolutionary war unless the fascists are stricken by an uncharacteristic fit of total madness. Should we wait for something that is not likely to occur at least for decades? Mind you, this was written in the late 60s? The conditions that are not present must be manufactured. Recall, we had people who felt conditions weren't right in the 1930s also. The government's breadlines were backed up around every corner, and baseball was at its peak. Private ownership of public property should have been destroyed in that decade, but the quote, conditions weren't right. The vanguard elements betrayed the people of this nation and the world as a result of their failure to seize the time. The vanguard elements betrayed the people of this nation and the world as a result of their failure to seize the time. The consequences were a catastrophic war and a new round of imperialist expansion. This time carried out by the greatest imperialist of all time, the Yankee Brigand. Did I pronounce that right? Brigand?
Brigand.
Yeah. Yeah. Nailed it. Almost was a tofu stream? Almost. We're reading. For anybody who is just pulling up. What's up, Reclaw? What's up, Doom? What's up, everybody who's just kind of pulling up? What's up, Malcolm in the mosh pit? What's up, Despairing Hair? Where were we? We were somewhere over here. I'll just start from the top. Recall, we had people who felt conditions weren't right in the 1930s also. The government's breadlines were backed up around every corner, and baseball was at its peak. Private ownership of public property should have been destroyed in that decade, but the conditions weren't right. The vanguard elements betrayed the people of this nation and the world as a result of their failure to seize the time. The consequences were a catastrophic war and a new round of imperialist expansion, this time carried out by the greatest imperialist of all time, the Yankee Brigand. There would now be no Indochina situation, to mention one of dozens of like situations, if we had taken ourselves seriously then when all conditions were favorable. It was a slightly below conscious desire to avoid doing the U.S. further violence and perhaps a general distaste for organized violence in particular that robbed us of our chance to win on that occasion when, ironically, a win could have cost very little. There wasn't then even the illusion of well-being. In a report written by Comrade Jonathan Jackson in November of 1969, just before Fred Hampton's and Mark Clark's murders in Chicago and the shootout at the Central Avenue Panther headquarters in Los Angeles, he says, It's come down on us hard now. There are plenty different breeds of pigs patrolling every street in the colony here. I mean, every section of the city that can be said to be predominantly black is saturated with the establishment's demented gunslingers of every sort. They're all nervous and dangerous as king cobras, spies, double agents, entrapment, a war of electronics, house-to-house searches, doors being kicked in. I feel just as you do on these issues. I'm just not going for it, even if it means fighting them by myself. If they kick down the door... Hey, what's up, Axel? Thank you so much. What's up? Welcome in. I'm just not going for it, even if it means fighting them by myself. If they kick down the door of a house I've stopped at, they'll fall in dead. The 9mm Browning weighs something like 2 pounds. I'm not carrying this extra weight around my belt for nothing, man. It has a 13-round clip. I keep one in the barrel, 14 shots. Save me a cell on Murderer's Row there. I could have 14 murder charges any day now. Sheesh. I gotta sleep, but I'm just waiting for Tofu to read the next couple pages in a video game. Okay. Okay. It keeps going in a video game. Woo! I'm gonna read that again. If they kick down the door of a house I've stopped at, they'll fall in dead. The 9mm Browning weighs something like 2 pounds. I'm not carrying this extra weight around my belt for nothing. It has a 13-round clip. I keep one in the barrel, 14 shots. Save me a cell on Murderer's Row there. I could have 14 murder charges any day now. Try to get the picture. Down every through street, they cruise just a few moments apart at most. Sometimes the stupid bastards are bumper to bumper. Each one of the cruisers has a different residential street here in the black communities that seems to belong to them. It's patterned. Let's say 2 pig cars, P and P2, are both traveling on south on Central. They'll patrol 6 to 7 blocks on that main street. P1 will then make a left on 50th Street, P2 a right on 51st Street, etc. It works out so that each couple of square blocks is in effect always surrounded, cut off, divided, subdivided. Repression is here. I've followed them, studied them, hold a few of their cars. You should see how they'll run when they can't tell from exactly what quarter they're drawing fire. We overestimate them, or perhaps have little sense of our own power. In the short run, and here I mean in an isolated tactical operation sitting within a particular political design with military weapons, we could easily outgun the establishment's first line of defense. I'm reading a book, by the way. Twitch, this is a book. I'm not saying these things. I'm merely reading a book right now. I just want to throw that out there that this is a book. Anyway. We overestimate them, or perhaps have little sense of our own power. In the short run, and here I mean in an isolated tactical situation, sitting within a particular political design with military weapons, we could easily outgun the establishment's first line of defense. What, for example, would the city pigs do if they are confronted by a .38 snubbed revolver in the hand of a brother who's fired that .38 perhaps 10 times in his life? Then take the same situation, but give a brother a flamethrower stolen from the military. Give the brother an armored van from inside which he could use said flamethrower. Give him also 2 comrades in arms, one equipped with an M60 machine gun, the other an anti-tank rocket launcher. I'm merely asking what if. You know what I mean? This is merely a thought experiment. It's a book. What if, though? Listen, a girl can dream. Because that's all it is. A dream. Okay? It's just a book. A book that, in the preface, was described as a weapon. Fuck! Ah, shit! Caught. Ah, fuck. Everybody run! Fuck. That was the funniest fucking sentence ever. I'm so sorry. That is the funniest. Holy, my man's is going off. I gotta run that back. That's fucking. We overestimate them, or perhaps have little sense of our own power. In the short run, and here I mean in an isolated tactical operation sitting within a particular political design. I think that part is actually very important, right? With military, oh my fucking god. Okay. In an isolated tactical operation sitting within a particular political design with military weapons, we could easily outgun the establishment's first line of defense. What, for example, would the city's pigs do if they are confronted by a 38 snubbed revolver in the hand of a brother who's fired that 38 perhaps 10 times in his life? Then take the same situation, but give the brother a flamethrower stolen from the military. Give the brother an armored van from inside which he could use said flamethrower. Give him also 2 comrades in arms, one equipped with an M60 machine gun, the other an anti-tank rocket launcher. Pigs are punks. Give me 10 cells armed as I've just mentioned, and we could start to enforce some of the demands of the people. Their present show of strength is actually their weakness. They're too visible. Comrades ask me sometimes, what can we do against, quote, all these pigs? I state it simply, we put them to death. They look at me as if to say, quote, you're nuts, man. When I go about my explanation, their eyes go blank, or they are distracted by something 5 blocks down the street. They're not hearing then. So what's happening? The things I say, for us, smile, seem too fantastic for them to even listen. Yet it doesn't even seem fantastic for them to go against the LAPD with a snub-nosed revolver. There's a great deal of work to be done with ourselves yet, but the day of the real dragon is coming. Long live the gorilla. The day of the real dragon is coming. Where is that from? Man added an emo. Yeah, man's putting emotes in the fucking. He said in parentheses, "Peepo smile." That feels like Mao, but might be the Orientalist in me. Where did it go? The day of dragon. I feel like that's gotta be from somewhere, no? Fuck you, AI bullshit. Alright, it's just a bunch of random shit about dragons. Whatever. Spam the first emote. The day of the real dragon is coming. Long live the gorilla. Jonathan was 16 years old then. Bro. 16 years old and wrote that. The bear was the Soviet Union and the eagle was the US. Wait, is that Mao? No, Mao coined paper tigers. What about the dragon? Actually, that makes perfect sense. I don't know. You all look into that. All 16-year-olds are batshit. See, the thing is, I don't read something batshit. What I'm reading here, in my opinion, doesn't feel batshit. It feels angry. Like, it feels actually incredibly sober, but like, it's like super angry. I mean, I don't know how else to put that. Locked in. Might be Ho Chi Minh, low key. I think you might be right. Can I be the possum? Yes, you may, Gio. Flamethrower, dragon. What's up, NRG? In terms of like visuals, it's always been the Chinese dragon, Russian, Soviet bear, and American eagle. Yeah, like I wasn't batshit at 16, if anything, deprived and isolated. I have the same, I mean, shit, I learned at a young age. I had many examples in my life growing up. You know, I learned very young that the police weren't my friend. and I've seen horrible things as a young person, done at the hands of the police, and I've always been angry. I've always felt outcasted, being like not fitting in anywhere, like whether it's too femme for the boys, too mask for the girls, and to this for the that, and then that for the this and that. I don't know. I've always I can relate to having to having never have felt like you ever really belonged somewhere, and having just an unquenchable anger for not having consented to this, and without learning more about history, without learning about politics, without dare I say ideology, theory, that's just pure anger that ends up getting people in jail and doing just classically in our society. And it leads you either to horrible places, or it gets honed and it gets directed, and you learn why you're angry, and that way you learn about how you can fix it, or how you can at least reduce what happened to you, from happening, or prevent what happened to you from happening to others. Yeah, I mean, for me, it was always my hatred of the police and distrust of authority because of what I have seen done at the hands of authority and people who are supposed to be, protectors. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't read bad shit. I read angry 16-year-old who is extremely fucking smart. It's way more well-read than I was at 16. You know what I mean? 16 years old. Jonathan was 16 years old then, and he had just that year been allowed to drive a car. He liked to drive and observe. He had long since learned to like the fight. Guns and weapons in general were his forte. I carefully reminded him that even Vanguard violence was organized violence. He returned one of Fanon's lines. See, I wasn't reading fucking Fanon and Lenin at 16. I was going, you know what I mean? I was doing drugs and I don't know, partying and going to shows, and I was listening to music. You know what I mean? That was my introduction to politics, was punk rock. As a young angry person, I read Shay. Well, I mean, that's dope. That's sick. That's I wish I did. I wish I fucking, had good influences in that way throughout my life. I had nothing but bad influences. You know what I mean? Throughout my entire life. And even the good influences were not great necessarily. People who I would say inspired me so much and taught me so much, in the world of graffiti, for example. That was a being heavily into graffiti as a young person brought a lot of hardship to my life. You know what I mean? But it was but it's still an important time and an important part of me, and all of those things. Choking victim to Parenti pipeline, literally. Literally though, that's literally. I wasn't reading revolutionary text. I mean, I was not either, not even close, but I was listening to Immortal Technique, so that's gotta count for something. I was listening to Immortal Technique in 7th grade, so that's gotta mean something. You can learn a lot from street culture, absolutely. I had a sidekick. Hell yeah. The internet gives, the internet takes our attention. At 16, my number one priority was getting laid at any cost. Yeah. Ho Chi Minh said, at that precise moment, the Son of Heaven was having a dream. He could see the dragons carved on his furniture come to life, transforming themselves into hideous snakes with large bloody eyes. I saw some about the use of the dragon as an oppressed person who becomes a revolutionary. Oh, interesting. So yeah, I think that probably is a Ho Chi Minh thing. I mean, batshit. Oh yeah, and I'm sorry, Ox, if I was kind of dwelling on that, I was dunking on you. Yeah, that wasn't my my intention. But I mean batshit in an effective way, like having crazy. Oh, I see. Yeah, right. I mean, it's that confidence with being young, right, and like kind of feeling invincible. Like I did crazy shit when I was young that I would never do now because I know the risks, and then even if I did know the risks, I did it anyway. You know, and that's the time in your life where you like you kind of suss out the like the boundaries of what you are actually capable of doing and like what is right and wrong and all of these things. Yeah, like I was, you know, I've been to jail a couple times and I'm not going back. Like I can't go back now, you know. I like can't even. That's not even like I'm not going to jail. You know what I mean? Like that's not happening. Because that's not a place that I should go now. You know what I mean? When I was younger and a boy, right? Like, you know, whatever. I didn't really care, and like I had like my whole life ahead of me, and you know, so it was like different, and I felt like way more confident and and I had less regard for a lot of things. I mean, I don't know. It was also, like I said before, like grew up very angry and depressed. You know what I mean? What's up, Mander? Or you would be right about things and not actually know how or why you're right. It's just totally by accident. Yeah, for sure. Exactly. Yeah, for sure. Like it's kind of like what I was saying. Like you have, like I still, like I said, like I still have that same anger. I just know where it comes from, and I know why I have that anger. I know how to express that anger now. I know what to do about that anger. But when I was 16, you know, it was like do some crazy shit, break the law, run from cops, you know, party, have fun, do graffiti. You know, sounds like a good time, dude. But you know, yeah, I love running from the cops. Listen, you can tell. Listen, I can tell when I meet people, like you've never run from the cops before, and it shows. Do you know what I mean? Like, I mean, maybe not all of you know what I mean, but like when I know a it's kind of in the same way that like I know when a motherfucker has never been punched in the face in their life, and it shows. Like I meet a lot of people like that, but there's in a similar way you can tell that like, yeah, you just didn't grow up like that. You know, you never ran from the cops. You like went up to them and asked them for stickers. You know what I mean? You asked them if you could sit on their lap in the fucking thing while they were beating up, you know, friends and loved ones in front of me as a young person. I've only ran from the cops in a party scenario where it's literally just yeah. I wasn't quite at reading revolutionary text level in high school, but me and my friends joined a protest in support of the Jena 6 that pushed me in the direction of socialism. I'm not sure what the Jena 6 is, but that's cool. That's very cool. That reminds me, when I was in high school, we protested the Westboro Baptist Church when they showed up to our high school because there was like a memorial going on for like the alumni that died in Iraq and Afghanistan and shit. Like we had a bunch of fucking kids that like graduated, like a fuckload of kids grew up and joined the military, right, and then went to war during the GWAT years. And so there was like one big like memorial, like football, like a whole thing going on at our school, and the Westboro Baptist Church showed up, and like it was actually pretty interesting and pretty inspiring, definitely. Like all the kids, like none of us knew shit about dick, but we knew that these guys were fucking assholes. You know what I mean? Like we know that these guys are fucking assholes. Their signs say like your U.S. soldiers are F slurs, and like F slurs like going to hell. Whatever. Like God hates the F slurs. You know the classics. So like it was like a whole like. A fuckload, like hundreds of kids like confronted them. It was pretty epic. I was firmly neither relating to cops, neither stickers nor running, too isolated to have had to run. All right, let's get back to this. So yeah, this kid, this 16-year-old was reading Lenin, Fanon, Mao, potentially Ho Chi Minh. You know, like, he returned one of Fanon's lines. It's time for the talking to end and the acting to begin. In another of his reports after the Chicago murders of Hampton and Clark and the 5-hour shoot at Black Panther headquarters in Los Angeles, he writes, the fact of American terror, slave existence in general, seems to have almost destroyed the nervous system of the black man here. They are frightened and feel they are smart for being so. Those that were those that were unaffected, those that escaped, those that refused to be intimidated, dismayed, prudent to the point of cowardice, have either joined or supported the Black Panther Party. They got down pretty cold. One point needs to be cleared up, however. I recall you remarking that in an urban guerrilla situation, the military proper must be hidden, separate from the political front, since unlike a classical Mao Jiap, I'm probably butchering that, countryside struggle where the enemy's principal forces are 30 miles down the road, that's like Mao's like guerrilla war and like the protracted People's War, about like the strategy in like rural agricultural communities and stuff like that, being like the front lines to wage the Revolutionary War. Forces are 30 miles down the road. With us, the enemy is all around. With us, the enemy is all around, within a few moments of a strike. There should, I feel, be one branch that is purely political, operating the rent strikes, the breakfast programs, the people's bazaars, where all sorts of food and clothing, utensils and tools are sold, hospitals or clinics, free of course, and what I will term cottage shops to employ those who will work for the new medium of exchange, love and loyalty. At such things as the making of the clothing and canning of the food for the people's bazaar. Then there should be the super secret branch to enforce, the military, the comrades with the nervous equipment to make the best use of the M60, the M16, the flamethrower, the hand grenade, the mortar, our armored vans and equipment in front, and plenty of gun ports, bulletproof tires, etc. You dig? One of the large trucks properly prepared, plastic may be the best armor. 1.5 inches will stop a 220 grain slug fired from a 45 machine gun. 2 to 3 inches will protect you from high power rifle bullets, and that's definitely not the case now with what cops are carrying now, but yeah. And with the heavy armor piercing ammo equipped M60 port in the front cab, oh my goodness, and with the heavy armor piercing ammo equipped M60 port in the front cab pointing in the direction that the truck is moving forward along the street is more effective than a tank of the Yankee style. The machine gun in the front cab and one pointing out to the rear from the trailer has whatever street they are moving down in a guerrilla ambush tactic we'll call angulation. Each one of these guns pointing front and back up the street and back down it has the advantage of being able to rack that entire street with only a slight back and forth lateral movement. One armor-piercing bullet may render several of the unrighteous dead. And comrade, the pigs are so proud of their new little copters. But did you guys know that recently there was a new FAA ordinance that says over large parts of southern Los Angeles, the LAPD and the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department can't fly their helicopters anymore without direct approval from, well, they always needed approval from the towers, like the towers at LAX, for example. But now they're the LAX controller people. I don't know why I'm blanking on what they're called. Traffic controllers, air traffic controllers. when they ask them for permission to fly to like, you know, to do a car chase or to like, I don't know, just harass poor communities like they do all day every day, most of the time, 9 times out of 10, they're being denied because of new rules that were born out of the mid-air collisions that have happened on the East Coast. So like that went down, and a bunch of like people, you know, a bunch of laws got pushed forward or new regulations got pushed forward, and now the LAPD and the LA Sheriff's Department has lost largely their number one most used tool is their helicopters. If you're in LA, you know what I mean, and not in a nice part of LA, you know how often they fly those things, how low they fly them all fucking day, every day, all day and night. They don't give a shit that all of everything in your house is shaking and all the china and glasses in your cabinets, and they don't give a fuck that you can't sleep constantly. Yeah, all the fucking time. You know, so if you know, you know. So like it's been considerably less traffic in the southern Los Angeles area. So I just want to let anybody in LA that might be interested in that information know that. So yeah, don't they use drones instead? There is like, they have started doing little bits of drone things, but from what I have seen, it's only like they have like drone squads. So they'll have like, you know, like how like an officer will have a canine. There'll be like a canine officer. There's like a drone officer. I don't know what their actual titles or like whatever, but there's like vans that they drive out and they'll like park places and then go in the back and like grab the drone gear and then fly it around. So there's not like, as far as I know yet, like drones flying out from like central areas and just like patrolling. I know that the officers themselves, they have like, much like the military is now like refocusing like tactics around the usage of like FPV drones and stuff, and how like much you know, a part, you know, taking drones into consideration plays in tactics. Now in conflicts, it's the same exact thing. The police isn't, you know, they're the same, they are the same shit. And they operate in the same exact way. So like you'll see them out and about sometimes. Yeah, I've seen drones used by KCPD here on rapid responses before. Yeah. So I mean, we probably have like, LAPD probably still has, you know, or probably has like this similar like contracts with like drone manufacturers and like whatever. So yeah. So yeah, less helicopters around South LA, which is cool because of LAX. But yeah, I have a feeling that the Los Angeles Police Protective League will be fighting like tooth and nail, you know, and I'm sure all the reactionaries, you know, rich reactionaries in Los Angeles will be going crazy about that too. So yeah, and also I wouldn't doubt that the like news stations would have an interest in that, because a big uptick, you know, they get a huge uptick in their viewership anytime there's a high-speed chase. And you know us in Los Angeles, we love our high-speed chases. Boy, do we. DHS is always flying around too. I've seen drones in Orlando twice this year. Is air traffic still receivable on an over-air band? I actually don't know. Actually, yes. So long as they're not government. You just have to have the right thing. And they might be like on digital frequencies now. So you might need like a, you know, like you might not be able to do it just like with your typical analog radio. You might need a, like, whatever the fuck it's called, the digital, I don't fucking remember what it's called. I'm actually going to be in a radio like Skillshare for two days this week, which is going to be very good and cool. Melly's death started with a high speed chase. Rest in peace. Yeah. Also, I hope you're doing good, but it's good to see you. I have seen the chases become React content. Oh yeah, I mean, it's good content. It's nobody does you know what I mean. Depends on who you're voting. Like everybody you're voting for, or rooting for. You know what I mean. Some people watch and you hope they get away. Some people watch, you know, you hope that the cops fucking. You hope you get to see a fucking, you know, officer involved shooting because you're a fucking freak or some shit. You know. Anyway, let's get back to this. Where were we? Oh yeah, and comrade, the pigs are so proud of their new little copters. They're suckers. It's almost comical to hear them boast and watch them look to the sky with the pride of power. The pig who will get up in one of those things is as stupidly suicidal as a duck trying to. This is a book. Twitch, YouTube, any potential platforms, you know, moderation. This is a book. This is merely a book. The pig who will get up in one of those things is as stupidly suicidal as a duck trying to outfly a charge of 12-gauge shot. The fierce and beautiful Kong shoot down a couple dozen of the very biggest and best copters Yankee Invention can produce every week. These things that the pigs use are toys, sitting ducks. One solid or armor-piercing 30 caliber bullet aimed at any one of several points, the tail rotor, the hub of the main rotor, or even the operator, will reduce $200,000 worth of Yankee Invention to scrap. Way more than that now. And every hour they spend like $2,000. Hold on, I actually had a stat on that. I don't know. It's like something like every hour that they're flying is $2,000 worth of fuel. It's okay to me. $2,900 per hour. Excuse me. Pardon me. Sorry. That's chump change. It's at $3,000 an hour to fly these things, and they usually have 3 in the sky at any given moment. There's usually 1 to the west of the 110 and 1 to the east of the 110, and then there's 1 flying above the 10 freeway. Pretty much at any given moment. I've been doing a lot of like self-education on the Los Angeles police use of helicopters, just for nerdy reasons. You know what I mean? Nothing like what we're reading here today. Promise. I was pursuing this joke of a secondary education when the whole thing occurred, but acting with my small thing would have hardly helped much, though it may have helped raise consciousness some. The besiegers attacked from the rear, the idea of it, strong. Militarily, it would have demonstrated to the pigs that the Panther Party is not out there on the limb alone, and of course it would have promoted among the people that confidence of ability we always speak on when together. How would they have felt, the pigs and the people, if the nameless, faceless, lightning-swift soldier of the people could have reached up, twisted the tail of their $200,000 deathbird, and hurled it into the streets, broken, ablaze? I think that sort of thing has more to do with consciousness than anything else I can think of. Long live the Panther, power to the people who don't fear freedom. Jonathan was 16 years old then, I repeat. Man. Consciousness is the opposite of indifference, of blindness, blankness. Promoting consciousness involves the general dissemination of the concept that each of us is part of a universal action and interaction, that poles are somewhere connected, that there are material causes for trauma, vertigo, degenerative disease. Connections, cause and effect, clarity on their relation and interrelations, the connection with the past, continuity, flow, movement, the awareness that nothing remains the same for long. And it follows that if a thing is not building, it is certainly decaying, that life is revolution, and that the world will die if we don't read and act out its imperatives. Not on its own will it die. Not on its own will it die. but rather because the forces of reaction have created imbalances that will kill it. Quote, the seed of its own destruction, end quote. Our destruction too, in the epoch of the bomb, the nerve gases, the massive precipitation of industrial wastes. Consciousness is knowledge, recognition, foresight, common experience and perception, sensibility, alertness, mindfulness. It stirs the senses, the blood. It exposes and suggests. It will objectify, enrage, direct. There are no positive formulas for a thing so complex. We have guidelines only to help us with its growth. This means that after we are done with our books, they must be put aside, and the search for method will depend on observations, correct analyses, creativity, and seizing the time. Sometime after December 4th, 1969, after the December 4th, 1969 shootout around the Panther Party Los Angeles headquarters, Jonathan commented on the connections, the aftermath. Have you grasped the significance of the backlash? It has stung the fascist. The people are in ferment, all of them, of all persuasion. They don't dig midnight or dawn raiding parties, bullets with steel jackets, cowardly pigs perched upon their roofs, the same gases manufactured for use against the Vietnamese liberators blowing back into their faces. Repression. Do you see the effect it has on the uncommitted? Comrade, repression exposes. By drawing violence from the beast, the Vanguard Party is demonstrating for the world to examine just exactly what terms their rule is predicated on. Their power to organize violence, our acquiescence. But check, blacks are conditioned to acquiesce. They have in general been led to believe that this system is the product and property of the white man. That the white man will protect it with his all. That the white man is a killer, a reflex killer. That all we can ever hope for is a reforming or expanding of the system to include the few of us who can make ourselves acceptable. It's too big for us. You can't fight City Hall. It can't happen in America. And all of that shit. Pig shit. Double check. Of all the objective conditions are present here in the black colony for revolution, the physical thing, I mean want, and want to, the real feeling, not the various pretenses. East Los Angeles hasn't changed a bit since you were out. Watts is still a depressed area, and here I am in the year 2026, where Watts is in fact still a depressed area. Many of the West Side districts are starting to resemble the older black districts. The issue of employment is still the same. We do 30 to 40% of the nation's work for 1% of the returns, and a huge pool of us is always kept unemployed to reduce the value of the labor of those who are, just like 10 years ago, just like 1864 to 65, when we were thrown on the labor market, hungry, ragged, crowded into clapboards and unhappy. Nothing has changed since you left the street, comrade. Not in this respect, at least. Perhaps our condition stands out a little more glaringly. That's all. But you know what's been building? The Vanguard has viciously attacked the system. The omnipotent system attacked by the slave. Sort of like the worker bee growing so disgusted with the quality of his life that he turns and attacks the bear. The other bees will understand. They do understand. And all sorts of bees, even those who thought the bear their rightful ruler, see him differently when he foams at the mouth and bites at his own tail. I think you were on the right track with the idea concerning repression. It has to be a part of the revolutionary process, a necessary stage in the development of revolutionary consciousness. The situation being as it was and is, the black experience is what I'm referring to here. The milder Lynch example type repression is accepted by us as a necessary part of life. But the new harsher thing brought on by the political thrust of the Vanguard Party serves to show even the most tractable of the reformers among us that firstly, the system will not, or actually cannot, meet our demands. Secondly, it clearly illustrates the real terms of our existence under capitalism, the nature of it, and how foul a piece of the pie would be even if we could have some. One fundamental problem remains, the survival of the Vanguard political party, and I mean in good form. We must think to the righteous fielding of a clandestine army. John. Lenin, Guevara, and Fanon, all in their particular fashion, postulate that before revolution can take place, all forms of redress must be exhausted, clearly exhausted. Electoral processes must have broken down. The confidence of the electorate in any of the old forms completely shattered. Confidence in the ability of the old system to honestly organize any aspect of public life must be shaken to the core. Years and years ago, it may have been an acceptable tactic to organize a people's ticket of solid worker and revolutionary credentials and arm it with an ideal platform, only to be defeated by a mudslinging, opportunist warlord, demonstrably inferior, a scum-swelling pig. Then pass out a pamphlet to explain to the people how the system has failed them, or speak it in Pershing Square, or years ago in the campus hall. Today, it is not a tactic, it's counter-revolution. After 40 years, it's pretty clear that it will not suffice. Years ago, working with and attempting to influence union leadership may have been judicious, but the government has long since infiltrated and bought off this leadership and legislated away the strike. Union hall speeches and pamphlet passing are playing at revolution. Union hall speeches and pamphlet passing are playing at revolution. It isn't revolutionary or materialist to disconnect things, to disconnect revolutionary consciousness from revolutionizing activity, to build consciousness with political agitation and educational issue-making alone is idealistic rather than materialist. The effect has been reformism rather than revolution. When any election is held, it will fortify rather than destroy the credibility of the power brokers. When we participate in this election to win instead of disrupt, we're lending to its credibility and destroying our own. With all the factors of control over the electoral process in the hands of the minority ruling class, the People's Party can always be made to seem isolated, unimportant, even extraneous. If these tactics still give the appearance of revolution to some after decades of miscarriage, we are justified in replacing them as a vanguard. Holy. That part, yeah. When people begin to express their disgust at the demagogic and reformist maneuvers of the vanguard parties, they will discover in real action a new form of political activity which in no way resembles the old. These politics are the politics of leaders and organizers living inside history who take the lead with their brains and their muscles in the fight for freedom. These politics are revolutionary and social, and these new facts which the native will now come to know exist only in action. These are the essence of the fight, which explodes the old colonial truths and reveals unexpected facets, which brings out new meanings and pinpoints the contradictions camouflaged by these facts. The people engaged in the struggle, who because of it command and know these facts, go forward, freed from colonialism and forewarned of all attempts at mystification, inoculated against all national anthems. Violence alone, violence committed by the people, violence organized and educated by its leaders, makes it possible for the masses to understand social truths and gives the keys to them. Without that struggle, without that knowledge of the practice of action, there's nothing but a fancy dress parade and the blare of the trumpets. There's nothing save a minimum of readaptation, a few reforms at the top, a flag waving, and down there at the bottom, an undivided mass still living in the Middle Ages, endlessly marking time. That's from Fanon. In the general retreat, to avoid full commitment to right the discomfort out of revolution, some have raised the debate among us that has degenerated into name-calling, quoting the same authorities to validate diametrically opposed ideas, and ultimately creating a process that is dividing us into two mutually exclusive or contradictory groups. The overall effect is to reduce us to caricature. Where more than one individual is involved in any life situation, the fact of subjectivism will always make differences based on opinion and interpretation. A problem in exchanges in reaching the necessary means for the initiation of collective activity. Some debate will always be carried on. However, on the basics, we must somehow agree or nothing will get done. All opinions are not of equal value, and there is such a thing as counterproductive revisionism. Stupidity is not unknown to our long-range political policymakers. Participation in electoral politics, organized by the enemy state, after recognizing participation in electoral politics organized by the enemy state after recognizing. Holy fuck! It's a recognizing. My brain. Sorry. We're back. Centering ourselves, grounding, deep breaths. Participation in electoral politics or organized by the enemy state. Wait, where do I keep getting or organized? My brain keeps breaking on this sentence. This sentence won't let me... Hold on. Oh my god. Stupidity is not unknown to our long-range political policymakers. Participation in electoral politics organized by the enemy state, after recognizing that the whole process must be discredited as a conditional step into revolution, and particularly participation that tends to authenticate this process, is the opposite of revolution. It's a tactic for the ultra-rightists. With history as a guide, we could never make such monumental errors. The history of the US, the blood-soaked, urine-steeped essence of its being, the wreckage and demise of its human character under the wheels of a 200-year-old headlong flight with heedless, frightened animals at the controls of a machine that has mastered them, allows for no appeal on a strictly ideological level. George Wallace or Adolf Hitler would fare better at the polls of an honest election than Huey Newton and Tom Hayden. But again, what is an honest election after the fact of monopoly capital? Repression is indeed a part of revolution, a natural aspect of antithesis, the always to be expected defense-attack reflex of the beleaguered, toothless tiger. All arguments against this fundamental fact are false and labored to the point of being completely illogical. Can power be seriously challenged without a response? Will the robber baron, the tycoon, the Führer allow us to seize his privilege without resistance? Can we steal it away from the greatest bandit of all time with sleight of hand alone? Incredible. The fascists understand the value of mass psychology. The fascists understand the value of mass psychology, are familiar with its use, and hold all the important implements of its effective control. But they are not aware of our existence and our general strategy regarding the reaching of people. The whole situation can be reduced to a minority ruling clique engaging the people's vanguard elements for control of the masses. The ruling clique approaches its task with a what to think program. The vanguard elements have the much more difficult job of promoting how to think. No tactic can be ignored or discounted in such a battle. Power responds to all threats. The response is repression. If the threat is a small one, the fascist tactic is to laugh it off, ignore it, isolate it with its defense mechanism, media. The greater the threat, the greater the corresponding violence from power. The only effective challenge to power is one that is broad enough to make isolation impossible. And just already, the only effective challenge to power is one that is broad enough to make isolation impossible, and intensive enough to cause repression to affect the normal life of as many members of the society as possible. By compromising and playing at class war, we lose. If some effective means of threatening to wield power is not used in the opening stages of revolutionary activity, repression will concentrate itself on the vanguard elements only, when the ideal situation is for the people to feel the raw essence of power. Nothing can bend consciousness more effectively than a false arrest, a no-knock invasion, careless, panic-stricken gunfire. These will frighten some, anger others. Common sense alone tells me whom the people will turn their anger against. Perhaps for a short time they will be angry at us, but since the pig is a pig, it won't be long before this anger is channeled in the right direction. Fuck, man. Revolution builds in stages. It isn't cool or romantic. It's bold and vicious. It's stalking and being stalked. Okay, that hits particularly hard. The revolution builds in stages. It isn't cool or romantic. It's bold and vicious. It's stalking and being stalked, the opposition rising above our level of violence to repress us. And our force is learning how to counter this repression and again pulling ourselves above their level of violence. That process repeats itself again and again until finally the level is reached where the real power of the people is felt and the ruling class is suppressed. The power of the people lies in its greater potential violence. Read that again. The power of the people lies in its greater potential violence. And this power of the people, their greater potential violence, can be brought to fruition only if the conditions in an urban society are created by the application of the Foucault theory. The Foucault theory can be effective only when it does not allow itself to be isolated from the people, thus exposing itself to the vastly superior firepower of the corporate state. The Foucault theory grew out of the Cuban Revolution and refers to the more or less slow building up through guerrilla warfare of a mobile strategic force. I mean, this is just stuff like, this is literally shit that like Mao and everybody has talked about. It just literally cut and like, not necessarily cut and paste, but like copy and paste into different geographic contexts, right, and cultural contexts, like in different parts of the world. Building up through guerrilla warfare of a mobile strategic force, which would be the nucleus of a people's army and of a future socialistic state. Yeah. Let me read this part here. The Foucault theory can be effective only when it does not allow itself to be isolated from the people, thus exposing itself to the vastly superior firepower of the corporate state. There is no doubt that Fidel's Foucault was the motor to the revolution in Cuba. But nor can there be any doubt that Fidel's organizational genius made sure that the Foucault remained in the center of the much bigger revolutionary movement, which it controlled or guided for its military and political advantage. The Foucault may well be the best tactic to mount the motor, but it needs a long period of preparation, intensive organizational work to set up an efficient, reliable machinery, which will not only generate the atmosphere for armed struggle by Foucaults, but will also guarantee their logistic, communication, survival programs, and propaganda network. This is so fucking huge. Like, you really can't even begin to talk about wielding violence in a serious manner without directly addressing these things. The traditional like, this is reading like a continuation of reading like the Red Book, or, well, not the Red Book, but like guerrilla warfare. Like, it feels like a continuation. It feels like the next chapter. It feels like N-words with guns talking about fuck, why am I breaking on this? And me just referencing that book like that is probably not the best way to do it. But Robert Williams is who I was trying to think of. And this is the book. Well, I guess not this. Yeah, this. Talking about the experience of Robert F. Williams. Yeah, man. I'm very glad I'm reading this right now. And thank you for being with me, chat, while we do so. This makes it so much more fun. I posted PDF in Discord for anyone who wants it. Hell yeah, thank you. I was just thinking the same thing, was reading some Che recently. Yeah, I mean, yes. Literally, like, you could read Che Guevara's guerrilla warfare also. I mean, that's less like theoretical, more like hyper, like it's more tactical. But he even mentions it in his work, Guerrilla Warfare. There are so many, great, socialist leaders and revolutionaries that have written about their theory and experience with guerrilla warfare. And there's these through lines of permanent revolution, of people's struggle, of protracted people's war. Been meaning to read this for a while now. Thank you for reading. Hell yeah. It's the way he distills the teachers in simple language for everyone to understand. You're exact. Yeah, absolutely. And it's about America. Absolutely. Yeah. Where did we leave off here? Let me read a couple sentences back. The FOCO may well be the best tactic to mount the motor, but it needs a long period of preparation, intensive organizational work to set up an efficient, reliable machinery, which will not only generate the atmosphere for armed struggle by FOCOs, but will also guarantee their logistic, communication, survival programs, and propaganda network. The traditional communist parties of the world claim that they are doing just that, and have been mostly peacefully for 40 years. That is not what, excuse me, Bahar had in mind when he said that there have been, quote, real stages of hard underground life. Bahar, is that how I'm not familiar. Is that how you pronounce this, friends? And new left revolutionaries all over the world know very well that a revolutionary lifestyle is a warrior's lifestyle. By stages, he meant stages of combat, and that is precisely the way in which revolutionaries can be honed into the kind of organization capable of leading a people's war. Yeah, highly recommend Guerrilla Warfare to those interested in the history of direct action and revolutionary action. We are at an impasse now, because the level of revolutionary consciousness and activity cannot be reached without calling down on the nation a corresponding and perhaps overreactionary repression. And it's not the people who dread this next level of commitment. They don't understand the significance of it as yet. The dread, the fear, rests with some of the old guard elements. I refer you again to Mao. Quote, when revolution fails, it's the fault of the vanguard party. Some of the fear is an honest fear that revolution will be repressed entirely. These thinkers have historical references that roll them back to Europe, to the time of Hitler's Germany and Italy in the 20s and 30s. But I say that can never happen here. That was too long ago, too far away, and none of those European countries had 30 million irate N-words on their hands. None of that ever had to happen, for the same reason that we don't have to allow it to happen. All reactionary movements depend principally on a handful of individuals, sometimes one individual. There are many thousands of ways to correct individuals. The best way is to send one armed expert. I don't mean to outshout him with logic. I mean correct him, slay him, assassinate him with thuggy. I don't know this word. Thuggy. It's like bladey, but thuggy. Was a phenomenon of highway robbery in the Indian subcontinent. Oh, interesting. The Indian subcontinent that saw gangs of thugs, sometimes spelled thags, traverse the region, murdering and robbing travelers, often by strangling. Dang. However, there is a general consensus among historians against the cultic portrayal held by the British colonial authorities and popularized in the 19th century. Okay, interesting. Wonderful to know that thug has like racist history, I guess, as a lot of things tend to. Great. What's up, Flunky? Is this a theory stream? I suppose so. I don't know if I would really call this theory, but revolutionary literature night, reading George Jackson. Definitely won't get through it all tonight, but I want to try to speed run it over a few nights. Some of the fear is in where there are thousands of ways to correct individuals. The best way is to send one armed expert. Oh, and if you're not familiar, this is Blood in My Eye by George Jackson. The best way is to send one armed expert. I don't mean to outshout him with logic. I mean correct him, slay him, assassinate him with thuggy by silenced pistol, shotgun, with a high-powered rifle shooting from 400 yards away and behind a rock. Jesus, suffocation, strangulation, crucifixion. Okay. All right. Crucifixion, burning with flamethrower, dispatch by bomb. Auto accidents happen all day. People drown, get poleaxed, breathe noxious gases, get stabbed, get poisoned with bad water, ratsbane, germicides, hemlock, arsenic, strychnine, LSD 25 concentrate, cyanide, hydrocyanic acid, vitriol. A snake could bite him. Nicotine oil is deadly. An overdose of dope. There's deadly nightshade, belladonna, datura, wolfsbane, foxglove, I feel like I'm reading the set, like this is like oh, who's playing tonight? Oh yeah, I'm going to a metal show tonight. It's fucking deadly nightshade, belladonna, datura, wolfsbane, foxglove, aconite, pitamine, ptomaine, botulism, and it's all like the scratchy death metal letters. And the death of 1,000 cuts, but a curse won't work. We're going to have to fight to win. The logic of procrastination has been destroyed. A people can never be so repressed that they can't strike back in some way. We will purge the poltroons. What is that? Poltroons. An utter coward. We will purge the poltroons and fight, or just ignore them. The reality of power's automatic defense reflexes makes it possible for us to measure our own effectiveness. Their efforts to seriously repress us indicate that we have reached people, that we are finally in the fight, and we cannot ever be truly repressed. There is quite simply no way for an established government to defeat an internal, determined, aggressive enemy, especially in an urban society. The mechanics, logic, and logistics of urban people's guerrilla warfare cannot be defeated. Oh, thank you, Flunky. In the opening stages of such a conflict, before a unified left can be established, before most people have accepted the inevitability of war, before we are able militarily to organize massive violence, we must depend on limited, selective violence tied to an exact political purpose. In the early service of the people, there must be totally committed professional revolutionaries who understand that all human life is meaningless if it is not accompanied by the controls that determine its quality. I am one of these. Excuse me. I am one of these. My life has absolutely no value. I'm the man under the hatches, the desperate one. We will make the revolution. Nothing can stop us. We are not intimidated by the specter of repression. We are already repressed. The Black Legion and their terror leaves us cold, unafraid. We will meet it with a counter-terror. We'll never allow ourselves to be immobilized by a tactic that actually works better for us. The lynch murder of a friend, it makes me angry, not afraid. I'm the next man that must be lynched. My forefather trembled when his brother was lynched, but my brother's immolation means war to the death, war to the utmost, war to the knife. Violence is not supposed to work in America, for no one, that is, except the omnipotent administrator. But this has yet to be proved to my satisfaction, since I know that a bomb is a bomb is a bomb. It twists steel, shatters concrete, and dismembers men everywhere else in the world. Why not those made in America? A bullet fired from an assault rifle in the hands of a Vietnamese liberation fighter will kill a pig in Vietnam. Why won't it kill a pig in the place where pigs are made? Yo, Stats, thank you so much for gifting the Flunky. Thank you. Counterterrorism is a facet of urban people's guerrilla warfare. It's our logical response to the repressive measures taken by the enemy state to contain us in the early stages of the rebellion. Our military cadre involved in this activity has the tactical advantage over the establishment's terrorists only if we remain clandestine. While working at the direction of a political front, we must remain separate from it. The ranks of these early soldiers must be absolutely impervious to infiltration. Precautions must be made to keep this cadre impenetrable to police spies and less committed comrades. Man, I really could not be reading this at a greater time. What's up, Chicado? Just like old times. Yeah, just a silly book, all right, everybody? Just a silly book. In The Coming of the New International, John Gerassi observed that, as a leading pragmatist, Lenin believed that the only way a revolution could come about in Europe in his time was by the creation of a revolutionary organization. That organization had to be a tight, well-trained, loyal to its central committee, dedicated and narrow, not only for ideological reasons, hence purges and sectarian splits were to be encouraged during its formative years, but also for security. And Lenin states that the more we confine the membership of such an organization to people who are professionally engaged in revolutionary activity and who have been professionally trained in the art of combating the police, the more difficult it will be to unearth the organization. One of Jonathan's reports contains the following. I find it almost impossible to trust comrades, not after all of this. They say Gloves Davis, a black pig, killed Fred Hampton while he was asleep. I certainly don't have to mention all the so-called defectors who are now appearing before government committees testifying for the state. They were infiltrators to begin with. Those House N-words who ran to the high sheriff as soon as someone whispered revolt. I think I hate them worse than I hate the sheriff or the owner. I'm just a young slave, you say, trying to understand and cope with my environment. I know personalities have no place in revolution, but every time I think of Davis, Jesby Simple, Karenga, and the rest of these murderous turncoat idiots, my trigger finger fairly itches. Non-persons like Karenga, Leroy Jones, and the other right-wing blacks are intelligent enough to know what they are doing. We cannot excuse them with the ease that we can excuse the average brother who has had no opportunity or inclination to search. The mantle of ignorance doesn't cover their behavior. They have to know that when they attack socialism, the communist ideal, the revolution, that they are not logically or illogically attacking all that is white, etc. Let me read that again. They have to know that when they attack socialism, the communist ideal, and revolution, that they are not logically attacking all that is white, etc. They know that Ho Chi Minh isn't white, or Chairman Mao, or Nkrumah, Lumumba, and Toure. They know that there isn't but one fight going on across this planet, the one between the imperialist forces of capitalism and its victims. They know that it was for work that we were kidnapped. What else do you need a slave for? They know that it was for work that we were kidnapped. What else do you feed a slave for? These black men, if you can swallow their shallow shit, have had time to study. Some have traveled. They, quote, know, end quote, that it was capitalist agricultural economics that first caused our pain, and that the only change since then is the decline of the agricultural elite and the rise of the modern bourgeoisie. I'm reading about I'm like reading about like kind of like a similar concept among people living in the archipelago that came to be known as the Philippines, and like the foundation of what would become the nationalist, like state that it is now, the Western vassal state that it is now. A sweatshop displaced the plantation. Could it have escaped their notice that all the African states that really liberated themselves booted out the foreign businessmen and are new socialist states? No, I think the strongest suggestion is that they are working for the government, the new House N-words. And what better way is there for them to sell themselves to us than to scream black, 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 like Tom Mboya, whose whole service for the CIA was to redirect the revolutionary rage of the people into a thing more compatible with the interests on Western businessmen. They are spies, death to spies. I don't think it is a personality clash at all for us to teach these black pigs that we will not be altered from our course, that the reward for counter-revolution is death. We can't continue to expect or wish for loyalty to the people. We'll have to demand it, and that's both from these cowardly fat mouths who come to us in their disguise, cultural nationalism, and from the class defectors who Tommy gun us in our sleep. I'll make an example of Gloves Davis even if I have to hobo to Chicago. They'll find him strung up to a street light by his heels with our sign burned in his forehead. Tests must be devised to guard ourselves against the possibility of those fools getting into our separate military groups. There is no way to stop the infiltration of an above-ground political group, but we can guard the clandestine army by 1. Letting no one choose us, even if they don't know about us and could find us. We do the choosing. 2, once we choose someone to do the people's military work, they should be isolated. and tested thoroughly, and their background checked. There are patterns to people's lives, especially blacks, if studied, one can easily spot pig tendencies and connections. Checks could run through some of our political people who have friends or sympathizers who own, say, used car lots or any businesses that generally deals in credit. A great deal can be learned through the various credit check institutions these days. We'll be using one of their own instruments for the, quote, real purpose that they invented it, against them. Generally, that's the way it will be throughout the war. Testing can be developed into a science, written stuff to help reestablish for ourselves the patterns of this soldier's background. Full commitment generally comes as a result of awareness. And awareness is the product of study and observation. The things a person has gone to the effort of reading and analyzing say a great deal about his character. In other words, very few black intelligence agents will have studied Marx, Mao, Lenin, Fanon, cats like that, quote, in depth. You can generally tell what processes a man's mind has gone through by what he studied, observed. So examine. Even the post office will do it. Written and oral tests. Drugs are not to be discounted either. Oral tests under truth drugs. Yo. The ethical use of truth drugs? That's so funny. Then you have the ultimate test, the things that no agent of the establishment could do, like assassinate the local head of the Gestapo, bring him out of isolation blindfolded, arm him, tell him what to do and where to go afterward, and wait, etc. I think you could be fairly sure of him after a series of tests like these. I can tell you, without getting too into specifics, that, and I'm sure plenty of people who have engaged in organizing in wherever can understand this to at least a certain degrees, depending. You can learn a lot about somebody just by talking to them for a few minutes and just by asking a few questions and seeing how they respond to it, seeing how they think about it, it's if you know the right questions to ask, you can learn everything you need to know about a person. He's very much spitting here when he says, where am I? Where were we? Oh, in other words, very few black intelligence agents will have studied Marx, Mao, Lenin, Fanon, cats like that in depth. So you don't necessarily want to be, I don't know, it depends on your situation. You don't even necessarily have to count somebody out of your organizing circles, for example, because of the fact that they haven't read Marx or Lenin or whoever. You can ask them questions about what you know about Marx or socialism, about liberalism, about capitalism, about the police. You can ask very specific questions, and you will know, as a leftist, as a principled, socialist, communist, anarchist, whatever, that either they are pretty close and get it, or they are just spitballing and don't know what the fuck they're talking about and need to be kept at a distance. Now, there are organizations for education where these things might not necessarily be relevant to what you're doing because the purpose is to educate, right? But depending on what kind of organizing you're participating in, right? What kind of action you are organizing around, you might need greater or lesser levels of this type of thing. Just it helps to learn yourself so that you can know more about other people. You don't necessarily, you don't have to, you can be not a fan of every single, political theorist, whatever. You should read as much as you can, and you should learn as much as you can, because it will just help you suss out those. It'll either help you suss out those around you, and also help you communicate better with those around you. You have more words to describe, something with, and it's very important in having and building trust, because trust is everything. Nope. Just ask people what's at stake for you in this. Relational questions at every function, and look close and listen well. Absolutely. What are the questions? I mean, you ask. I mean, you learn, and you will know the questions to ask. Like seek to learn more, right? And involve yourself in some kind of praxis, and you will learn. You know what I mean? What you'll learn what the questions are. You just have to actually be there. You actually have to be involved, because people will know that that you're full of shit when you come and talk to them. They'll know that you aren't actually who you say you are because of a few small things that you overlooked that you didn't even think about, right? But we know because we're here doing this shit every day, and we talk to people every day, and we teach ourselves and we learn every day, right? Like it'll become, it's easier than you realize. Yeah, Brett's got some examples there, yeah. Or even just ask somebody, what you can even just ask them, what are your feelings, like very open-ended questions, and then just follow up and just like inquire more. I won't yeah, you get it. I'm actually very infatuated with the contributing factors to incidents like the Stonewall riots, the response to Rodney King's death, the world events happening at the same time as the O.J. Simpson trial, Woodstock 99, New Year's Eve 1999, the panic around Y2K, early 2000s celebrity culture, BLM's response to the death of Floyd and Gray, January 6th, the Astro World incident, and that one time Kai Cenat accidentally started a riot by telling his base he'd be in Times Square with $100 and a PS5. I've been active for years, and yet I can only think of icebreaker questions. If you are actually involved in something, right, and you are, let's say, trying to learn more about someone to see if they are a good fit for whatever it is that you're doing, right, and joining whatever org that you are a part of, the more you've actually organized with them and have done the thing that you are organizing to do, you will learn. You will know what to ask. You will know. The more you engage and struggle, you will know what to look for. I really don't know how else to put that. Learning and engaging in struggle and actually organizing and learning from other people and participating in some form of praxis in the real world with other people. I promise you, it will become clear. But yeah. Where were we? We're only thinking in terms of a small, highly trained, super secret counter-Kluxist vanguard group. However, dealing with people you've known over the years and have seen tested in fire already is best, like me, you, and your comrades and mine. The blacks who joined the army expeditionary forces just for profit, the cats who steal them blind and hustle the other suckers. They are starting to stir, to become aware also. This Vietnam adventure on the part of the fascists has vastly changed the whole relationship between the masses and the ruling class. Can you detect the subtle changes? The really ugly side of imperialism? The really ugly side of imperialism is being demonstrated for not just the people who suffer its effects abroad, but also to the little sleepy guy there inside, the little sleepy guy here inside the U.S. They're starting now to make the link between foreign wars and foreign businesses. And they're better able to make the comparisons and conclusions. Ho Chi Minh versus Kai, for example. People are all starting to say such things as some form of socialism is the answer. Time to move. We must show them that the resistance is possible and that there is a hard left cadre willing to lead it. Conditions are right now, for the beginnings at least, of a revolutionary culture. These conditions have always been present here inside the black colony, but no leadership until now. If we can keep the Panther alive by protecting the party workers with a show of underground strength, watching the Watcher assassinating the assassins, I think the people will start to listen to them. Blacks have grown very cynical to all groups who make claims in the area of problem solving. Since there have been 1 million groups and no problem solved, the physical conditions are right for the start of a protracted war. We have yet to hit on the tactic for control of attitudes. However, how to make people organize and resist the ruin of their lives. Wait, let me read that again. We have yet to hit on the tactic for control of attitudes. However, how to make people organize and resist the ruin of their lives. And it's for certain we'll never figure out the right tactic if the pigs keep killing off and busting all the vanguard elements. The time has come. Bobby's seize the time makes sense. We can't build a mass movement without finding some way to stay alive long enough to let them know we're here. Fuck. You have no movement with people without people. And if we can't even protect ourselves, how are we going to protect a movement? And there we're not, and that we're not just out to play on them. That we are finally prepared to totally commit ourselves to the fight. That we will never abandon them when the pig moves in with his pistols and paddy wagons, and we're willing to take it to the graveyard. A show of organizational skill and valid anti-establishmentism will always bring on violence from the fascist. The people know this, so they must also know that this violence can be countered before they'll believe and respond. Let the ruling class tremble at a communist revolution. That's my favorite line in all of Marx and Engels. From Fanon, it's the time for talking has long ended. The time for acting has begun. Long live the guerrilla. John. The counter-terrorist, faceless, nameless, specialist in all martial arts is the first soldier of the people. His violence will be swift, surprising, explosive, and tied into a clearly political matrix. In some cases of assassination, it may be wise to make them appear as accidents, but that still doesn't reduce the political content. A reminder that this is a book that I am reading, not my opinions. This is a book. These workers properly distributed and going about their tasks with secret, flawless precision and in perfect unison with the political front will shake the fascists to their very foundations. Their limited, highly selective violence is the absolute minimum for enforcing the demands of the people. Anything less will fail. We are not dealing with nice people who will throw down their guns and submit to our will because we outnumber them. From the vantage point of established power and history, they know that one armed man can control 1,000. People's war is not polite or proper. It is not possible to limit the scope and range of violence to what the enemy will bear without reacting. Any ideal, any activity that may do violence to their control will never be permitted. People's war is improvisation and more improvisation. It is organizing the masses around their realistic needs and moving them against whatever forces restrict their passage to power. I repeat, realistic, day-to-day needs should be the basis of organizing people and making them conscious of revolution. That the world, the universe must revolve, that it will stop, stagnate, and die for no man's privilege. Man. Whew. That's a paragraph. If we accept revolution, we must accept all that it implies. Repression, counter-terrorism, days filled with work, nervous strain, prison, funerals. Our present problem as soldiers is to protect our political people at their work and enforce the increasing demands that the people, as a political result, will make upon power. The soldier is the counter-terrorist, the bodyguard, the first of a military vanguard. The distance between him and the class enemy is a free fire zone. He has to be the baddest and strongest of our kind, calm, sure, self-possessed, completely familiar with the fact that the only things that stand between black men and violent death are the fast break, quick draw, and snapshot. Terrible Jonathans, teethed on the barrel of the political tool, hardened against the concrete of the most uncivilized jungles of the planet, Chicago, St. Louis, Los Angeles, San Francisco, tested in a dozen fires. Tall, slim youth, the new N-word, with a gun and the eyes of the hunter of men. These comrades must make the first contribution. They will be the first to fall. We gather up their bodies, clean them, kiss them, and smile. Their funerals should be gala affairs of home-brewed wine and revolutionary music to do the dance of death by. We should be sad only that it's taken us so many generations to produce them. Building consciousness and revolutionary culture against the repressive natural defense reflexes of the system means taking realistic day-to-day issues like hunger, the need for clothing, housing, joblessness. It involves provoking repression, feeding on it. The fact of political and political economic prisoners in legions and the processes used by the oppressors to judge and condemn them must be used as the rallying cries of revolution. Economic crime and even crimes of passion against the oppressors must be understood as rebellion. Even funerals can be used as an issue, since there will be so many of them. Improvising on reality is the key principle underlying the building of a united left and raising the consciousness of the people. It will give us our tactics. In the Black Colony and other depressed areas of the country, there will be less difficulty in organizing, mobilizing, and altering the attitudes of the people toward their class enemies. However, in the areas of the class structure that can be said to be, quote, making it, affecting attitudes toward a revolutionary change in the system of production and distribution will, of course, call for the destruction of their comfort, the manufacturing of a condition where they will be either neutral or complementary to the revolutionary effort. The psychological effect of our secret army, the real destructive effect it can have, an increasingly pervasive underground press with new emphasis on a mass style, the popularization of the revolutionary culture and the elevating of it, both under the direction of an ultra-aggressive political party, these three, with no element missing, connected to the realistic issues from the basis of our own the basis of our only hope. There will be no educating, no consciousness, no revolutionary culture, no forward movement without these three elements working with the harmony of a healthy organism. To sum up, the existence of a political vanguard precedes the existence of any of the other elements of a truly revolutionary culture. If the thrust of this political vanguard is effective, demonstrating realistic, sincere designs aimed at the overthrow of established power, it will be attacked by the built-in automatic survival instincts of the established power complex, creating and supporting the need to counterpoise the violence of power. Without the ability to organize a counterforce to neutralize the violence of established power, antithesis dies. We are not contending with fools who will allow us to simply walk in and organize people to war against them. All serious challenges will be met with panic and repression. That is axiomatic. We must not allow ourselves to be hunted, imprisoned, and murdered. We will never yield to terror tactics. We will organize a violence of our own, hidden and more aggressive. We fight from a position of weakness, but there are tactical devices that, if employed without restraint, will afford us a very real advantage. The fascists believe that one guard with a machine gun can control 1,000 men, but I know that this guard cannot watch all 1,000 at once. While his attention and gun are trained on a gathering of 10 who whisper freedom, closing on his blind side, my knife will claim his life. A political thrust is immediately followed by a hidden military thrust in the opening phases of revolutionary culture. Leadership must be protected, and it helps people bit by bit to understand and relate to the necessity of violence in any plan to overthrow anything. Quote unquote, overthrow means violence. In our case, it means putting to death. This is the last time I'll repeat this for those of us who for one dread. This is the last time I'll repeat this for those of us who, for one dread or another, seem not too receptive. Fighting originates from a well-developed kick in the ass. The proletariat, the working class, is still the most revolutionary class, and still the real gravedigger of capitalist society. However, the notion that they alone can or must carry the revolution is too ridiculous and simplistic for any serious consideration at all. The industrial working force of today's modern industrial state may be pivotal in carrying out a successful revolution against the state, but their power and numbers have been vastly reduced by such developments as automation, military corporate elitism, the connection through marriage of government, military, and corporate heads, the new class of National Guard pigs. They broke the postal strike, government-controlled unions, right-to-work laws, etc. Literally nothing has fucking changed. Like, this is... The words he's saying are timeless. Like, you may feel uncomfortable at the mention of death and violence and understandably so, but like everything, this is like, how is this not exactly relevant right now? How is this not 100% relevant in 2026? Dude, almost a fucking century later. I mean, you know, rounding up a bit. But still, the argument that centers on the ideal that all workers must be politically educated before the revolution can support a violent thrust verges on the absurd. Today, nearly 6.5 million of them can't find work, and those who are working seem to be convinced that foreign wars and armament spending are more desirable than unemployment. Of course, they should be made conscious of their exploitation, and they must be moved to act in their behalf. Those who feel that way are doing well, and those who actually are doing well should be introduced to the fact of surplus value. Excuse me. Waiting passively for the final verdict of history is not making revolution. It flies in the face of revolution. It ignores the existence of bread and circuses, terror from the right, and the racism and animalism of the ruling class pigs. It doesn't take into account the fact that they know we are coming. They know how to hold on to their privilege. Could they have held it this long otherwise? We are being repressed now. Courts that dispense no justice in concentration camps are already in existence. God damn it, man. There are more secret police in this country than in all others combined. So many that they constitute a whole new class that has attached itself to the power complex. Repression is here. It's time to move with determination. After our victory, no one will escape our justice with the now historically classic line, "Well, we didn't know." Repression is here now, and we won't reach the next level of revolutionary consciousness and activity until we meet it with a counter-terror and demonstrate to the people that we are here and resistance is possible. From a letter mailed by Jonathan shortly before his death. Why do we go for this old shit? Most of the fascist functionaries live as unguarded as I do. I could slip a knife between Max Rafferty's ribs, the Agnews and DuPonts, the Rockefellers and Morgans, all of the Getty, Hunt, and Hughes types who sneak around in armored cars and jets are just as reachable. Anyone who will come out of his bomb shelter can be had. Imagine what Nixon's armored car would look like if I stepped out of the alley and hit it with an anti-tank rocket launcher under my coat. A ball of fire. Hell will be their reward. Fuck, dude. What if I pull up with that thing on me? Huh? What then? Nixon? Fuck, man. That is... But the gorilla needs our help. When Jonathan steps forward with his anti-Nixon rocket launcher... yeah, from the creators of the, ground-to-air missile, the ground-to-Nixon rocket. His anti-Nixon rocket launcher. Man, there should be 9 more like himself with assault rifles to close an exit path for him. And there should be a political infrastructure, a cadre, not far away to explain his actions and glean from them the greatest possible overall political effect. Prestige stands between the masses and a revolt against their class enemy. The aura of magic, glamour, luster, and splendid permanence covers the fascists like a protective layer of fat. The slimy scales of majesty shield and conceal the dilapidation of the old bourgeois reign of terror. Although in reality nothing remains but the illusion. They can still organize violence, but the Indo-Chinese have proved that to be not too formidable. Our present task is to illustrate this point forcefully to the people. The fascist industrial state can organize a ponderous mechanized violence, but this systematic industrial-based holding action is helpless before the fluid, mobile, self-impelled attrition of people's urban guerrilla warfare. With his techniques fully developed and established, the urban guerrilla launches his attacks on the corporate military police complex with some of these military objectives in mind. To weaken the local guards of the security system of the dictatorship. Given the fact that we are attacking and the guerrilla is defending, which means catching the government in a defensive position with its troops immobilized in defense of the entire complex of national maintenance, with its ever-present fears of an attack on its strategic nerve centers, and without ever knowing where, how, and when that attack will come. To attack on every side with many different armored groups, few in number, each self-contained and operated separately, to disperse the government forces in their pursuit of a thoroughly fragmented organization, instead of offering the dictatorship the opportunity to concentrate its forces of repression on the destruction of one tightly organized system operating throughout the country. I love this. It's interesting. I love the collision of like Marxist-Leninist thought and the requirement, like the social scientific requirement, or like the scientific socialist requirement, rather, that there be a vanguard preceding the revolution, with this like idea of decentralized resistance covering all bases. It's a really interesting mesh. And I see in it, and if anything, it seems like this kind of thought, this kind of concept always comes out of like necessity, right? Like the context of the struggle always informs some kind of like stray from, not always, but in a lot of like more modern revolutionary contexts, like liberatory movements, there are these strays away from like, I don't know, for lack of a better term, like the classic tenets of Marxism-Leninism. This reminds me of the IRGC Mosaic strategy. That's a revolutionary government. Yeah, the IRGC is not a bad example. It's a very good example, actually. What's up, Kairos? You can't. It doesn't stop. The machine doesn't stop because you cut off the head of the snake, right, so to speak. When power is distributed like a mosaic, like Kairos is saying, you know, when it's decentralized, it can continue. It can sustain itself, and it can grow a new head. Yeah, and it's really cool to me. Why it's cool to me to see him so interested in Mao and so interested in Ho Chi Minh, obviously because it was relevant to the time, the Vietnam War, but like these are like where, in my opinion, Marxism-Leninism actually gets really interesting, is when it is applied to like to Asia, to China, to Vietnam, to other South Asian places. This is where it starts to get really, really interesting to me. Yeah, it's government inside the government, actually. The head of the snake regrows into 31 when cut. thoroughly organization of the opportunity to concentrate its forces of repression on the destruction of one tightly organized system operating throughout the country, to give proof of its combativeness, decision, firmness, determination, and persistence in the attack on the military dictatorship in order to permit all malcontents to follow our example and fight with urban guerrilla tactics. Meanwhile, the government, with all its problems, incapable of halting guerrilla operations in the city, will lose time and suffer endless attrition and will finally be forced to pull back its repressive troops in order to mount guard over the banks, industries, armories, military barracks, prisons, public offices, radio and television stations, North American firms, gas storage tanks, oil refineries, ships, airplanes, ports, residences of outstanding members of the regime such as ministers and generals, police stations, and official organizations, etc. To increase urban guerrilla disturbances gradually in an endless ascendancy of unforeseen actions such that the government troops cannot leave the urban areas to pursue the guerrillas in the interior without running the risk of abandoning the cities and permitting rebellion to increase on the coast as well as the interior, as in the interior of the country. To oblige the army and the police, with the commanders and their assistants, to change the relative comforts and tranquility of their barracks and their usual rest for a state of alarm and growing tension in the expectation of attack or in search for tracks that vanish without a trace. See drum circles outside of hotels. To avoid open battle and decisive combat with the government, limiting the struggle to brief and rapid attacks with lightning results. To assure for the urban guerrilla a maximum freedom of maneuver and of action without ever relinquishing the use of armed violence, remaining firmly oriented toward helping the beginning of rural guerrilla warfare and supporting the construction of the Revolutionary Army for national liberation. Prestige is an abstract and intangible. It has no material basis, no substantial objective reality to be perceived through the senses. One can't touch it or taste it, see it or smell it. It can't be heard. So how does it exist subjectively in the mind's eye after the fact of some connected circumstances that may have also been subjective? We're looking for connections. The materialist approach is to examine things in their total sequence, see them in process, not to merely establish their being in fixed sequential images, but to take it the state of being in process. Infancy, maturity, decline, things in motion, processed into other things in motion. We're constantly laboring to determine that which governs, regulates, motivates all the separate but related and interrelated processes, from the viewpoint that consciousness is determined by dialectical, objective developments. The prestige of power as the subjective effect of a past deed or reputation, real or fancied, then has a very definite life process. The prestige of the capitalist class inside the US reached its maturity with the close of the 1860-1864 Civil War. Since that time, there have been no serious threats to their power. Their excuses have taken on a certain legitimacy through long usage. Prestige bars any serious attack on power. Do people attack a thing they consider with awe, with a sense of its legitimacy? In the process of things, the prestige of power emerges roughly in that period when power does not have to exercise its underlying basis, violence. Having proved and established itself, it drifts, secure from any serious challenge. Its automatic defense attack instincts remain alert. Small threats are either ignored away, laughed away, or in the cases that may build into something dangerous, slapped away. To the masters of capital, the most dreadful omen of all is revolutionary scientific socialism. The gravedigger evokes fear response. Prestige wanes if the first attacks on its power base find it wanting. Prestige dies when it cannot prevent further attacks upon itself. All intellectual arguments against the necessity of counter-violence, even in the opening stages of a people's war against an industrial establishment such as the one in the USA, are false. We can stop the debate. Prestige must be destroyed. People must see the venerated institutions and the omnipotent administrator actually under physical attack. They must be assured that the heavens will not hurl lightning bolts at the people's heads for challenging the rights of property. Then, although international capitalism has shot its last bolts, it's not exactly harmless. If the threat to power is truly revolutionary, and the first step into revolutionary consciousness taken with the forceful attack upon prestige, we must anticipate reaction, accept repression's terror, and meet it with a counter-terror of our own. The gravedigger needs a bodyguard to protect him at this work. Also, the grave may be his own. The debate between the vanguard elements should end. The argument that the prestige of power will let itself to be educated away is too idiotic to be allowed to stand. Waiting for power to move to its inevitable collapse is suicidal for all concerned. Blacks and other third world peoples have the very imminent prospect of genocidal tactics to contend with, and we can now all see that the modern industrial state, motivated by the interests of exclusive groups of capitalist masters, cannot regulate itself to make possible an inclusive production and distribution of goods, or production without a massive waste of resources and destruction of all that stands about. The debate ends, the action begins. It is not a question of the necessity of violence, but how to organize it to fit our unique situation, to tie it with flawless exactitude to our political activity, and to organize it immediately. I really today, right? Coming back to the moment, it really grinds my gears when the way we talk about violence. Violence is constant. Everything is violence. The circle of life is violence. Violence exists all around you. It's the systems and the people who make up these systems, right? At the heads of these systems that direct violence and hone it, or not hone it, but direct and contain violence. There's always violence happening. It's just what direction is it happening in? There's always violence. It's not something like we cannot be like, I condemn political violence. Politics is violence. Hunting an animal and eating it because you need to live is violence. Violence is a constant. Violence will always be there and exist in some form. It's how we choose to create systems that direct the flow of violence. That flow needs to be constantly tended to and redirected. It never is directed ultimately in positive directions, but the point that I'm making still stands. Violence is not something that you can condemn or say is good or say is bad. It's always happening. It's what you do with that fact. The state's monopoly of violence isn't just physical in the form of police and army. It's also conceptual as the owner of all permission and recognition structures of violence. They get to say what is and isn't violence. Exactly. Comrade George. I read recently from a textbook edited by my favorite writer, W. Pomeroy, W.J. Forrest Pomeroy, author of Guerrilla Warfare and Marxism. Guerrilla Warfare and Marxism. Most interesting. William J. Pomeroy, November 5th, 1916 to January 12th, 2009, was an American communist poet, author, and ghostwriter who served the American Army in the Pacific during World War II. He had a connection with the Philippine guerrillas during the... Really? Supplying them with materials. Well, fucking... my interest is piqued. He also organized a protest against the decision of the U.S. government to treat the guerrillas as enemies. He married Celia Mariano, a Filipina who was a member of the Hukbalahap in 1948. Much interest. Comrade George, I read recently from a textbook edited by my favorite writer, W. Pomeroy, that a city street could actually be considered as a defile. Am I saying that right? Defile? Could actually be considered as a... That a city street could actually be considered as a defile. I'm not sure what that means exactly. Pinoy gang, let's go. Have you ever heard of the difference between positive and negative justice, just like the presence of justice versus the absence of conflict? That just reminded me of it. A convoy of any kind trapped in a defile. What is this? Defile? Trapped in steep-sided narrow gorge or passage. Okay, here we go.
Defile.
Defile. A steep-sided narrow gorge or passage, requiring one requiring troops to march in single file. Oh. All right. A bottleneck. Okay. Gotcha. Shit. Where were we? I read recently from a textbook edited by my favorite writer, W. Pomeroy, that a city street could actually be considered as a defile. A convoy of any kind trapped in a defile on the countryside is easy prey for the forces positioned above and about it. It's really interesting, like, you know, like, and I've done this too, to be completely clear. Not in many years, I'd say, but I've absolutely been the person to say this. Like to like somebody who's like, come on, we gotta go outside and like, you know, we need to wage the revolution right now. What are y'all talking about fucking elections for? Like, we need to go fucking outside right now and burn everything. You know what I mean? I've said, like, I've like brushed it off, and you know, with things like, you know, the U.S. military has drones and like tanks and nukes and shit like that, right? Like, what do you got? Like, I've said shit like that many times. And that's actually incredibly ignorant. Like, incredibly ignorant and incredibly dismissive of the many and the ongoing struggles of so many peoples that have fought against, like, the most formidable of enemies, like world powers against, like, small peoples, right? The war machines that cost millions and millions of dollars, right, have been taken down by people in flip-flops. Like, it's not accurate to say, like, what are you going to do about it? Plenty of people have done things about it. There obviously is more to it than just going outside and, you know, breaking shit. It's obvious there's so much more to it than that, because it's not tactical, right? It's not sound tactics. You're not covering your flanks, if you fucking will. The mill may have them in theory, but as we've seen, the stockpile is running low. So do they? I mean, that's irrelevant to what I'm saying, though. Like, I get what you're saying, but the it's irrelevant to what I'm saying. Like, one soldier falling and, you know, providing an M4 to somebody else. You know what I mean? Like, where do you think so many of those firearms that you see in Gaza, you know, in the West Bank, like, come from? Like, when you know, you look at, like, here, like, this is, I like to talk about her a lot. COD Days. Oh, no, don't look at me. That's funny. This M16A1 that she's holding here could be fucking from a fallen soldier from the Vietnam War. This could be that as far back as that. That's this M16A1 that she's holding, or it came from a Filipino soldier that dropped it in battle, and now she had it. And then it was, you know, like, my point is, you know, it shouts out to my fucking hero, red fighter, member of the Filipino Communist Party and the National People's Army, who was killed by the Filipino armed forces in a raid last year. My point is, like, I don't really know what my point was by bringing that up. I kind of lost my train of thought. I'm not lying. I'm not gonna lie. Or the IRA. Yeah, the IRA is a great example too. Where did they get? Well, a lot of those guns came from like Americans and shit. But that's like, but either way, like, it's still relevant there too. My point is, like, the occupying force is not the people who call the occupied zone their home. They're not the ones who walk those streets every day. They're not the ones who know everybody on that block by name, right? They're not the ones who know the exact, like, nature of every alleyway, of every side street, of every, you know what I mean? Like, of every nook and cranny, where every street is visible from. Like, an occupying force does not know that. The people that live there in that zone know everything about that. It just takes one or two fallen soldiers here and there to arm that many more soldiers, add that many more revolutionaries, and so on and so forth. And the process continues. It's actually, yeah, it's in this day and age, it's endlessly frustrating to me to hear people to brush off people's anger, like, excitement or passion for revolution by saying things like, oh yeah, you're gonna go up against the #1 military in the world. I mean, other people have, lots of people have, and they won. You've just been fooled into thinking that it's an ever-present, all-powerful force. You've been convinced to think that capital is God, that the state is God. People know the GTA map better than they know their own city, SMH. I mean, that's facts. That's a big struggle that we're engaging in right now, right? People need to be engaged in their neighborhoods. Okay. Anywho. A convoy of any kind trapped in a defile on the countryside is easy prey for the forces positioned above it and about it. Also, I will say, this isn't me advocating for violence. This isn't me telling you to go out and do the things that George Jackson is talking about here. My point is saying that we underestimate ourselves and we overestimate our oppressor in every way. Not just in this way, but in every way, which gives, which creates the conditions for us to think that, like, yeah, it's stupid and foolhardy to even dream of a time where you could rise up against your oppressor. It's false and, anti-historical. It is absolutely certain that every fascist military thinker and official in the world has devoted time and study to the works of the great guerrilla tacticians. I mean, literally the CIA, literally the FBI, literally generals read this shit. Where am I? Literally on the back of this book. This is Che Guevara's Guerrilla Warfare. Literally on the back of this is like reviews mentioning it as a reference, like a reference book, like like a textbook of reference for cops and for military, for generals, like. Like, literally, like, I've actually even watched, man, I can't remember who it was off the top of my head, otherwise I'd pull it up. But there's, like, a YouTuber, I mean, there's tons of, like, tactical gun guy, fucking LARPer ass motherfuckers on YouTube, right? And there's one that I actually, like, really enjoy his videos, but, like, he's, we're probably most definitely not on the same page when it comes to, like, what type of world we both want to live in, kind of shit. But fuck Dirty Civilian, they're fucking cringe. But they talk about how like I'm not a dirty commie, but you absolutely need to read Che Guevara. You absolutely need to read Mao. And I was just like, I'm like shitting my pants, screaming, like watching this YouTube video, like, what the fuck is happening right now? What is happening? Is this Hog telling people what is happening right now? But it's like to study their experience with guerrilla warfare. That's the reason why. Like people who fancy themselves Minutemen or like, like prepared citizens or whatever, like love Mao and Che Guevara and whatever because they're great sources of information. No, Nothing Fancy would never talk about Mao or Che Guevara. Nothing Fancy is like ultra, like, I mean, he's makes some pretty banger vids that I appreciate, and he's pretty funny, but like he is a fucking chud. He's a FUD. More further than that. I think reading, yeah, for sure. That sounds Nothing Fancy coded. No, Nothing Fancy. It doesn't talk about like civilian resistance stuff. He just talks about like guns and stuff like that. And and I don't know. He like reviews guns. He's a super chud. Yeah, he's a super chud. But I still appreciate. He's still like funny, and I still like watch his shit. He's got some like classic vids that are very informative. But yeah, like. When it comes to like learning about guns, that's it. For no other reason. But yeah, it is absolutely certain that every fascist military thinker and official in the world has devoted time and study to the works of the great guerrilla tacticians Mao, Ho, Giap, Guevara, Pomeroy, Fanon, and Nkrumah. The fundamentals of People's War are no secret. It would seem that Giap's People's Army, People's War, or Guevara's guerrilla warfare, and the other masterworks on poor People's War, once published for the world to study, would blunt their effectiveness at least a little, that is, until one has studied in depth and understood. Guerrilla warfare, by its very nature, is invulnerable. Advanced scientific guerrilla strategy, worked out over the first 3/4 of the century, is not, contrary to popular image, merely a hit-and-run haphazard affair. Although a lot of it is that. I mean, if looking at like current, conflicts today, like the resistance in Gaza, for example, in spite of the need for improvisation and mobility, and in spite of its poverty and daring, it is scientific. The man who labored over its construction had as a task the forging of an instrument which would enable an indigent and weaponless people to resist and overcome a ponderous mechanized army dependent upon an industrial base and operating on systematized thought. It is a perfect tool. Perfect. No establishment army can countervail it. The best example of this new fighting style, the urban guerrilla, is the spectacular success of the Tupamaros, the military arm of Uruguay's national liberation movement. Brilliantly organized, they have carried out well-planned operations such as burning down plants, General Motors, without harming a single worker, robbing impregnable fortresses such as the Casino of Punta del Este, kidnapping hated officials, ambassadors, and bankers, seizing whole towns long enough to explain their purpose and revolutionary commitment, assassinating key repressive agents such as the chief of the police's special squad, sabotaging imperialism's industrial military complexes, and raiding police military outposts to capture arms and ammunition. I mean, I'm thinking about people, in the UK, Palestine Action, doing direct action and, vandalizing the insides of weapons manufacturers, plants and labs and things like this. No. sabotaging imperialism's industrial military complexes and raiding police military outposts and to capture arms and ammunition. Gerasi outlines their fighting strategy as follows. The objective is manifold. 1, to threaten the establishment, cause it to panic and make serious tactical mistakes, such as resorting to a mass repression, which radicalizes the population against them. See ICE out of, the ICE Watch movements. Like, these are all things I can directly point to you out happening right now. Right? Like, these are all points that make up the Vanguard. We say jokes like, oh, well, if there was a revolutionary Vanguard today, I would join it, but like, we don't have it. You're saying that because you aren't feeding people in your neighborhood. You're saying that because you aren't, engaging in skill shares with your community. You aren't sharing resources and knowledge. You aren't creating systems within our oppressive system that actually serves the people in your community. You aren't doing that. That's why you feel that way. That's why you say things like that and hand wave away when people who are passionate speak on it. Such as resorting to mass repression, which radicalizes the population against them, to establish the underground revolutionary apparatus, including both active participants and trusted but passive collaborators, who will later carry out the liaison, communication, logistic, and propaganda needs of the revolutionary armies in the cities. 3, to test new recruits in relative security, for though police infiltrators are bound to creep in and stay in the organization for future need, even if they have to kill their own to do so, the fact that for a long time urban groups will operate independently of each other keeps sweeping arrests of urban guerrillas down to a minimum. I like that part right there. 4, to demoralize the rank and file and even the officers of the repressive forces as they see themselves constantly but unexpectedly under attack. Like I said earlier, see people hollering and screaming and banging pots and pans outside of hotels or even maybe the homes of ICE agents. Or even, protesting outside of, the residence of your police chief. Or your, city council members who are, in cahoots with the police, or et cetera, et cetera. It is said that to kill policemen indiscriminately is to forget the working class background of the. Oh brother, oh please spare me. Oh, please spare me your fucking woe is me bullshit about, the soldier is actually the working class and we need to, we need to stand in solidarity with the American soldier. I will stand in solidarity with you and help you in whatever you need to get out of the military. Whatever that dishonorable discharge process looks like and however messy it is, I would love to be in community with you and help you with that process. Otherwise, I don't think I can organize with you because you actively make me and other oppressed peoples less safe by being near us. Facts. No, I don't organize with active military. No, I don't organize with police. No, they are not working class. No. It is said that to kill policemen indiscriminately is to forget the working class background of the cop on the beat. This is as absurd as trying to save the ordinary soldiers. There you go. From ordinary soldiers whom the Vietnamese must kill to survive. Right. 5, to panic local capitalists to withdraw their funds from specific areas, thus hurting the local warlords and politicians who profit from. And this is, it's an interesting thing. Like, when people say things like, don't destroy, they destroyed all the businesses in their own area, destroying their own neighborhood. And to a certain extent, that can be true. But what we're talking about is like the massive, like, corporate tentacles that exist in your community. The leaving, the fleeing of that capital investment will only benefit your community. Like when people say, "Oh no, if we do a wealth tax in California, all the Silicon Valley billionaires will leave." Please, for the love of God, leave. Because we will be better off without you. The bullshit about their jobs and the is nonsense. Because in your absence, we will still do the things that we need to do to survive, and people will have jobs accordingly. That will never change. That will literally never change. Maybe we'll have less AI products to spy on us every moment of our fucking lives, and maybe that will make some people's lives less convenient. But you will be fine, and society can and will continue without these billionaires and their capital and their investments. I say good riddance. That will only bring more opportunity for everybody else. Everybody else to fill up the space that they filled up. It's so backwards and bullshit, and they've convinced us into thinking that these things are like capitalism and supply and demand. These things are forces of nature. These aren't made up systems by men, by humans. 6, to frighten away foreign investors, which will affect the whole bureaucratic oligarchy. 7, to force the U.S. to constantly extend its intervention, which will tax its resources, hence disorient at home and spread its imperialistic arms, rendering it more vulnerable abroad. I'm just saying, pull up the news right now. I need you to just read the fucking news right now. Just like pull up any fucking newspaper. Like just pull something up and start reading the fucking news. What the fuck what are you seeing? Are you not seeing this? At this point, I must make clear that I am certainly not warning the military establishment or their capitalist masters, nor am I advocating the overthrow of the established American government. When I use the initials USA in these observations, it must be understood that I could quite as easily be referring to the Union of South Africa. The government of the USA and all that it stands for, all that it represents, must be destroyed. This is the starting point and the end. We have the means to this end. The problem is to develop acceptance of their use. The first struggle is one waged within our own minds. We must, in all haste, transcend the intellectual inhibitions that preclude support of at least the minimum level of violence that must develop concomitantly. I don't know this word. Concomitantly. At all at the same time, simultaneously.
Concomitantly.
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 Concomitantly. We must in all haste transcend the intellectual inhibitions that preclude support of at least the minimum level of violence that must develop concomitantly with each political thrust. Our attitudes must change before we can expect any response from the people, workers, students, lumpen proletariat. We must accept the eventuality of bringing the USA to its knees, accept the closing off of critical sections of the city with barbed wire, armored pig carriers crisscrossing the city streets, soldiers everywhere, Tommy guns pointed at stomach level, smoke curling black against the daylight sky, the smell of cordite, house-to-house searches, doors being kicked down, the commonness of death. Then we must learn the forms of resistance, the booby trap, the silenced pistol and rifle, the pitting of streets to slow them down, the wrecking of heavy equipment to block their efficient movement, false walls, hidden sub-basements, tunnels, Vietnamese style, destruction of the critical elements of the value of infiltration. It works better for us than it does for the opposition. We simply stop allowing ourselves to be hunted and do some stalking of our own. Their secret police aren't really too secret at all. Right now, we can go numbering, naming, compiling information on them all. I mean, we do this. Yeah. And watch the Watchers. But this is shit that is done. Stop LAPD Spying Coalition and a lot of people. are doing that here in Los Angeles. I know they're doing that in a lot of cities across the United States and the world. But are you doing that? I'm learning so much this stream. Hell yeah, I'm glad. Vietnamese style. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Of course, Dwarf likes the tunnels. That's funny. Where am I? Vietnamese style. Destruction of the critical elements of the facilities that support establishment order. We must learn the value of infiltration. It works better for us than it does for the opposition. We simply stop allowing ourselves to be hunted and do some stalking of our own. Ice Watch. Their secret police aren't really too secret at all. Right now, we can go numbering, naming, compiling information on them all. They're too visible to be safe. That fucking part. This part. That's why there are laws in some places preventing you or like requiring you to be a certain distance away in order to film a police in their, in their duties, for example. I mean, I could go on with like similar things. The revolution is aggressive. Just where are we? Where is this country skidding to? In the morning, the fight will have begun. In considering all of the establishment's protective agencies, even those that are quasi-secret, none can hide themselves. Any establishment, institution, or organization that enjoys prestige, that exists openly above ground, is by this definition weak, or at least vulnerable to a determined attack. When the purpose of your military tactics is to build and guard some object or point of supposed advantage, the defender can actually be thought of as being under siege. The guard himself, a standing target. The fortress and all its resources, mechanized and human, for all its imposing strength, cannot exist for long under persistent attack, deprived of the opportunity to replenish, repair, and renew itself. And you can, like, something that I find myself doing is when I read about guerrilla warfare, a lot of the times so much of it can be used as metaphor. Like, I can relate tactics on the battlefield to community organizing in so many different ways. And I can refer to fronts, and I can refer to flanks, and I can refer to support, and I can refer to the logistics, and I can refer to all of these things, and they can be relevant to every single aspect of political organizing. Like, even just reading a book about guerrilla warfare, like from Che Guevara, for example. Right, yeah, if you can see in the little mini thing up top. It arms you with metaphors to apply to other aspects in your life, right? Politically and organizationally. You should write a poem about it. I should write a poem about it. If the opposing military forces that have laid the siege are nameless, faceless, numberless, indistinguishable from all the millions that exist all about the establishment, when the establishment's military forces sally forth from their beleaguered fortress to do battle, what must be the result? They must cause suffering. They must cause suffering to the innocent, since it is impossible for them to know us, thus making new enemies. They will restrict the freedom of our known or suspected political parties and projects that are welded to the people, thus restricting the freedom of others who may have been neutral or sympathetic to them. They will make themselves targets for our hidden machine gun, sniper's rifle, silenced pistol, mortar, anti-tank rocket, flamethrower. Our counterterrorism will bring on a stage 2 fascist repression. There is no question in our minds. Blacks, men under hatches, about the nature of the ruling class, the exceedingly violent disposition of the USA ruling class is well documented with just a glance into our lives and the order of our deaths. The point is to reveal this senseless violence to the entire revolutionary class or classes. Counterterrorism is a mighty tool, and the only one at our disposal in the opening stages of people's war. In some cases, in other revolutionary societies, this level of violence alone was sufficient to win all the demands of the people. However, I'm sure that here it will not be sufficient because of the complexities of the USA class structure and its stockpile of potential further violence. Many of the small demands of a sizable portion of the population are slowly being met at the expense of all the rest of us and the world's people. A new pig-oriented class has been created at the bottom of our society from which the ruling class will be always able to draw some support. Consequently, our task will be to move from counter-terrorist tactics into the second stage of larger guerrilla unit operation. Over 90% of the USA population live in cities and towns, and although some of the principles of classic Mao She-style guerrilla operations must be used to stop the orderly flow of intercity and interstate commerce, most of the real fighting must take place inside the nerve centers of the nation, the cities. Yes, this has always been an alienating factor in me reading, like Che Guevara and reading Mao and things when they talk about guerrilla warfare and people's war. It doesn't translate perfectly into the modern industrialized time, right? Because like when in Mao's time, we're talking about peasants and things like that, and like super agricultural societies. The most laborers in our world, like you just said, are concentrated in cities. So it's going to look a lot differently because it doesn't speak concrete jungle. You know what? Concrete jungle is actually the way that I think about it now. Is that like the Che and Mao and others talked about? You basically, the guerrillas operate in hard to access areas like in the mountains, in the jungles and the forests. The laborers in the West, sure. Well, yeah. I'm reading an American, and I am an American. Yeah. I mean, obviously, this isn't. I am strictly coming at this from an American perspective. Absolutely. Yeah. What was I saying? Oh, we're talking about like agricultural societies that lived separate, that lived outside of the concentrations of power in their respective, places. That is kind of the opposite now. And the a part of the tactic is to draw them into places that it's hard for them to move in, that they are not familiar with, right? That forces them to move slow and clumsily and vulnerable to surprise and the stalking tactics of those who know the terrain like the back of their hand, right? That is still true when we're talking about the dense urban city centers. At least here in LA, I know that is absolutely true. Do you know every single alleyway and where it leads? Do you know the intricacies of all of the different sidewalks and all of the different side streets? Do you know the names of all of the people that live on these streets? Do you know that there happens to be how think about how well you know your immediate neighbor, and hopefully you do know it well. Right? Like every little part of the street that you're expecting, oh, I know that little crack. There's a crack in the sidewalk 2 houses down. You know what I mean? I know there's that crack with the big old tree. You know what I mean? Like you know every little thing about your neighborhood. You should anyway. And the oppressor, the colonizer, the occupying force doesn't know these intricacies. They don't have these connections. It's similar to a jungle, in that it's a concrete jungle. Obviously, it's a little bit different because you're also dealing with the centers of power being kind of in the same place, right? But it's still, like, if you look at downtown LA and West Hollywood and compare that to South LA, compare that to South Central Los Angeles, compare that to East LA, it's completely different. Completely different people, completely different culture, completely different vibe, just completely different people. Delivery jobs in North Texas pay off? Hell yeah, fuck yeah. There are panopticons everywhere for those who have snouts to smell. Yeah. Well, I mean, that kind of like what I'm saying. Like, you know, it's a little bit different in that here in the city, you're also directly amidst like the centers of power. But like, who has the upper hand there? Right? Like, they may have helicopters, but they don't have the knowledge of every single part of an alleyway that would shield you from the sight of a helicopter spinning above. They have things like, you know, thermal vision on their cameras on those helicopters, but they don't know, they don't have like the you know, the access to houses and garages and sheds and whatever that you would as a person who is, you know, as a part of their community and knows the people in their community and has a good relationship with the people in their community. This is an entirely new situation in the development of People's War. Whereas the classic types of the Third World movements generally relied upon the strangling of provincial capitals where the enemy colonial power tended to concentrate itself. In urban guerrilla warfare, where the colonies can be said to be situated within the city, the process or tactics will be unique. I mean, I'm going to keep going to the really extremely relevant case of Gaza. Like, Gaza is one of the most densely populated places on the fucking earth. And the Israeli military is extremely well equipped. Like, extremely well equipped. Why are they still not able to completely stomp out Hamas and any other resistance? Why? Because they can't. Because they don't actually have complete access. Their only hope is to completely level it, but even then, it will not completely crush it ever. You know what I mean? Gaza is also under an insane blockade with almost no resources. I mean, if Gaza isn't the number one inspiring example of resistance and resilience, I don't know what the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, are you fucking kidding me? The Palestinian fucking people are probably the number one best example of resilience. Because stomping creates more resistance. All you do is you create more fighters. You know, that's all you're doing. I mean, and that's what he's talking about here, and he's referencing all like Mao and Che and Fidel and whoever in talking about the conditions necessary for the next step to happen. And I like I say, like, just read the news right now. What step do you think we're in with the United States foreign policy and United States domestic policy and you know, recent current events? Like, where do you think we're at with that? Do you think that we're maybe possibly overextending ourselves in the Middle East and also like South America and in the Caribbean and in fucking like, you know, I don't know, like, you name it. How many fucking military bases does the US have across the world? But like, especially right now with the military conflicts happening around the world and the interior conflict that is taking place, where do you see the current time fitting into these frameworks? Like, I beg of you to think about these things. Where were we? Though the basic strategy is the same, urban guerrilla warfare differs from all that has ever taken place in the arena of guerrilla against the God state. I mean, damn, that actually is so fitting, because I even referred to it as God. There are similarities between our situation and that of the growing movement of the Uruguayan people, and perhaps we can draw from their experience. But to be realistic, the disparity in size and population, the relative strength of the enemy state institutions, and their global sweep must seriously be taken into account. Uruguay is a colony of Anglo-America, Defeat of the Uruguayan government and a change in the present property relations would of necessity mean the defeat of a section of the American imperial infrastructure. The comparison between ourselves and the Algerian liberation experience is almost untenable, though there may be some small tactical lessons to be gleaned from their urban effort. It must be kept in mind that the principal battles that led to the people's victory were fought on the countryside between massive French mechanized divisions and a classical guerrilla army of the people. The battle for Algiers was only aided by the force within. The people's fifth column within the city of Algiers was not a model of perfection simply because of the principal effort, energy, and motive forces were located in the classical guerrilla units that engaged the French expeditionary forces for control of the countryside. That was wordy. Let me read that again. The people's fifth column within the city of Algiers was not a model of perfection simply because the principal effort, energy, and motive forces were located in the classical guerrilla units that engaged the French expeditionary forces for control of the countryside. At issue there in Algeria were such things as crude petroleum, 62% of the nation's exports, agricultural products, 18%, and some iron ore. All these basic raw materials were, of course, located in the countryside and had to be protected by the French. The war for control of the USA is unique in that its heartbeat can be stopped only by placing our primary forces in the valleys and defiles of its city streets. USA is the colonial master, the center of the imperial process where the raw materials are worked into finished manufactured products to be recirculated back into the exterior and interior colonies. In a comparison of the classical forms of wars of liberation fought in the outlying colonies and the one we must yet formulate, a vital question is immediately brought to our attention. Does it work in such a totally different setting? A theoretical examination indicates that it does. In fact, urban people's guerrilla warfare may prove to be an even more effective tool than the classical type. The same advantages are present, the same possibilities, plus some that exist simply because the fight is taking place within the cities, the nerve centers of the nation. The enemy culture, the established government, exists first of all because of its ability to govern, to maintain enough order to ensure that a cycle of sorts exists between the various levels and elements of the society. Law and order is their objective. Ours is perfect disorder. Our aim is to stop the life cycle of the enemy culture and replace it with our own revolutionary culture. This can be done only by creating perfect disorder within the cycle of the enemy's culture, within the cycle of the enemy culture's life process, and leaving a power vacuum to be filled by our building revolutionary culture. When the fight takes place within the cities, the disorder will clearly be hastened. This will have an immediate effect on the consciousness of the bulk of the population and will strain the relationship between government and governed to the utmost. If the life of the manufacturing city is to be stopped, it is clear that the normal processes, at least, will be slowed by a convoy of establishment trucks, tanks, or troops simply moving in the city's arteries where commercial convoys should be moving. Then the necessary checkpoints will further slow it. Each one of the opposition's own tank shells that is fired inside the manufacturing city at the elusive guerrilla will destroy some aspect of that factory city and undercut the ability of the establishment to produce another tank shell. It will not help the fascist cause very much at all when the armored personnel carrier or jeep patrol equipped with 30 caliber machine guns fires into a downtown shopping crowd at the elusive guerrilla who has taken refuge among them. The people just will not understand. I mean, think of no-knock raids on apartment buildings and how that affects neighbors and how that might radicalize neighbors. Right? Seeing something happen to somebody right across the hallway from them is extremely radicalizing. The cities of fascist USA, built straight up and with very little real planning or pattern, the twisting side streets, gangways connecting roofs, manholes, storm drains, concrete and steel trees, will hide a guerrilla army just as effectively as any forest. I had the interesting experience of growing up heavily engaged in graffiti culture for many years of my life. And that's not just like, you like wrote on a couple things or you put some stickers on some stuff. Like, I was very, very, very into graffiti for many years of my life. It was like a very big part of my life. And something interesting that being heavily into graffiti does for you is it introduces you to parts of the world and the city that you would have never, ever had any reason to be at, and discover nooks and crannies of the city that nobody ever really sees, except for graffiti writers and homeless people. In LA, there is so much sprawl. There are so many nooks and crannies. There are so many alleys. There are so many underpasses. There are so many, like it feels endless. I've lived here my whole life, and I've spent so much of my life running around this massive city, and there's still no possible way for me to experience every inch of it. It's massive. It's fucking massive. It's like impossibly massive. There are places that people don't even ever go to. Like if you live in, I don't know, Beverly Hills or something, chances are you've never been to Compton. You never had any reason to drive down that way, right? Why, you know, like you're from West Hollywood. You probably never really spend too much time in City of Commerce or Downey. You know what I mean? Like being into graffiti for so long has, I have the, you know, I guess the privilege of knowing parts of my city that so many people that have lived there their entire lives don't. And that's a knowledge of the city that everyone should have. That's a knowledge of the city, in my opinion, that if you have the ability to move around the city in such a way, you should. You should introduce yourself to it. You should introduce yourself to the people who live there. Yeah, like when I think of the jungle and luring occupiers and occupying forces into the jungle for protracted people's war, I see the fucking long, scattered, sprawling cities of Los Angeles. In times of order and artists, in times of revolution, scouts. There is the added advantage that just being in an area doesn't automatically make one suspect and fair game, as is the case when an establishment army unit spots a gathering, no matter how innocent, in an area where guerrilla movements have been reported in the countryside. Just being out there defines them. The fact that the guerrilla can hide himself fairly easily inside large population centers does not mean that hard work needn't be done toward the winning of popular support. It simply means the failure to gain full support for violent confrontation doesn't preclude violent confrontation. If all the elements exist that have made guerrilla warfare in its classical style an invincible weapon against mechanized industrially based armies in undeveloped areas, they will be even more successful in built-up urban American conditions. The facts that make it impossible for the establishment army to overcome the attacking guerrilla army in spite of the availability of the knowledge contained in the master works on guerrilla strategy become clear when we realize that after the strategy is understood by the guerrilla chief, the tactics applicable to his particular military problems, quote, are a product of his imagination alone. And that's kind of what I was talking about. It's interesting seeing where Mao takes Lenin and where Ho Chi Minh takes Mao, and where the Communist Party of the Philippines takes Mao, and where Fidel Castro and Che Guevara take Lenin, and things like that. Like, that's what this is. A constant creative improvising. Also working against the establishment's general staff is its own mentality. They've convinced themselves, or have been convinced by their experience at war with other mechanized armies that quote, having the most at the right time wins war. In other words, they feel that winning wars depends mainly on gadgets, and they presume that they can dictate the terms and grounds upon which each battle takes place. That part is incredibly relevant. You can spend trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars on the best gadgets. that'll just be made fucking useless by a $100 drone. Right? Like the conflict in Ukraine has completely turned upside down so many of these concepts for massive industrialized armies like the United States or like the West, the NATO, whatever. Everybody is like scrambling to figure out how to deal with that, and how it renders so much of what they've sunken so much money and time and training and manpower into is just completely irrelevant now. Where did we go? Fuck, where was it? They've convinced themselves or have been convinced by their experience at war with other mechanized armies that having the most at the right time wins war. In other words, they feel that winning wars depends mainly on gadgets, and they presume that they can dictate the terms and grounds upon which each battle takes place. They're locked in on a fixed set of systematized ideas that conflict completely with the realities of people's war. Their egos simply will never allow them to admit that all the ingenuity that has gone into the development of the Blitzkrieg has been wasted. A $100,000 tank can be destroyed with $2 worth of materials. A jet is useless against the rifleman, and it also can be destroyed with one well-placed burst from an assault rifle or destroyed on the ground by mortar from miles away. Then too, the pilot, years in the making, can be killed with a knife. The copter, as a fighting machine, is the most stupid of all the costly gadgets. It can be heard from miles. That's facts. I've gotten really good at knowing when the helicopters are coming and going straight to flight radar 24 to confirm and see if like my sense of direction is correct and all of these things. Like, listen, now's a great time to teach yourself random little skills. You know, like that's something that I can practice every day. And yeah, and you can teach yourself about the habits of these helicopters and how they move, where they move, you know, where they need to land, how long they operate before they need somebody else to take over their little spinning thing that they're doing. You know what I mean? Like, these are things that are doctrine and learnable. What's up, Lesbian Hot Sauce? Good to see you. Good morning. Oy, oy, oy. Okay, let's see. Where were we? Then too, the pilot, years in the making, can be killed with a knife. The copter, as a fighting machine, is the most stupid of all the costly gadgets. It can be heard from miles away. It can't be armored. A 10-cent bullet can render it useless. All of these contraptions require liquid fuels that will stop flowing when the production of all the other commodities stops. Fighting really depends upon the people and small, easily machined portable weapons. Another factor that works to the advantage of the guerrilla army is time. The establishment forces cannot survive the prolonged unrest that is steadily building. Profits fall, the points of diminishing returns is eventually reached, and from there the establishment's force and energy goes into its last stages of life. While our new revolutionary culture is building musical chairs where each go-round excludes some element of their control factors. The objective, I repeat, of the destruction of a city-based industrial establishment and its protective forces is to create a perfect disorder, to disrupt all of their interacting processes that allow them to produce and distribute goods. But this can be done from within the process much more easily than from without. Really, there is no possibility of an established government of ever overcoming a determined internal enemy. By their very nature, the holder or owner and his guard are exposed and vulnerable. A comparison between their mode of existence and that of the People's Vanguard elements employing all the subtle scientific principles of urban guerrilla warfare will demonstrate clearly where the real power lies. Top-heavy establishment organizations that exist openly are always a reflection of the men who staff them. Of primary interest to the guerrilla are the bureaucratic institutions that serve to protect the right of the wrongdoers to do their wrong. The local and federal pig establishments. The complexities of the class structure have shifted somewhat since the time of Marx and Lenin. Presently, within the working class, there exists an ultra-right section at the bottom of this structure which feels that all of its demands on life can be met by the existing order. In fact, the working class of USA 1971 can be realistically divided into two mutually exclusive and conflicting sections. One right-oriented and conservative, the other left to neutral. One explanation for this phenomenon is the loss over the years to fascist nationalistic propaganda and state-controlled unions of a clear-cut class consciousness. In effect, it can be said that this right-oriented sector of the working class is a new class, a new pig class. In their ranks, we find a factory or construction worker, the ubiquitous civil service employee, the retired military career man, the man who sells used autos or insurance, the stock clerk or longshoreman about to be replaced by a machine. All of these individuals are not clearly in the new pig class. Some only have just one foot in the grave. As yet, they only have pig tendencies and can still be redeemed. Outright pigs must be either neutralized or destroyed, killed. I love how they had to. I love how he just needed to to elaborate on that in case neutralized or destroyed wasn't enough. From the new pig class, a section of the working class whose demands are small and are being slowly met by the capitalist masters. The government draws its greatest support. The forces of counter-revolution... Wait, did I start that from the right? From the new pig class, a section of the working class whose demands are small and are being slowly met by the capitalist masters, the government draws its greatest support. The forces of counter-revolution make themselves felt on the street level through this new class, while above this class, in the loosely defined petit bourgeois level and upper middle class professionals and students, we can find some very real revolutionary consciousness. There are explanations for this complex, inverted stratification of revolutionary potential, the history of the USA and its immigrants, the emphasis placed on the subversion of the workers' movement, the unions, by the ruling class and the apparent, not real, stabilizing of the economy with fascist Keynesian is my lord. Fascist Keynesian controls and redoubled imperialist expansion. All can be carefully treated to explain the present confusion and contradictions in the class struggle. But most of this I leave to Comrade Newton, who has handled it well so far. This is a comment on what to do with what we have and what we are realistically faced with. The top-heavy bureaucratic agencies that exist with quasi-social sanction, and in particular the ones that are given over to the maintenance of law and order, draw their principal personnel from the pig class and consequently are an expression of that class's mentality, a stagnant, even atavistic mentality that is completely dependent upon regimen and rote to perform the simplest of functions. First of all, the opposition is stupid. I love this shit, dude. I fucking love the way he writes. He's just like the way it's just the way he speaks, right? He's not a writer. He even said in the beginning of the book, he's like, I'm not a writer. That's not what I do. And I appreciate that so much because this shit, it hits harder. It makes more sense. It's immediately graspable. You know what I mean? What's up, Kristen Nerd? Good to see you. That shit is so funny. First of all, the opposition is stupid. However, let me qualify this statement with the observation that they make up for what they lack in brains with sheer brutality. As a result of their original drawback, stupidity, they have expanded to massive proportions and tied themselves irrevocably to a technology based on massive and equally faulty machines to the point now that it is impossible for them to ever hide any of their movements, to move with any real speed, or to change themselves in response to any change in our attack. The very nature of their apparatus, its supposed legality and its size tends to weaken it. Their growing demand for personnel leaves them helpless to stop us from infiltrating them. Their cybernetics cannot overcome the fact that men, especially of the pig class, are cyclic. They think, function, and live in cycles. This is more to their detriment than ours. Their science of control turns upon them to weaken and wreck their own institutions. How can a massive department or bureau or regiment with hundreds of personnel ever coordinate in any activity without the strictest regimentation, without a massive meeting place to familiarize themselves with procedures, without badges or uniforms to identify each other, without systematized patterns of thought and behavior, without dependence on clear-cut orders? Simple pig types can only learn to function by rote and in cycles. Procedure must be drilled into them and only seldom, if ever, changed. It is quite easy for a pig to perform a particular function the same way, time after time. Once he has learned the function, it is not so easy to vary, especially when there are great numbers of the same types of individuals involved. What would be the result if each pig were given a different job each day in a different area, or if he had to vary his code every week or think for himself just 1 8-hour shift? Chaos. If it weren't for the sergeant or lieutenant and a routine, when the average pig ran out of gas, his car would have to be pushed out of the street by the citizenry. That's a great way of putting that. I really love that. That's just, like, I'm gonna keep coming back to that point, to the point that even when we're talking about straight up guerrilla warfare tactics, these are things that can be utilized as a metaphor and applied to a lot of your life as an organizer, as somebody who is involved in organizing and in their community and has specific political goals that they are working together with their organization towards. I've always really liked your streams and really don't see that changing no matter what direction you go. That being said, I've never enjoyed your content as much as I do now. Appreciate you, comrade. Oh, I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. That's very nice to say. You're lasering in on more refined, sharpened, even more directed, practical political content. That's like, I appreciate you saying that. I appreciate you noticing that. The content that I did for 5 years of going over the entirety of the news cycle, I don't know that I'm the right one for that as a trans person. You know what I mean? As a marginalized person, I'm not the one that people want to hear it from anymore. It's just the truth. Like, the people who want to hear from me are people who share in my experience in some kind of way. And it isn't, I don't feel like it's useful for me to just like tell them what they already know to be true. Like, hey, let's read this article about this thing that happened. It's bad. Here's why it's bad. You already know this. Like, we need more actionable steps. Like, there's lots of anger and there's lots of passion and lots of like will right now in the United States where I live. And so much of that anger needs direction. It doesn't know what to do. That anger shows up at a protest and then gets fucking its ass beat by a cop, and then it never shows up again. Like, we need actionable steps. Like, I wish I could go back to that content, but it doesn't seem like, one, it's the time, place, nor am I the person to deliver it. I mean, it's been very valuable for me, like literally not streaming and not talking and just listening and like trying to learn more from other people. It's been like the best experience of my life, shutting the fuck up. I don't know everything. You know what I mean? And there's so much to learn. But yeah, and I mean, I'm reading this now and I'm God, like I'm locked in, dude. Like, so much of it is so poignant and so relevant. Know what you mean, Tofu? Yeah. Enough to make anyone crazy? True. Mood. Once again, that being said, feel free to go whichever direction you're currently vibing with. This is what you're doing now is unpacked now for the public. If tomorrow you want to do like Minecraft streams, that will never detract from this. I appreciate you saying that. Thank you so much. It'll probably be Arc Raider streams, but yeah. Which, you know, I'm playing Arc Raiders and I'm like, damn, bro, like this feels like this could be like like 20 years from now, 15 years from now, this is our reality. Like, this feels like, you know what I mean? Oh yeah. Anyway, where were we? Let's see if I can look ahead and see if there's a good stopping point coming up anytime soon. Oh, there sure is. There sure fucking is, bitch. We'll stop at page 87, which is perfect because that's what I was supposed to read for my fucking, for the book club. And I'm so glad I have you guys actually to help to read this with me, because I feel like I'm getting more out of it. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. This is where we left off. I'll be right back. If anybody's wondering what we're reading and it's just pulling up, here's a couple links to what we're reading. Dun dun. And I'll be right back. All right. Mommy's got a joint. Feeling good. Feeling ready. Why does my man... I will never get over the fact that my man looks so fucking blazed out of his brain, bro. Yo, I want some of that Cuban fucking, that good Cuban shit. You know what I mean? That good. I'm aware of the pressure that positive public responses can create. Shit can stunlock you, hence the caveat. I appreciate that, Kairos. Also, good to see you on Dead Logic and Maddie B, if I didn't say hello. And Johnny Cornflake, hello. Dude, literally, he's literally people high. He's literally people high. I'm pretty literally people high too. Pretty literally. Excuse me. Doesn't the background look cool right now? You wanna know why? Biggest part of why? This is a piece, an artwork by J. Marianne. Oh, you can't really see it. Womp womp. It looks better in the fucking background. That's weird. Damn, I totally forgot about that command. 379 joints. Can you imagine if that, like, okay, obviously that's way off. Can you imagine how many joints I have smoked on stream though? Because not every joint has been hit with the exclamation point joint. Like, that's only 379 times that somebody has hit exclamation point joint in the chat since that was created, that command was created, probably in like what, like 2022 or some shit? 2023? Like, that's insane. Like, I've smoked so many joints. It actually kind of freaks me out. Like, if that says 379, which is a pretty big number on its own, it's probably like in the fucking thousands. Like, a lot of weed. It's a lot of weed. Fuck, dude. We are literally high on this blessed day. That's true. That's pretty true. Those are cute emotes. What is this? Geomet? Who dat? That's a cute emote. I smoke double digits a day daily. Yeah. You know, it'd be like that. I've been doing pretty good, actually. I've been like incredibly broke. So like, I mean, such is life. C'est la vie. It's just another day. Just another day. But like, you know, the like, what is like the word I'm looking for? Like the way you adapt to your lack of financial means, you know what I mean, by stretching things out and stuff. Like, I've been doing pretty good, and I think I'm living like it's funny, like my and obviously this isn't universal, but like my brokenness has like kind of forced me into a pretty healthy lifestyle. You know what I mean? Well, I'd have nothing if my stepdad didn't grow. Oh shit. Well, there you go. You got the hookup, then you Gucci. You Gucci. I've just been made redundant, and I'm like pre-adapting to try and get used to the brokenness. I live with my family though, so I am able to manage a bit better because I don't pay a huge amount of rent. Oh, okay, gotcha. I'm glad you have, you know, I'm glad you have family and stuff to help, and you know, you're not just alone in having to adapt to dealing with that. I'm sorry you're having to deal with that, but it's cool seeing you stream so much, and it was really cool, I have to say, and I think I said it to you before, but it was really cool coming back from like a long hiatus and like you had like just started streaming or like we're really new and like you got a partner badge. It's like it's really cool. You know what I mean? It's what you've made of it is really cool. So you know, there's that, and that's cool. That's cool. You're cool. 2026 is fucking wank. Felt. I feel that. What's weed laws like in across the good old pond? You guys can't have weed over there, no? Like it's not legal anyway. I still have a little bits of nuggets of weed from an ICE agent. Oh, piñata. Wait, what? You got weed out of the bro? What? And I wasn't invited? That sounds tight. You mean to tell me you got together with a bunch of people and beat the shit out of an ICE agent piñata and there was weed in it? That's so sick. Dude, new birthday party idea. Okay, I know what I'm doing next birthday. What the fuck? I want my piñata to be a fucking cop and it to be filled with weed. What the fuck? Man. New goal unlocked. New quest. The other week we raised $2,000 for a queer charity in Kenya. That's so awesome. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. That's so huge. Fuck yeah, dude. Weed still isn't legal enough. Legal enough? Here in Baco, Kern, California state. Wait, what? Oh, Baco like Bakersfield. And Kern, Wait. Yeah, it is. Is it just... Oh, is it like city ordinances make it weird? Or something like NIMBY laws, like not allowing for like dispensaries and stuff like that. Yeah, okay, that makes sense then. Still room to improve state law as well. Oh fuck yeah, for sure. I mean, every law around weed could be improved. But that makes sense. Yeah, like the NIMBY like zoning laws make it weird. Yeah, for sure. Fuck Bakersfield. Bakersfield is... I've met some really great people from Bakersfield. I've never really enjoyed my time in Bakersfield. But it's kind of the same with like a few different cities, like Fresno. Like I've also know some really great people in Fresno, like met some really great people in Fresno and like been to really cool like things in Fresno, but it's like not a great, I'd never really enjoy, it's not an enjoyable place. What's another place like that? San Bernardino is kind of like that. It's like San Bernardino, Bakersfield, Fresno, you know, yeah. I hear the cockroaches are gigantic. I mean, they're probably bigger in places like Long Beach, to be fair. Like Long Beach has some big ass cockroaches running around in the fucking streets, dude. Kern Raceway is cool. I've never been. Like can't do on-site consumption, can't do a park or a sidewalk. Where is one meant to medicate? I guess just at home, huh? Yeah. I mean, I guess technically a lot of that is still, I mean, there is a lot of, I mean, there are laws like that. I think that the culture, which you're probably speaking to, that you have a lack of in that area, the culture in places like LA and probably, you know, definitely like in the Bay Area, like San Francisco, Oakland, whatever. The culture is kind of like accepting of weed. Like if you're walking down the street smoking a joint, nobody's gonna stop you, right? Like technically you can't be like drinking like in public in a lot of places, and it is technically looked at in the same way. Like you can't be like getting drunk in a lot of public places, right? And just like drinking in the open in some places. It's like this, it's technically legally like the same as weed, like in that way. Like you can't operate a motor vehicle, you can get a DUI. But like motherfuckers smoke and drive all the time. You know what I mean? like people who would never drink and drive, like absolutely smoke weed and drive all the time. And it's like I've had cops like take my. I mean, this is even back when weed was still not fully legal. I've had cops like take my weed from me and just like, all right, here's a story that's happened one time. I got pulled over and cop asked me about the smell of weed in the car, and they were like, this was like, I don't even remember. I was probably in high school, and he like looked and saw like that there was like a roach or something in the fucking cup holder or some shit, and he's like, "Where's the weed at?" He's just like you got weed in here, like what's up? It's like, and I was like, yeah, I got a little weed. And he's like, give it to me, and I'm like, I give him the weed, and he looks at it, opens it, smells it, and says, "This is some fucking trash. What the fuck is this bullshit?" And literally, I'm not joking, flicks it into my lap and then walks back to his squad car and drives off. And I'm sitting there like, what? What the fuck just happened? What just happened? He wanted to steal it, but you had swag. Yeah, I had that bullshit. He was gonna fucking rob me, but he didn't even want it. Damn, that's an old school memory right there. Still probably better than the supply here. I mean, I don't know, dude. You're like, weed's pretty fucking, just generally pretty freaking good. I don't know. You probably just gotta drive a little bit to get it, but like, weed is, yeah. It's definitely where you're at. It's definitely getting shipped up there, or rather down there from like the PNW, from Oregon and the Bay and whatever. Well, I guess not the Bay, but like like NorCal. Cops used to search me for WMDs, bruh. They ever find one of your WMDs and be like, "This is some bullshit," and then just flick it back on your lap and let you go about your day. Sorry to make light of your experience. That's terrible. And we truly live in hell. How about 9/11, huh? Post 9/11, huh? It's pretty cool, pretty interesting world we live in. So upset with the quality of yellow cake. When he asks you where the yellow cake is at and you literally give him a cake that's yellow. So disappointed. And I mean, and all I mean by saying any of this is to start laying the foundation for a sign to tap to keep moving, improving the cannabis situation. Yeah, I mean, I feel that. The thing, my where I'm at with that is that like there are so many like weed laws are like, it could be the easiest W for anyone, and it was really clear that like Trump felt like he was not in a good spot when he was like, we're gonna change it from a Schedule 1 or 2. I don't remember which schedule is which, but we're changing the schedule. All right, it's gonna be a different schedule. We're gonna lower it or whatever. He clearly knows he's in hot water politically. So he's like, huh? Weed? Huh? One of the most universally popular and obvious fucking things that I could fucking do that any president could have done and hasn't. Joe Biden, you bitch. Like, whatever. Like, I don't know. But that just makes me feel like it's never gonna be a thing. It's like one of those things that people can dangle, right? And also, it's the least of our worries, most importantly. Like, the police state and the carceral state and its relationship with marijuana is something that I think is far more... The damage is so deep. It's I don't know how... It needs to be undone. Just legalizing weed across the board. Oh shit, look at that. My PlayStation's on. Tight. Good to know. Just legalizing weed across the board isn't going to fix the problems that weed being illegal caused, right? Or the reasons isn't going to solve the issues for the people who were initially the reason and essentially the target of marijuana laws in the very fucking first place. God. aka racism. Yeah, legal feels like a strong word for how much of a struggle it feels, but yeah. The capitalist class mass growers are still the capitalist class. Mm-hmm. And people in jail for drug offenses, non-violent drug offenses, are still in jail. Yep. So it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know, but I'm also super fucking like spoiled, right, by being from a place like LA where it's such a normal thing, where everything, like, you go to so many parts of the city, you just smell like weed. And there are like, it's literally like liquor store, it's liquor store, it's liquor store, cash in advance, like paycheck in advance store, Starbucks, dispensary, Walgreens, like it's literally that, like copy paste that and just keep hitting like Command V, Control V, like up and down the street. So that there are weed shops everywhere. They'll even just bring it to you. You don't even gotta go nowhere. They'll just bring it to your door. That's just expensive, but it's a thing. Yeah, gray market dispensary storefronts, but technically storefronts aren't legal. Delivery only. Yeah, that's the only thing protected by state law. Got it. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. No Apple Store dispos. Dude, we got hella Apple Store dispos. That's so funny. Yeah, we got hella Apple Store dispos. I know exactly what you're talking about. Starbucks doesn't do well here. They shouldn't do well anywhere, to be clear. This playlist has actually been fucking fuego for our reading sesh tonight, I must say. Which, let's finish it up. We're getting close to what is this, page 65, 67, 66, 67? Oh God, kill me. Please end it now. Oh Lord. Let's get to 85 or 86 or 87. I don't remember which one it was. 87. And I don't know. Maybe we'll just chill and talk about what we just read. And then maybe we'll come back tomorrow and read some more. I'm glad people have been enjoying this. I was like so certain. I was like, I'm just going to have like 5 viewers this stream, but that's fine because I'm just going to read this anyway. But it's nice that y'all are here and engaged. Closest Walmart is like 30 miles away minimum. I mean, Walmart is cringe. Like Walmart only slaps if it's literally the center of your town. Like you live in the middle of fucking nowhere and it's like, that's the town square, right? Is like the fucking Walmart. In any other place, like Walmart is like, I'll never go to Walmart. Fuck that shit. They ain't even got what I want, bro. They ain't even got what I want, bro. Alright. Where were we? 6, 7. Dun dun. Chaos. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. In regards to the pig class. Shall we? If it weren't for the sergeant or lieutenant and a routine, when the average pig ran out of gas, his car would have to be pushed out of the street by the citizenry. When his bullets ran out, he would have only a club until he could check with the captain. Cyclic men equipped with only a few learned responses can be watched, clocked, photographed, and anticipated. Their code isn't really a code at all. They are finished. A pig is a fool. They have numbers over the small vanguard element and the social license to kill. But once we decide on the proper action, we will find that our enemies are vulnerable. For the soldiers of the people, the guerrillas, though they also must operate with the tightest structure and in complete harmony with their political branch, cycles are not a factor in their operations. The subtleties and fundamentals of urban guerrilla warfare can be broken down to their simplest terms this way. Mobility. Like we're literally getting into Che Guevara, like guerrilla warfare and like on guerrilla warfare. Like this is just like the American. This is you're truly like reading the American, like the Black American liberatory movement's version of that. It's like everything, like verbatim. And like I said, remember, like when we're talking about things that sound like strictly tactical, like guerrilla warfare tactics, like I would challenge you to consider applying these concepts to other parts of your organizing life, because hopefully you are organizing and involved in community in some way. Apply these concepts as like in metaphorically to other things, and they can still be just as valuable, even if talking about these kinds of things makes you feel uncomfortable. Mobility. Only the light, portable, easily machined or easily stolen weapons are employed by the guerrilla under normal circumstances. On rare occasions, he may hire or commandeer a piece of heavy equipment for an isolated or special purpose, which fits in with the improvised extemporaneous nature of this form of combat. The bomb in all its various forms: Bangalore, mortar, satchel charge, hand grenade, the anti-tank rocket launcher, the sniper's rifle, the light machine gun, the silenced pistol, the flamethrower. He loves flamethrowers. He really loves mentioning flamethrowers. The poison dart, poison bullet, the crossbow, the knife, the fist, all form the guerrilla arsenal. Provision must be made to move men and equipment in spite of the condition of today's streets and roads in the cities. That means making use of the new four-wheel drive civilian-type jeeps, station wagons, and motorcycles. The bicycle will regain popularity. Bro, the way I've been biking so fucking much on a bike that I put together with parts that I gathered from comrades that I'm in community with, man. That shit hits. The bicycle will regain popularity. Heavy vehicles, the jeeps, trucks, vans, all ordinary looking, family or commercial looking vehicles but armored with either plastic or steel, can be either rented or commandeered. All dwellings should be rented and expendable. They should be equipped so that when forced to leave by tunnel or other hidden exits, the place can be burned to create further confusion for the attacker and destroy evidence. Food and clothing should be purposely simple. Clothing must always be available for disguises. Although part of the guerrilla's function is to hijack and commandeer food in non-perishable form from the enemy cultures and stockpiles, he should also learn to identify the food plants that grow wild all over the country, even in backyards and vacant lots. I don't know how do I say this without getting too specific, but having experience with like connecting different organizations, being in one organization and connecting different organizations to make crazy cool things happen, like people who like organizations that do that like salvage like leftover produce from markets, like flea markets or grocery stores or restaurants or whatever, and then distribute that to different organizations. Like for example, I'm just thinking of like how resourceful I've seen I know people get and we get in order to source food, and how insane and cool it is that so many orgs can like come together in this like logistic puzzle, if you will, to like bring food to people, directly to people who need it, to like bring food from places where it was probably just going to get thrown in the trash or or whatever, to people who are willing to take time out of their day to prepare and cook it, and then take that from their kitchens directly to people and into communities that need it. I mean, like, that is like, we're talking about orgs that source oranges and lemons from people's homes. Right? And there are even applications that are, I think, I wish I could remember them. But like there are like websites you can go to see like where there are fruit trees around your town. Like that, they're like maps that show where all the different fruit trees are. And so you can go find them and try to like, you know, so you can pick the fruit that is available to you. Like when people who have orange trees and apple trees and shit like that in their backyards take all of those oranges and those apples and fucking get it to the people that need it. Like that's what they're talking about here for me. When I read this, that's what I think about. I think about the orange trees. I think about, you know, the avocado trees. I think about the apple trees. I think about the kumquats. I think about, you know, the wild berries. All of those things. We have fruit trees everywhere here. Where did I leave off? Damn it. Commandeer food in non-perishable form from the enemy cultures and stockpiles. He should also learn to identify the food plants that grow wild all over the country, even in backyards and vacant lots. He should also learn to want less. Infiltration. Right now, we can be placing our soldiers inside various police and military and prison staffs. Okay, this is where I highly disagree. I highly disagree with this. Yeah. What, Quats? You heard me. You fucking heard me. Like, I get what they're saying here, but this doesn't work. Like, consider the endless stories that we have here in LA, for example, of like female cops experiencing insane amounts of like harassment and abuse at the hands of their fellow officers, and like people who want to be cops, right? Like aren't even allowed to be cops, right? Like you're not gonna make it in there. Like as somebody with a conscience, right? You won't be able to effectively infiltrate these places. Like that's not how that works, right? Because you aren't hopefully willing to be brutal to your fellow working class, right? Your fellow marginalized, occupied, oppressed peoples in order to convince this, you know, in George Jackson's words, pig class, that you are one of them in order to efficiently infiltrate them, you know, in any sort of like meaningful manner. Like it's not a thing. It's just that, you know, it's fun, you know, and maybe at a time that was the case. You know, I believe that from his perspective, you know, with the LAPD back in the 70s, that was something that like was feasible to a certain extent. It's just not now. But yeah. Are more gifted, I mean, if we're talking about other things, right? Like other bureaucracies of this, like bureaucracies of the fascist state, maybe, yeah, for sure. Like if you are filling up the ranks, you know, of the administrative state in like really key places, yeah, for sure. But like when as the boot, no, that's not how that works. That's not how it works. Our more gifted and better educated comrades could end up in the intelligence units of the army and police. Our major source of weapons should come from our men placed in the military under seemingly ordinary circumstances. This is our, like, see, you know what's so interesting? Like, you don't even really need this because the streets are flooded with illegal firearms that got there because of the police, who are cops because they like being cops. Right? Like, it's interesting. Like, you don't really need like good meaning people to infiltrate to the military and the police to steal their weapons and to like put it, you know, give it to the revolutionaries and put it on the streets. Like, that's what the cops do. It's a racket. It's a whole thing. It's how they make so much money, is through these really fun extracurricular activities. Our major source of weapons should come from our men placed in the military under seemingly ordinary circumstances. This is our enemy's greatest weakness. Any establishment's greatest weakness is the need for personnel to resist the people. This lays them open to infiltration. The guerrilla army that operates within the city is necessarily small, so we stop infiltration by being very selective in conducting thorough and murderous tests. He really means it when he says murderous. Thorough and murderous tests and making full use of the principles underlying departmentalization. Military contracting, maybe. Speaking of how you mentioned P-Action earlier, I saw those videos and didn't think much of it from my own background with those same machines, and it looked like it would be better to just be an incompetent employee. Yeah, but to be, I hear you, but to be like, to be that requires a certain amount of believability, and a certain amount of believability will require you to just correct, like to, you know, adequately perform your job to a certain extent. Like, because you couldn't just be so inadequate that you would just be like, you know, they're not gonna, like, you have to be so adequate enough for you to even be hired there, for you to even be there. I don't think that is actually relevant. Like, I truly think the best thing that people can do that have that and I hear you that we all live in the, well, maybe not all of us, but I and a lot of you live in the imperial core, and we all live under capitalism and got to make a dollar to live. But in this time, I would be lying to you if I said anything else other than this. It wouldn't be genuine. The best thing that you could do as somebody with that kind of proximity to the state and to power is to quit your job. I mean that with my entire chest. And I hope you have community. And I implore you to seek a community that will help you in that process and to make it not as difficult to quit your job. Because I understand that is varying levels of hard and maybe even dangerous. Like, it's not easy or good for you to be dishonorably discharged from the military, right? In the eyes of, like, the state and its laws. But, like, morally, that is the correct, that is the answer. That is the correct decision, is to not do your job, is to stop doing your job. Yeah, like, just kind of period. Like, there is no working from within. That has been squashed out. Every chance that has been completely squashed out in so many different ways. Like, it's just, maybe at another time. Like how I'm reading his ideas about infiltrating like police departments. Like, maybe in the 70s and the LAPD, sure, maybe. I wasn't alive then. I can't really tell you. But I can say with great confidence that would not work today. And I will tell you too, like, I have, if you have some kind of, like, part in the creation of things that kill little brown children, like, I don't, and to a certain extent it is known, you know, like, I don't empathize with you, and I don't say the same. I don't say, like, oh, we all live in the imperial core, you know what I mean? It is what it is. I don't empathize with you in the same way that I do, you know, like, somebody who works at the bank, or somebody who works at, like, a loan office doing, like, pencil pusher work. It's not the same thing. Like, if you're making the machines that kill people, you should stop doing that. Like, period. If you are the boot that kills people, you should stop doing that. Period. I don't think that works anymore. Yeah, this is my point on Platner. That's why Platner is a great what's the word, like, litmus test in that regard. Like, I won't organize with you if you are pro-military, if you are active military. I will organize with you if you are ex-military and you are no longer that pro-state, pro-military person. I organize with lots of veterans, and they're key to the movement, like 100%. Our ex-military are extremely important. They're vital, if I would even say. But the point is, they are ex-military. If you are currently serving in the military, you are a danger to me and everyone around me. Even if you think you're well-meaning, you are a danger to me. And I cannot organize with you. Like I said earlier, I will be in community with you, and I would be willing to support you in the process of you getting dishonorably discharged or you quitting your job. Like, that's kind of it. I don't... Yeah. He called the murder and torture of Iraqis a high-stakes game and was proud of his service. I don't care... Yeah. I can't get past that. It's not somebody that I'm organizing with. I can't look past that. I can't look past, like, wanting his stated goal in trying to help recruitment. What? Like, yeah, okay. Like, okay. Liberal. Like, it's fine. Like, go be a liberal. I'm not organizing with you. Go do your liberal thing away from me. Like, very far away from me. You know what I mean? And if you're like somebody who thinks that you can be in community with them, have fun with that. I can't be in community. Like, I will not have nothing to do with any of it. Go crazy. Go stupid. Let's get through this though. Where was I? Hello? Oh, infiltration. This lays them open to the guerrilla army. Oh, already okay. The ambush. The only form of attack employed by the guerrilla forces is the ambush, the surprise attack. There must never be any front lines or defending of territory. The only engagements, and this goes back to the concept of like the oppressor never being allowed to rest or feel comfortable. And like I said, see drum circles outside of hotels that are housing ICE agents, or even the homes of ICE agents being protested outside of. Like, there are through lines all over this shit, and like I'm just read the fucking news right now. I think he is a man who cosplays oppression, but at the end of the day, was a man with a lot more means and opportunities and chose to kill people overseas. I would be willing to believe that he has some sort of class consciousness, like some kind of inkling of it, right? At least when it comes to economically. Like I don't not believe him if he's like Medicare for Medicare for all, or like, not fond of what ICE is up to. Right? But like, I also believe you when you say that you're proud of your service and that you don't really regret your history as a Blackwater mercenary or hire. Like, I know what Blackwater did. I know what the US military did in Iraq and throughout the global war on terror. He was at Abu Ghraib, for Christ's sake. Like I come on, please, please miss me with that shit. Ugh. Oh yeah. Anyway. The only engagements that are carried to completion are the ones that are winning. After an initial attack, if the enemy regains himself and counterattacks, we disengage and simply go home to await the next opportunity when we can catch him asleep with his women moving in convoys on the toilet. All at the same time? Bro, you with your girl moving in convoys on the toilet? Damn, talk about vulnerable to ambush, to surprise attack. Holy, yeah. Jesus Christ. Have you no shame, pig class? Fuck. Camouflage. Nothing ever appears outwardly as it is. The armor, sheets of plastic or steel, is fixed inside the vans and trucks in such a way as to make them appear normal when viewed from without. The military safe house, with tunnels leading in all directions and connecting with other houses, a storm drain, a manhole with bulletproof and airtight plexiglass window. Jesus. My man really thought about this. A manhole with bulletproof and airtight plexiglass window. Enhancements inside the house, camouflage with heavy curtains, rooms with doors that are really booby traps, that work from the inside. Must be made to look like any other house along the block. We must dress and equip ourselves with weaponry that will allow us to move even in units of a dozen or more without appearing to be anything other than private citizens pursuing their private interests. We will make use of all forms of disguise: mailman, policeman, telephone repairman, priest, nun, National Guardsman. The principal will soon have them shouting at each other or turning the innocents against them. The result, perfect disorder. Autonomous infrastructure. Okay, I like where this is going. If it is our eventual goal to wear away the establishment's ability to produce and distribute goods, to feed its war machine, or organize any sort of social activity, then, of course, we must, at the same time, provide ourselves with the means of performing these functions on at least a subsistence level. Love it. But the military and the political arms of the liberation movement must think of the provisioning of their vanguard elements and the people during the dark days when we stop the machine. Military supplies are stockpiled in advance with food staples. Depression days, foraging, and war years liberation gardens must be reintroduced and refined. I like that. Depression days, foraging, and war years liberation gardens must be reintroduced and refined. The military must depend on the people for food. It must also prepare to feed the people from the enemy's supplies. Then you have the very healthy, spontaneous mass looting, perfect disorder. At some point in the development of the overall struggle, revolutionary culture will have to become totally independent of the old enemy culture, in keeping with Shea's theory of molding the new society around the struggle against the old. We will start from the beginning to build our own infrastructure in every possible area: people's stores, hospitals, banks, buses, army. This dual power, this building of political infrastructure, and the military is succinctly stated by the Minister of Defense of the Black Panther Party, Huey P. Newton. We recognize that in order to bring the people of to the level of consciousness where they would seize the time, it would be necessary to serve their interests in survival by developing programs which would help them to meet their daily needs. For a long time, we have had such programs not only for survival, but for organizational purposes. Now we not only have a breakfast program for school children, we have clothing programs, we have health clinics which provide free medical and dental services, we have programs for prisoners and their families, and we are opening clothing and shoe factories to provide for more of the needs of the community. The whole beginning of Che Guevara's guerrilla warfare is about shoes. Like, it's literally about getting the materials to make shoes and then produce them, and then eventually get the ability to scale up that production. Like, first and foremost was shoes, because before you can have anything else, you needed shoes. And it was like, he seriously talks about shoes for a good portion of his writings on guerrilla warfare. Shoe factories to provide for more of the needs of the community. Most recently, we have begun a testing and research program on sickle cell anemia, and we know that 98% of the victims of this disease are black. To fail to combat this combat this disease is to submit to genocide. To battle it is survival. All these programs satisfy the deep needs of the community, but they are not solutions to our problems. That is why we call them survival programs, meaning survival pending revolution. We say that the survival program of the Black Panther Party is like the survival kit of a sailor stranded on a raft. It helps him to sustain himself until he can get completely out of that situation. So the survival programs are not answers or solutions, but they will help us to organize the community around a true analysis and understanding of their situation. Boom. You really need not look so much further for like inspiration and like ideological guidance than the Black Panther Party. Like truly, like if you like the most relevant thing that you can learn about right now is the Black Panther and how they came to be, the main, the main leaders and thinkers of the party, the different experiences throughout the United States from LA to Oakland to Louisiana, etc. And like their praxis, it's timeless and extremely fucking relevant and important right now. So the survival programs are not the answers or solutions, but they will help us to organize the community around a true analysis and understanding of their situation. So like organizing people around their basic needs, housing and food, clothing, health, these things, is the number one most radicalizing people for those in the lower classes, the working class, the proletariat. That's what really opens their eyes, to the situation. Oh, I do not have this. This is something that I want for, and I'm not able to get through the traditional means that I'm supposed to be getting them from. Though however, these alternative structures that are formed by regular people in my community, right, organized horizontally, are able to accomplish the things that the state is not able to provide me. That there is is such a fucking eye-opening, like, holy shit. And like that's happening right now when it comes to for so many people when it comes to the ICE situation domestically in the United States. That has been such a radicalizing and eye-opening thing for so many people across like ideological backgrounds or even apolitical people. When consciousness and understanding is raised to a high level, then the community will seize the time and deliver themselves from the boot of their oppressors. And that was from Huey P. Newton, Black Capitalism Reanalyzed. In following this strategy, we at once fill a very real vacuum that already exists in the black colony, brown and poor white too, where the people are not being fed, clothed, provided with adequate medical treatment or transportation facilities. This will create the consciousness that comes from the introduction of people's government. It will help the people to understand the force and energy of revolution. We are organizing them around their needs. We will not distract them with such empty questions as who will be elected from which political party. All political parties, as things stand, will support the power complex. Any individual elected will either be a supporter of the established politics or an individual. What would help us, in fact, is to allow as many right-wing elements as possible to assume political power. The warnings that our thrust towards self-determination will bring on fascism are irresponsible, or better, unrealistic. The fascists already have power. And this is me looking at every single fucking liberal for the past 3 presidential elections in this stupid fucking country. Saying the same shit every single fucking time. It's the same talking points, the same concepts over and over and over again. The point is that some way must be found to expose them and combat them. An electoral choice of 10 different fascists is like choosing which way one wishes to die. the holder of so-called high public office is always merely an extension of the hated ruling corporate class. It is to our benefit that this person be openly hostile, despotic, unreasoning. We are not living in a nation where left-wing parties hold 80 out of 200 seats in a congressional body, or even 8 out of 200. This is a huge nation dominated by the most reactionary and violent ruling class in the history of the world, where the majority of the people just simply cannot understand that they are existing on the misery and discomfort of the world. That part. Holy fuck. Holy shit. They have been hypnotized into believing that criticism of the expansionist policies of imperialism is really isolationist or injurious to both the USA and the world. Looking at you, Iran. Well, or not Iran, looking at the Iran situation. We are faced with two choices: to continue as we have done for 40 years, fanning our pamphlets against the hurricane. Oh my god, dude, it's little moments like this where he just it's just like the most biting way to put these things. Like, we are faced with two choices: to continue as we have done for 40 years, fanning our pamphlets against the hurricane, or starting to build a new revolutionary culture that we will be able to turn on the old culture. Collectively, we have that choice. The Black colony as it sits out here alone has no such choice. In a report from Jonathan Jackson in early 1970, he said, "We are not going to wait until the USA attacks the people of the USA, or Angola, Mozambique, or any of the other African nations in foment. We can't wait. We shouldn't even allow this thing to happen in Indochina. Bank of America, Chase Manhattan, First National City Bank of New York, Irving Trust Company, the Morgan Monopoly, Manufacturers Hanover Trust, the Continental Illinois National Bank." Is that what that is? Continental ILL? Continental Illinois National Bank, First National Bank of Chicago, Bankers Trust Co., and a dozen lesser firms all have great financial interests in the USA now. In 1966, the USA investment in one small African nation was $667 million. It's almost doubled since then. In 1968, 70 to 75% of all goods from the USA entered the USA duty-free. Soon we'll be asked to fight the people of the USA because they're getting their people's army together. No, I'm not waiting for them to attack a new part of Africa or Asia. I'm entering the war now, on the side of the Vietnamese. Holy... Holy, the Black colony USA has little choice. We must enter the war on the side of the majority of the world's people, even if it means fighting the USA majority. We fight to live, and we're learning to fight. It'll be a war to the knife if necessary. We can't wait until the generation that thinks of blacks as N-words and the rest of the world as G-words and C-words and S-words, etc., has been educated away. It may be the reverse that happens. We N-words and G-words may be blown away first, or if we survive, what will we inherit? A desert? I'd like to point out where the G word came from, and the use of the N word has spanned to, including my Filipino people. And the history of the Philippines is very connected to Cuba and to the struggle of Black Americans, in that the race making that was required for everything that happened with Cuba and the South, in the United States with chattel slavery and stuff, was, for lack of a better way of putting it, kind of exported by necessity of the necessity of empire to define the people who lived in the archipelago of the Philippines as lesser. And so part of that was the export of the use of the N word, and also the G word comes from I have it in my book. Actually comes from a Tagalog, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see if I can try to find it. It's not Korean like I had previously thought. Or maybe it's kind of like a mixture of the two. But it has like origins in Filipino colonial history. Let me see. Oh, right here. Oh, fuck, I missed it. Fuck, where'd it go? It was right here. I literally just saw it. Oh, no. Fuck. So Filipino people were referred to as N-words, like pretty extensively, and that was like part of that like exporting of like the concept of race in order to like justify colonial imperialism. Oh, here it is. Fuck. Let's see. U.S. soldiers occupying Manila in late 1898 were in some cases prepared to see Filipinos as their rough equals and the Philippine Republic as a legitimate state. The outbreak of the war in February 1899 altered the structure of perception dramatically. Faced with the necessity of redefining Filipinos as an enemy, U.S. soldiers racialized them with terms such as "gugu," which G-U-G-U, quote unquote G-U-G-U, the root of the later term G-O-O-K, as well as adapting older racial vocabularies, which is referring to like the N-word and things like that. But like, yeah, like it's all like through these like racist slurs and stuff, like there's like this shared history that has been like placed upon like oppressed peoples of the world. That is like stunning when it's like presented to you. I thought it was Korean until like 2 days ago. Yeah, I thought that too until I read this book. And I think there might, I mean, I don't know. I don't know Korean, Mumblecat, but I mean, it's possible that there is some kind of like shared origin in that there's maybe similar words or rather similar sounding words that could have ended up being used as pejoratives. Like, you know, who knows? Or, I mean, somebody knows. I don't know. But yeah. Where were we? If we survive it may be the reverse that happens. We N-words and G-words may be blown away first, or if we survive, what will we inherit? A desert? We'll mass what people we can. Perhaps that won't be the whole lower class. We'll mass ourselves and any ally we may be able to draw from the whole class structure, and we'll attempt to wage a war on property and property rights. Essentially, that is the fight. But even then, some men will die, as in all forms of war. I immediately just think of Trump saying that the other day. People die. It's what happens. Listen, it's war. It happens in war. It's a thing. Did you know that people die in war? It's just the way it is. But even then, some men will die, as in all forms of war. But if we cannot draw the support that is necessary for such a war, then we see a positive benefit for the majority of the world's people in the reduction of this whole country to a vast wasteland and a graveyard for 200 million of history's most damnable fools. In People's War, urban style, each political move toward organizing people around their realistic needs will support a corresponding military move. This unit of politics and war will increase the overall revolutionary consciousness by degrees to a point where mass consciousness can be said to exist. The Black Panther Party is the largest and most powerful political force existing outside establishment politics. It draws this power from the people. It is the people's natural political vanguard. Now let us assume the existence of a small, tightly knit, totally committed and separate military vanguard such as Jonathan Jackson attempted to build. Jonathan was my brother and closest comrade. I knew him. He was the real super N-word. He worked at it hard. He took complete control of himself. He learned every weapon in the human arsenal, from the flying side thrust foot attack and the quick draw snapshot to the manufacture and use of the mortar. He knew 6,000 ways to kill a man, 30 with the simple stroke of an empty hand or foot. He was 17 years old when he died in the service of the people. On the side, dude, he died when he was 17, and in those writings, in those letters, he was 16. Unfucking real. On the side of the black colonies, and with the courage of the whole colonized world, let's assume where Jonathan is concerned that our battle cry reaches some receptive ear, and another hand reaches down to take up our weapon. We have two perfectly harmonious fists. The left front ram of the Black Panthers' political thrust, and the left back ram of the August 7th movement. Let's further assume that this nation is one huge city that we can call by its rightful updated name, Johannesburg. This clarifies the understanding of urban people's war. The concept of the true internationalism and the connections, interactions, processes, and effects of people at war under the leadership of a vanguard which wields a double-edged sword against an isolated enemy element. All the cities of this country can be treated as one interconnecting entity due to the necessity of exchange and interactions caused by specialization. We can now deal with them as a single entity because of the national character of the Vanguard Party and revolutionary consciousness within the inner black colony. All Anglo-Western cities are generally the same when they are reduced to the critical features that support them. I could be talking about London, New York, Chicago, Detroit, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Seattle, Paris, Berlin, or Rome instead of Johannesburg. Mao pictured the USA as the city of the world surrounded, besieged and slowly strangled to death by a third force under arms. Using Mao's theoretical springboard, I wish to make further comments on the hypothetical super technological city-state and its vulnerability. Any honest expert in the overall strategy and logistics of classic Western mechanized warfare, the war of the industrial-based established state, will admit that the scientific guerrilla force must be outnumbered 10-1 in manpower by the mechanized force if it is to be contained at all. The establishment army, the defenders of property, of the industrial complex armed with the tools and weapons of heavy industry, must field 10 men for just one guerrilla. This point is a strong indication of the relative effectiveness of the two fighting styles. Recent reports, March of 1971, coming in from the Indo-Chinese theater, describe such debacles as 80 USA 40-ton tanks racing in wild retreat before the guerrillas. Puppet soldiers and USA mercenaries, in their haste to disengage from the people's forces, are lashing themselves to the runners of rescue helicopters. Disaster for the man with the most and best equipment is threatening and imminent. Now is the time for us to fill the streets with our protest, clog the tunnels and back stairs of covert totalitarian government with every weapon at our disposal. The effectiveness of rallies and mass demonstration has not come to an end. Their purpose has diacritically altered, but the general tactic remains sound. Today, the rally affords us the opportunity to effect intensive organization of the projects and programs that will form the infrastructure of our communes. If the mass rallies close, as they have in the past, with a few speeches and a pamphlet, we can expect no more results than in the past. 2 hours later, the people will be Americans again instead of people. But going among the people at each gathering with clipboards and pens, and painfully ascertaining what each can contribute to clear-cut, carefully defined political projects, is the distinction between intensive organization and the sterile, stilted attempts to build new unions, rank and file, etc., or elect a socialist legislature. However, as we start the projects that will eventually move the workers and the whole community into open conflict with the ruling clique, my own personal observations led me to the independent conclusion that the political vanguard and even its early project need to be defended. Clearly, the political cadre needs protection from the enemy culture's military, its secret police, and vigilante death squads. Armed struggle is at the very heart of revolution. If the problems of the people cannot be redressed because the necessary resources are in the hands of a relatively few families and individuals, it means we are going to have to seize this property. Seizing property has always meant some form of war, some form of armed struggle. If history is our guide, it clearly records that nothing of any great value has ever changed hands without a struggle, or at least a show of or a threat of violence. Men simply don't surrender what they think of as their privilege and property except by force. History itself is economically motivated class struggle. I'd like to go back to what I said earlier about violence being constant and not something that like you can approve of or disapprove of, you know, or condemn or condone. It's something that is constant and ever present, and it's in everything, and down to the basic, you must, you know, kill an animal to eat it and to gain its nutrients and to live. And the same goes for plant life. And like he mentions here, like if property is to be seized, that means that is like that violence is inevitable. Things don't just like happen necessarily because you ask for them to. They have to be made to happen, right? And that's in everything, whether you're talking about politics or you're talking about like living. There is some kind of like expense or like a sacrifice or like equivalent exchange, if you will. Like violence is constantly happening. It's about how we define and design our structures, our societal structures, to direct that flow and contain the flow of violence. The violence is always flowing. It's just which direction is it flowing in, right? Like the family that has hoarded all of the property in this sense, that all hoarded all of the resources. That's violence being done upon the masses. The seizure of that is violence back, if that makes sense. Violence is not something that you can approve of or disapprove of. It's a constant. It's just what we do with it, how we react to it. That is the only question. Armed struggles at the very heart of revolution. I already read that. There is simply no way to compare this society or its historical experience with that of a tiny colonial country like Chile. Allende is not seizing property. His government is, quote, buying property. Until the Chilean ruling capital class is suppressed, the Chilean revolution is as meaningless as the Swedish experiment. Socialist governments which attempt to coexist with capitalist economics completely forget the economic motive of human social history. Revisionism has given birth to countless socialistic hermaphrodites. It's an interesting... That was an interesting combination of words. I was like reading that and I was like, am I reading this? Well, great. What's up, Saxy Panda Bear? This is a book from the 70s. Okay. So this is a book, right? Written in the 70s. What he meant is like two-spirited is what he meant to say. He meant like no, hold up. Yeah, they don't have internet. Yeah, that's what would help. As a trans femme, non-binary Salmation. I don't know what that is. Say that again. Listen, as a trans femme woman person thing, placer thing, That was a weird word that I haven't even thought about in a really long time. Like, I haven't even thought about that word. Like, that word doesn't ever come to my mind. You know what I mean? Like, there's like not ever a reason to use it, right? Salmasian. What is that? Fuck off, fucking AI, fucking stupid. Is a term for people who wish to have a mixed genital set. This usually means wanting one's body to have both penis and a vagina. Oh, well, there you go. Well, there you go. There's an LGBTQIA wiki. You want to know how I know it's bullshit? Because it doesn't have me in there. Under the F slur. What's up, Fellini? Speaking of F, Fellini Fiend. Well, good morning. How are you? Salmasian. Aphrodisian. Ambisex. Ambiatic is an alter sex identity for individuals who wish to have mixed sex characteristics. That's what's up. Listen. I love that for you. I love that for you. And I respect the hell out of it. Wow, Tofu calling me slurs? Listen. It's 4 a.m, okay? Let me call you slurs, alright? Let me just... this one time. Come on. Hope you're having a good morning. Aphrodisian sounds like a slur a racist would shout at someone in a pub here. Yeah, I mean, I'm learning all kinds of new things with this. Slurs are allowed at 4 a.m. It's the rules. It's literally in the TOS. It's literally Google it. Where were we? Almost there. There's no simple way to yes. Oh yeah, yes. Revisionism has given birth to countless, quote, socialistic hermaphrodites, end quote, always to the detriment of people's power. Strained, tortured definitions of social existence and organization have trapped the people in so many contradictions that most have given up all hope and hope of harnessing the modern industrial state or even understanding it. England before the Tories or between the Tories is liberal socialist. England before the Tories or between the Tories is liberal socialist. Military dictatorships, clearly totalitarian, are ruled by cliques traveling under the designation Revolutionary Council, etc. No argument has any substance if it conflicts with the objective conditions, the clear and incontrovertible facts. In our case, these facts can be read from the nation's dailies. In the obituary section, blacks who seriously advocate revolution are killed. Blacks who attack property relations are slated for the graveyard or the prison camp. It's a national cultural tradition. Since these are the facts, it follows that an oppressed class which does not strive to learn to use arms to acquire arms only deserves to be treated like slaves. We cannot forget, unless we become bourgeois pacifists or opportunists, that we are living in a class society, that there is no way out of this society, and there can be none except by means of the class struggle. In every class society, whether it is based on slavery, serfdom, or as at present on wage labor, the oppressing class is armed. The vanguard cannot stay alive long enough to affect a broad consciousness unless it possesses the latent threat of force. They're going to claim that our clothing projects, the people's bazaars, the people's stores, and decentralized cottage industries are fronts for stolen property. The establishment will claim that the vanguard party... I mean, look no further than, like, Food Not Bombs getting cited for loitering or some shit. You know what I mean? While, like, doing way more than local governments are willing to do for their homeless populations. You know? The establishment will claim that the vanguard party is feeding and clothing people with goods stolen from the enemy, from the old enemy culture. They'll claim that we're buying it from the city-states lumpen who steal everything they can sell or that we're ripping it off ourselves. Of course, this will be used to justify an attack upon our political projects, our infrastructure. The assaults will be justified by them in a dozen different ways. Whether we establish ourselves in storefronts or in our homes, they will attack us behind the fire ordinance, the sanitation department, the anonymous tip. The establishment's mercenaries will break in shooting, and all of us who are not killed will go to jail for violating the fire ordinance, resisting arrest, attempting murder, and receiving stolen property, etc. It's as predictable as nightfall. Man. I'm convinced that any serious organizing of people must carry with it from the start a potential threat of revolutionary violence. Without it, the establishment forces will succeed in isolating the political organizer and closing down his project before the people can feel its benefits. Self-determination requires a small, hidden, highly trained army equipped with the very best and most destructive of military weapons and a bodyguard of counter-terrorists. The Vanguard Party distinguishes itself in the service of the people and superimposes itself over the old culture throughout the city-state. Tactics designed to further the development of revolutionary consciousness must be based upon the prevailing state of class and race antagonisms created out of the new relationship. We can be certain that the nucleus of a clandestine army will already exist by then. The government's repressive agencies will also be well infiltrated by blacks and other revolutionary people. Infiltration is the work of the professional revolutionary. Infiltrating the establishment's protective agencies will also tend to neutralize the ruling class's attempts to isolate the Black Vanguard commune from the larger body of the class structure. See, that's the only place. Okay, so like I disagree wholeheartedly when he's talking about infiltrating, like, you know, police departments and the military and the intelligence community and things like this. I completely disagree because it's a different time. You know, I have, you know, a different context to contend with. You know what I mean? However, when he's talking about like the bureaucracy, right? Like throughout local governments and like revolutionaries, you know, revolutionary minded members of this vanguard, right, could absolutely have a massive effect. If we're talking about like people, you know, being in like housing departments, right, like public housing departments, and being in like sanitary departments, and having people in like revolutionary socialists in those places that like are required to keep the whole system running is absolutely where that it needs to happen, and is absolutely where that could be effective. Like when he talks about cops and military and whatever, like that's just not the way this works anymore. But the rest of the bureaucratic state, absolutely. Fuck, I lost my spot. All efforts to isolate the Vanguard community must be resisted. The Black colony must actively invite other revolutionary people to follow their example. We must give refuge to the refugees and eventually work out some means to coordinate our operations with theirs at every level. However, we cannot delay our own preparations toward a united Black revolutionary culture. No one will undertake to aid us unless they sense the power of our movement. It is Blacks who must play not only the role of liberating the Black colony, but also the leading role in the liberation of the whole city-state. And I mean, listen, I'm not Black, but I think that this can be applied to the oppressed peoples, like the people who are the first to feel the downward press of the boot, right? And ultimately kind of cushion the rest of the people behind them from that downward pressure of the boot, like must be the front of the you know, the counteracting force. That must be the tip of the sword, if you will. That which is immediately under the boot, like people who are closest to the issues that come out of our, you know, capitalistic, fascistic society. Fuck, I keep losing my spot. To expect that someone else will take the full responsibility for our own liberation is suicide. We'll be asked to be patient for another 100 to 150 years. We'll get stuck with the long theoretical explanations on consciousness or objective conditions when it's clear that consciousness will not grow unless there is someone among us willing to feed it. Boom. Boom. I feel like this right here is at the root of so much bullshit, like petty, like basic baby leftist discourse. Like truly. Like it's the basic shit, like the basic, very basic, I just learned about this shit a couple years ago shit. Which is normal, I think, and it's probably part of that process, baby. But I don't know. Consciousness grows in spirals. Growth implies feeding and being fed. We feed consciousness by feeding people, addressing ourselves to their needs, the basic and social needs, organizing toward a united national left. After the people have created something that they are willing to defend, a wealth of new ideals and an autonomous subsistence infrastructure, that part, then they are ready to be brought into the open conflict with the ruling class and its supporters. And only then, right? Like these structures must exist. This conflict must extend to every level of capitalist production and distribution. Consciousness of our power will grow as a result of this mass contact with the ruling forces. There is no question that people must be organized and educated to the benefits of people's government before they can successfully move against their class enemy. However, there seems to be some question as to how seriously we should take ourselves and our work of organizing. When we meet resistance, should we acquiesce, withdraw, wait it out, or intensify? Should we meet violent reaction with a more determined violence? The type that put 80 tanks to flight in Laos? In other words, if the fascists don't like what we're doing and attack us through a lynch mob, the police forces and judicial branch of their government, should we relent? Or should we accept their violent reaction as a natural response to our challenge and organize against it? Every step, every stage toward a unified black commune will meet great resistance. The resistance will come in some form of violence. It is clear that if we don't learn to overcome all resistance, no forward movement will be made. That's just physics, bro. That's just physics, bro. Straight up. Discovering ways of meeting and overcoming resistance, demonstrating to ourselves that we can, is a fundamental antecedent to the growth of revolutionary consciousness, because we'll be under attack every step of the way. 100 years ago, it would have been the same. 100 years from today, it will be the same. We'll take our mule and 40 acres now, collectivize them, defend them, invite other revolutionary people to follow our example, make allies, then leap to destroy the fascist pseudo-mass culture from within. As the people move into more significant areas of anti-establishment projects, they will be hurled violently into contact with the defenders of the present state of property relations at the level of production, distribution, and property rights in general. Then we will discover that their power and their new fighting style actually depend on their greater potential for violence. The size and complexity of a thing are not an index of its strength. This struck me forcefully one evening as I flipped through one of the nation's news weeklies and spotted a photograph of a huge self-propelled 155mm cannon lying on its side, its barrel spiked forever. A man on foot, armed with a rocket that weighed less than 4 pounds, had destroyed it. The larger and more complex the city-state, the more it is dependent upon all related parts. The cannon was hit at its base, in the moving parts of its treads, which were destroyed, and the death machine fell of its own weight. How can the super technological state operate without electricity or power, without water, transport, communications, sewage systems, utilities? None of these can be protected. Their sheer size alone makes it impossible. How can the establishment protect an electrical supply and the thousands of transformers, etc.? Effective positioning of the guards is militarily impossible. A man every 25 feet up and down the million miles of line can't protect it. It would also break the class that paid for the protection. Since a break at any one point renders powerless huge sections of the area served. The cost of supporting the guards would bankrupt any nation. The guerrillas would simply overwhelm the guardians point by point. I think this is the essence of the poor man's war, the essence of the guerrilla strategy, the protracted war of the worker bees. The only valid form of union activity is seizure of union leadership by any means necessary. We must call strikes to enforce our demands on capital. And I mean, I'm looking at all these actual realistic in that they are organized for calls for general strikes. Like, they're actually possible because the structures, the organization has been done ahead of time. Like, I'm looking at Minnesota and what they were able to accomplish, and I'm looking at the future. I'm looking at 2028 and the potential, alignment of union contracts. Like I'm seriously, like, I'm reading through this and I'm just like, man, just pull up the news right now and tell me how this isn't fucking directly applicable to everything right now. To enforce the strike, we must stop the plant's power source. Standing in the gateway with a placard and a pamphlet alone will not dull a worker's short-term interest in wage slavery. The very first impulse is to eat. With right-wing union leadership gone and the black worker revolutionized through his contact with the black commune, even the fascist who exists without any sense of community or class consciousness can possibly be won over or at least rendered neutral. Either way, they won't be able to break strikes with the power lines down. The power of our military strategy sitting beside our political infrastructure depends on constant attack, improvisation, aggression, an attack on property, the utilities that feed the superstate, indirect and direct attacks at the productive point and distribution system. As I stated, the Western military experts admit that the mechanized establishment guard must outnumber the attacking worker by 10 to 1. What they cannot afford to admit is that even with the numerical superiority, they cannot win. They're learning this in every theater of combat. In a class war, they could never even raise a 10 to 1 numerical superiority, even if they succeed in employing the degenerate elements of the lower class created by a long history of counter-positive mobilization of reactionary mass society. He's talking about that pig class. As mercenaries or vigilantes in the early stages, the advantage is still ours. I mean, I'm just like, just keep Gaza always in your thoughts, but especially when we're considering these kinds of things, like what the Palestinian people have been capable of doing in the face of like what the top of the line military technology, just endless funding. And support of an empire too large, like so large, it's hard to fathom. Like, yeah. Fuck, I keep losing my spot. At 10 to 1, we still enjoy a strategic military superiority if we are attacking, because they must defend so many different points vital to the order and continuity of their life support system all at the same time. The points to be protected will always outnumber the units who are available to protect them. The super-technological city-state has grown so complex that it is completely dependent upon its thousands of related parts. It has grown so large that no force can be fielded to protect all its vital parts. The essence of the guerrilla technique is to cripple and finally stop the life support system of the enemy class or state. The advantage of the anti-establishment force can be best understood by picturing the need for the establishment forces to spread themselves thin in the vain attempt to protect the mechanical base of their source of power, which, of course, works out to be the various forms of productive and non-productive property. The mobile have-not, the attacker, can concentrate his forces, even though initially they are numerically inferior, to actually outnumber and overwhelm the thinned-out forces of the establishment by attacking at 1 or 2 points at a time. In Mao's Selected Works, Volume 2, he speaks of ingenuity and mobility as necessary qualities of any guerrilla operation. What's up, Moonflower? The ancient said, ingenuity in varying tactics depends on mother wit. This ingenuity, which is what we mean by flexibility, is the contribution of the intelligent commander. Flexibility does not mean recklessness. Recklessness must be rejected. Flexibility consists in the intelligent commander's ability to take timely and appropriate measures on the basis of objective conditions after judging the hour and sizing up the situation. The situation includes the enemy situation, our situation, and the terrain. And this flexibility is ingenuity in varying tactics. On the basis of this ingenuity, we can win more victories in quick decision offensive warfare on exterior lines, change the balance of forces in our favor, gain the initiative over the enemy, and overwhelm and crush him so that the final victory will be ours. From Mao Zedong. Quotations from Mao Zedong. If there are 20 points in the city-state to be protected and 10 units of protection, clearly an attacking force of one could destroy 10 of the 20 points without opposition. The 10 points that remain and are guarded by the 10 units of protection must now meet the attacker on a 1-to-1 basis. The term attack explicitly means first strike, and first strike translates into advantage. Total repression and genocide are not possible if we organize ourselves for survival first. If we first construct a commune, a sense of community, a common interest of class, the objective conditions are present. To postpone our liberation with the excuse that the people aren't ready is to underestimate them. In effect, it's like saying they don't have the mentality to act in their defense. I mean, this goes back to what we were talking about earlier, right? About disregarding people, hand-waving them away and saying, don't you know that the US has drones and nukes and whatever? You're so silly for having such grand dreams of a beautiful future, Oh my god, Tofu's still live. Good morning, Tofu and Tofu Chat. What's up, VCC? Good morning. Imagine if we were already educated and organized during this Iran bullshit. Instead of talking about China taking Taiwan or whatever foreign advantage, we would be talking about seizing control here at home while the empire is stretched thin. I mean, see, when people say things like that, it's because I feel bad because I'm having those conversations. I hope everybody is involving themselves in community and organizing in their locality, to the best of their ability, because everybody has differing ability, of course, in some way. Because I really feel that people that are engaged in organizing do feel a bit different about that. And that the fight is constantly happening, and that fight is absolutely happening here at home. And we've been talking about that tonight, about how do you feel that in referencing an imperial force that is stretched thin, do you feel that its tentacles stretching into Iran and into Gaza and into the Caribbean and to South America is having that sort of effect? I mean, I think we've seen that in the kind of the move away, at least in rhetoric, around the ICE stuff, and moving to back to positioning empire against outsiders rather than the enemy within. Like I said, at least in rhetoric, in recent days, I think that that's effectively a sign of that. I think that you are seeing empire stretch thin. I think that you are seeing class consciousness brewing at levels it hasn't ever probably in American history. Because, like, for example, the ICE situation, the ICE problem, has on its own radicalized so many milquetoast liberals and you know, self-described apolitical or like independents or like whatever, you know, people, you know, like the average like American voter, like that is so fucking confusing. You know what I mean? I'm uniquely isolated these days, missing a lot of conversations now than in my past. See, I feel that, and you're not alone in that. And you know, that's the work and the effect of empire and of fascism. And I think all of us to some degree can relate to that, right? And especially post COVID-19. I don't know, post COVID-19 is not the best way to put it, but post COVID-19 lockdowns, you know, I think even more people were made hyper aware of their isolation. And yeah, I hear you. And I hope I didn't come off in a way that was like trying to like insult you or like talk down to you by saying that. I meant that like just truly genuinely. Like when someone says things like that, it means to me that they aren't in those kinds of spaces where those conversations are absolutely happening. And I would, you know, I don't know where you're at, and you don't obviously have to share that, but like I you know, I hope that you can hopefully find that, and I hope that maybe you know, any community that you can form online can help you with that as well. Hearing from people like you on a live social media platform is definitely a sign of progress. I think helps me personally, at least. Good. I you know, I feel it. You know, we all experience isolation and some, you know, into varying degrees, and that's not your failing, is what I should say. That's not your failing. We're almost there. Let's finish this up, and then we can chat it up and see how we feel. The term attack explicitly means first strike, and first strike translates into advantage. Total war, repression, and genocide are not possible if we organize ourselves for survival first. If we first construct the commune, a sense of community, a common interest of class, the objective conditions are present. To postpone our liberation with the excuse that the people aren't ready is to underestimate them. In effect, it's like saying they don't have the mentality to act in their defense. The repeating shotgun is the deadliest weapon in the world for close that is not. See, listen, this is from the 1970s. Not everything is 100%, you know, holds up. I mean, for most home defense purposes, I would say that is true. For what he's talking about, for the type of capability he's talking about in this, if we like, you know, adjusted for the year that we are in currently, right? Like inflation or some shit. You would definitely need a bit more than a shotgun, is all I'm saying. But for immediate home defense and like personal defense, it'll do. Absolutely. It'll probably make you fucking deaf though, and like temporarily deaf and blind. So that's something to consider. But it'll do. We're making W's here in my town, and it's fueling the hopium of our local community that things might get better. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I'm feeling that, and I'm lucky. I'm blessed, if you will, to like have found community and to be in such great and inspiring you know, organizing circles right now. And I'm feeling like really horrible about the world, but I'm feeling really great about like where people are at, truly. Like the Ice Watch shit really changed the game. Like I really do think it like is a fundamental turning point. Turning point. No USA, no Kirk. But in this timeline, in our society, I truly think we are looking at the conditions. Oh my god, I took a nap, went to the gym and just finished leg day. You're still here? Dang, hell yeah, nap and leg day. That's what's up, dude. That's what's up, dude. It's brain day for us. Yeah, I went to the gym too. I'm at the gym, the Tofu Ghost broadcast. It's brain day. Yeah. Shotguns are good for drones. True. That's actually a really good point. In going back to what we were talking about like how no matter how great and mechanized and much money you spend on your massive military, something will always change and happen that will switch it up. Like, and I use the example of the Ukraine conflict and like the $100 drone taking out a fucking a multi-million-dollar piece of machinery, whatever it might be, a tank, whatever, artillery, fucking whatever. Shit changed, and also to see like trench warfare come back, and like the return of relevance for shotguns in like heavy combat between like two like heavily militarized like states. It's crazy. Anything's possible. Leg day naps. Oh, I feel that. All right, we're almost there. We're so close to finishing what we're gonna read for the night. The repeating shotgun is the deadliest weapon in the world for close-range urban fighting. They are simple to make, maintain, and use. Today, the equivalent, I'm going to get sidetracked again. God damn it. They talk about guns and I get sidetracked. Is what happens. The modern day equivalent is the AR-15. Just very plain and simple. It's the modern day equivalent of what he's talking about is the everyman's rifle, which is, in America at least, it is the AR-15. It is the most basic, most efficient piece of machinery that you could use, like, period. If you're gonna get anything, if you're gonna own anything, like, you wouldn't go wrong by just owning an AR-15. It is what it is. The anti-drone shells are sick. A bunch of tethered together chunks. Yeah, they're like it's like a shotgun. It's like essentially it's like a shotgun cartridge, but it's like, in the form of like your 5.56 or 2.23 or 7.62 or whatever. AK is better. I mean, AK is cooler. It doesn't have interoperability. It doesn't have the availability of parts. And I'm talking about like if you're in, I don't know, Russia or like, something like that, or in one of the like, com block former Soviet states, then yeah, maybe you have access to AK parts like that. In America, you don't have access to AK parts like that. And also there's the idea, I would say issue in our sense, in the American sense, that like AKs are heavily specific to where they were manufactured. They aren't mil spec in the way that quote unquote mil spec in the way that an AR-15 is. Like a Yugoslavian AK is different from a Russian AK, is different from a Chinese AK, is different from a Romanian AK. Like they're different, and not all of the parts are interchangeable. And if the more you know about AKs, the more you realize that it's not actually realistic unless you live in a place where like it is just heavily available. In the United States, it's completely impractical. It's just a cool thing to have. You could, it's a little bit better if you're talking about like 5.56 AKs, but those are like largely trash because they're American made and they're just not made well. AR-15s are extremely easy to create, to manufacture, and the parts are all interchangeable. And like, there's such an insane aftermarket. Like, you can get parts for an AR-15 for all prices, all types, endlessly. You'll always be able to find parts for an AR-15. You will not, if you have an AK, any form of AK, AKM, AK, 74, fucking whatever, anything, you're not fucking gonna be able to just like easily find parts for your firearm. So like, we're talking like if you want a LARP, absolutely. It's like the it's the rifle of fucking of fucking revolutions and liberatory movements across the fucking world. Absolutely. Because of like the history of why the AK became that, and the with the USSR releasing the plans to revolutionary, like, communist countries or whatever, and all of that. That's just not, that's, it's fun for LARP, but for actual practicality, you literally just cannot beat an AR-15. There's no way, there's no beating it. Oh my god, I got fucking sidetracked again, and we are literally 1 page away from fucking finishing all the section that we're reading today. Holy okay, okay. The repeating shotgun is the deadliest weapon in the world for close range urban fighting. They are simple to make. Simple to make. Like, that's a different question, actually. God damn it, I'm gonna get sidetracked again. Like, if we're talking about like making a slam fire shotgun out of like a tube, like a PVC pipe, you got me there, right? Like, if we're talking about making guns in our houses and shit, like, if that's what we're talking about, then yeah, that's fucking simple and very effective. Like a slam fired, just like a tube. It's just a metal tube that you just like slam, thus the name, and it just sets a fucking shotgun cartridge off, and then you just pull it out, put another one in. Yeah, fuck yeah. Didn't Shinzo Abe get blunderbust? He got doohickied. He didn't get blunderbust. He got doohickied. It's different. That's not true, Krail. Oh my god, the internet is so silly. That's just not true, Krail. One, anything can malfunction with the right amount of dirt in the right places. Literally any firearm. Literally anything. Like, nothing is impervious. To fucking dirt. And carbon buildup. Eventually, you'll have to fucking deal with that, no matter what gun you fucking have. And if you get the right amount of fucking shit in the right spot, it'll fucking malfunction. I don't care what kind of firearm you have. You can make any firearm malfunction in a certain situation. What you can't do is open up an AK in the same way that you can an AR-15. I can field strip an AR-15 way quicker and more, what's the fucking word? Like, entirely? I don't know, that's not the best word for that. Like, more like completely. I can like almost completely disassemble an AR-15 without any tools. Right? But an AK, you need serious tools. You can lift up the dust cover. That's it. You can't you really can't do much. You have to it's riveted in there. It's different. I like AKs. I'm not hating. Thoroughly. Thank you, currently clean on OPSEC. Welcome in. Anyway, I fuck with AKs. It's just, I'm just saying. I'm just trying to give good advice. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna keep reading the sentence over and over again, and it's gonna keep getting me fucking sidetracked. The repeating shotgun is the deadliest weapon in the world for close-range urban fighting. They are simple to make, maintain, and use. Anyone can be effective with the scattergun. One simply points and squeezes the trigger. If the thing to be shot is moving, follow through with your swing. Tanks are obsolete. To a shotgun? I don't think that's what he means. They can be rendered harmless with $1 worth of grenade. Okay. Yeah. Propelled from the muzzle of the shotgun by a blank cartridge. Then as a tank moves down any city street, it has placed itself in a defile. On a cost-effectiveness basis, the most destructive weapon is the gasoline bomb. Enough gasoline, soap shavings, and potassium chlorate could flip a tank over on its side or thrown from the windows of our defiles. The gasoline bomb could incinerate the largest army. Girl, cleaning an AK is easy. I'm telling you, I understand. I'm not saying it's not, okay? But is it, you're crazy if you're not, if you don't think an AR is way simpler to do so. Right? The thing about the AK is that it's supposed to, you're not supposed to have to take it all the way down. Right? But like if we're talking about needing to like let's say you are a revolutionary in a revolutionary conflict and you don't like have like access, like you can't just like hop on the internet and like buy a gun and have it shipped to your fucking gun store, like because like you're in open conflict with the fucking the aliens from outer space or some shit. You're not gonna have access to parts and the ability to just open up your fucking gun and de-rivet your gun and then re-rivet it because you need a hydraulic press in order to be able to do so. Like, there are so many things. Like, the AR-15 is just fucking, it's Legos, puzzle pieces, and it's very cheap. Like even very low-end AR-15s work pretty freaking well. That's the thing. Like, that's the only reason. Like, that's the only reason. I fuck with AKs as far as swag goes. You know what I mean? As far as swag and fucking deep history, like, obvious. This who gets the award there, Come on. But I'm just saying, in the year of our Lord 2026, if you live in America, an AR-15 is your best bet. But an AK is sick as fuck to have. A $1 grenade. I think he means like $1 worth, like whatever your dollar can buy, I think is what he means. But I think he is also saying like even like a small amount of explosives. You've just bought into the ammo-sexual propaganda about the AR. All right, am I actually getting ganged up on in chat by fucking AK LARPers? Oh my fucking god. Can you seriously afford 762 over 556 or 223? I'm glad that you can. I'm really happy that you can. Exclamation point tip. Fucking petty bourgeois over here. Exclamation point tip if you can afford 762 over 223. Holy fuck! Chat is really saying you hate pancakes. Literally! They're literally saying that I hate pancakes. When I said, listen, waffles are what we have the most of, right? We live in waffle land, where the waffles are just, you can open up any door and you'll find a waffle. Right? You could, under every rock you lift, you'll find a waffle. But you're saying that I hate pancakes because I'm saying you're most likely going to find a waffle. And a waffle is probably going to be more readily available to you. And cheaper to use. Holy fuck. If you can afford 762, exclamation point tip. Exclamation point SRA. Please donate to the Socialist Rifle Association. What is going on here? Holy fuck. Fucking petite bourgeois in the chat tonight. My god. Anyway, I love you guys. It's all in good fun. It's all in good fun. I'm glad that I have a chat that I can argue about guns with. It's pretty cool. Ammo, cost, weight, and weight is my first consideration. Okay, let me not fucking read the same fucking sentence and get triggered again. Tanks are obsolete. They can be rendered harmless with $1's worth of grenade, propelled from the muzzle of the shotgun by a blank cartridge. Then, as a tank moves down any street, it has placed itself in a defile. On a cost-effectiveness basis, the most destructive weapon is the gasoline bomb. Enough gasoline, soap shavings, and potassium chlorate could flip a tank over on its side or thrown from the windows of our defiles. The gasoline bomb could incinerate the largest army. We can only be repressed if we stop thinking and stop fighting. People who refuse to stop fighting can never be repressed. They either win or they die, which is more attractive than losing and dying. The primacy of politics remains, but we must now prepare for armed confrontation. By no stretch of the imagination can we hope to overthrow so determined an enemy without force. We will win, George. 8-7. We did it, dude. We made it. We fucking did it. We did 87 pages. Hell yeah. Cool. Next time on the Tofu Ghost broadcast, we'll read some more. I mean, we could probably just fucking blaze through the last half of it because we're almost like halfway through. But also, ARs aren't in Fortnite. They literally are in Fortnite. Okay, you guys are. They literally have like carry handle, like M4s. They have, they literally have like. It's actually funny. I literally played the other day, and they have like fucking like GWAT-esque M4s. Do you have any homework for the class? This. Very much that. Also this. Very much also that. But that first one would hit extra hard because then I could purchase ammo. I literally purchased ammo the other day, and fuck, dude, and shit is expensive, bro. Like, even I'm getting the cheapest shit, dude. I'm just getting my range ammo so that I can fucking continuously go training, and not fucking lose it. You know what I mean? Gotta use it or lose it. And man, dude, I'm just like getting remanufactured fucking, remanufactured range ammo, and shit is still very fucking expensive, man. It is a hell of a fucking hobby. It's a hell of an expensive hobby. But next time, we'll do American justice for their freedom to prey on the world's people, whatever the cost in blood. This has been really good. Oh wait, no, we'll do this, but it's only that, whatever. But this has been really good. I've been locked in, and it's been 6 hours now. Holy fuck. Or 7 hours? Are we really coming up on 6? Okay, whatever. 6 or 7 hours. I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. That's too much. That's the last straw. That's the last straw. That's the last straw. Nope. Okay. Tofu's officially lost it. It's official. We gotta finish up the book though. Right now! I gotta do it right now! Nah, you're right. We do. You're right. Alright, y'all. I lied. I'm gonna send you over to a good pal who was in the chat earlier, who I was really hyped to see in the chat because I haven't talked to them in a minute, and they are streaming right now. They're fucking cool. They were one of my mods, and they became a streamer on their own, and now they're like top notch fucking streamer. And I couldn't be more proud. My legend. All right. We're going to go say what up to Celtic. And we're going to spam some emotes. We're going to spam some good vibes. Thanks for hanging out with me, chat. I appreciate y'all. It's been cool. It's been dope. I'll see you guys soon. I don't know when. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. I don't know. Keep your eyes peeled. Keep your ear to the ground. All right, and I'll pull up and we'll read the rest of it. I'm gonna post this to YouTube and stuff too, though. So if you want to like share it around or listen to it or something like that, it'll be there somewhere. I'll let you know. All right, y'all. Bye, everybody. Bye. Take care of yourselves. Take care of others. Be kind to yourself. Be kind to others. Don't be a dick, but also don't be a pussy. I'll see you guys later.
And you don't have to say that.